I hereby announce that the date is September 11th, 2025, and the time is 6:04 p.m. No vote or action was taken in executive session. Therefore, we will return to the regular agenda. Okay, we got that taken care of, and now I want to extend my welcome to everyone to the regular session City Council of City College Station. As I said, it is September 11th, and we have a very important meeting. That's, of course, why most of you are here. We will get to that in just a minute. We do have a number of items that we go through, but we've moved up item 9.5, which is the only one that's, other than here visitors, that we have a long list of people who want to speak. So we moved that up, and we'll get to that probably in about 20 minutes. So let me start with the, get my agenda open to the right page. Okay, so we always open the meeting with a pledge of allegiance to both flags, and then we'll have an invocation, which tonight will be presented by Pastor Ben Haley, who will lead us. So after the pledge, please stay standing. Thank you. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Haley, thank you.
Please pray with me. Father, we give you thanks for your care and love for us. And I thank you for all of our city officials and citizens gathered here tonight. I pray tonight that as the mayor and our city council deliberate and plan for College Station, that you would give them great wisdom as they look to contribute to the flourishing of our city and its citizens. Thank you again for all of our government employees, law enforcement, fire, emergency responders, teachers, parks and rec, and all support services. We pray for the welfare of our city and ask that you would bless the work of the council tonight, that they might be a blessing to our city. And it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Haley, also a chaplain for our fire department. I appreciate his contributions at many of our meetings, and certainly his real job with the public safety group. Okay, we have a lot of people to speak. There's only one group and one person on here, visitors, and then we'll do the consent agenda, and then we'll move to item 9.5. However, since there's so many people here, and I think a lot of folks haven't been to our meetings before, I do want to ask you to pay specific attention to our speaker protocol. You obviously have all, the ones that are listed are the only ones that I'm going to hear, but there's about 70, I'm told. They have to register 2 hours in advance. That's been done, and all of that's been taken care of. When you're called to speak, an individual states their name and city residence, and then you're encouraged to identify where you're from in terms of neighborhoods if you want to. Don't carry purses and briefcases and backpacks up to or liquids up to the podium, or any foods, other kind of personal devices. There is a timer there, and each person that's asked to speak, unless they've arranged otherwise, they will have 3 minutes. Each speaker's remarks are limited to 3 minutes, and may not personally attack other speakers, council, or staff. I think everybody here understands the civility of this process, so please recognize that that's expected of everybody, including the 7 of us up here on the dais. So you're limited to 3 minutes, and otherwise a group of 6 will have an additional amount of time. The microphone will mute at the end of your 3 minutes, time allotted, and And so that means your time has expired, so you'll hear yourself. I think we'll get through this in great shape. I don't think we'll have any uncivil behavior, because I think you're all, based on what I've been reading, well-informed and have meaningful comments to make to us, and I'm looking forward to, as we all are, to hearing from all of you this evening that have signed up. Item 5, however, on our agenda, which we move to next, is always at the beginning, and 5.1 is a presentation proclaiming September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. And somewhere I have a list of names from the La Valita chapter of Daughters of the American Revolution: Lenora Oury, Dr. Jane Cohen, Sherry Frisk, and Linda Harvell, and whoever else they brought with them. Oh, there's Lenora standing up. Come up to the front. I'll come around, and we'll do the proclamation from down in front. Welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We always have a Constitution Week, don't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah, great. It's good to see you. Howdy. I don't see Miss Harvell with you.
She went to the 9/11.
Oh, that's true. That's conflicting. As a matter of fact, we're all sad to see that we could not attend that this year at Veterans War and Terrorism Memorial Site. So let me read the proclamation, and I'll present it to you, and we'll proceed. So, proclamation, September 7th, whereas September 17th, 2025 marks the 237th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate this occasion. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through 23rd, 23 as Constitution Week. Now therefore I, John P. Nichols, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor of College Station, Texas, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through 23 as Constitution Week, and ask our citizens, to reaffirm the ideals of the framers of this Constitution in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through the guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of City College Station, Texas, to be affixed this 11th day of September of the year of our Lord, 2025, and I've signed it, and I will present this now to the officers of the La Valita chapter. So here we are. And we're going to do a photo. Who's doing there we are. There's a photographer over there. So
Oh, you want to leave that?
now I'll tell you what, why not I get, you and I be in the middle. You and I be in the middle. And then, there we go.
All right.
All right,
Boss.
thank you. All right, I think we're aligned now. Oh, now you want us over here. See, the podium gets in the way. Let me put this down. Thank you very much. And
you,
this
sir.
is the official poster.
Yes, and on behalf of La Villita Chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, I hereby present this to you, Mayor, and to the council and the chambers for display during the Constitution Week. And guess what? You can keep it forever. Have and hold.
Hey, we got Project Hold, and we got a nice showcase of historical things out here.
Yes.
I will make sure this gets appropriately
Thank you.
presented. Thank you very much.
We very much appreciate the citizens for celebrating Constitution Week. Truly, lost rights can never be retained.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, now we turn to item 6, which is hear visitors. I think I have already been through the speaker's protocol. Let me get the page turned. So we have a list of speakers. There's actually a group, and I'll ask them to come forward. Well, it's actually Mr. Chuck Elliott, and there are 5 other people who have indicated, Mr. Chuck Elliott, come forward, and the other 5 people are Carla Elliott, and please stand when I call your name. Carla Elliott, Lori Smith, Doug Rosler, and Patty Meyerdirk. Are you all over there? Great. Thank you very much for being here, and the floor is yours, Mr. Elliott, for your group presentation.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to keep this to 8 minutes. I know everyone will be happy. I hope I can. First of all, it's not well known that when SB 1567 was talked about in the legislature, the House version of the bill, our mayor and our councilman, Bob Yancey, were there just like us citizens fighting for our rights. And I just want to thank you personally. And also, if you're watching on TV and you didn't know that, I want you to know.
Are you speaking on item 9.5?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm ready to start. So,
Okay.
whether we're talking about the Texas Constitution, the United States Constitution, or the granddaddy of them all, the Magna Carta 810 years ago, one truth binds them all together. They were born from struggle. And you can be sure of this. Those people wrote their constitutions with a wisdom that was forged in fire. The injustices they faced weren't distant memories when they wrote it. They were fresh wounds. When they sat down to draft their Constitution, the pain they carried shaped every single word. They weren't writing in the abstract. They were answering the very insults that had driven them to rise up. Their documents weren't just legal frameworks. They were declarations of dignity carved from experience. And they knew full well that the day would come when future generations, long removed from struggles that shaped their words, would forget what their words meant. The memories would fade, the pain would dull. And in that forgetting, a new kind of threat would emerge. They knew that someday people driven by avarice and ambition would look at those hard-won words not as a guide to live by, but as an obstacle to overcome. Not as a shield to the vulnerable, but as a barrier to their own power. That's why they wrote with such precision. They weren't just speaking to their own time, they were warning ours in our time. We are those future generations that they sought to protect, and it is not merely the right thing to do, it is our sacred duty to remember why the original drafters wrote what they did and what compelled them to write it. Any success we enjoy today is built on their sacrifice, and it is because of them, because of the rule of law, that we can predict the consequences of our actions. And we can only predict those consequences because we know what the rules are. Their words gave us order, their struggle gave us clarity. To forget that is not just careless, it is betrayal of the very foundations we stand upon. Well, let's fast forward to today, and let's take a hard look at what SB 1567's passage has done to our community. One of my supporters here lives in South Dexter. She says her quality of life has taken a sharp turn for the worse since September 1. On that day, the floodgates didn't just open, they roared to life. Now there's trash in the streets that wasn't there before. Speeding cars in her quiet cul-de-sac. Congested roads, packed with more vehicles than ever, driving, parking, crowding, and the noise is constant. This isn't just inconvenience, this is erosion. An erosion of peace, an erosion of safety, an erosion of the predictability that our local ordinances, now swept aside by what many are calling a ham-handed state legislature, were specifically designed to protect us against. These weren't just rules, they were safeguards. And their removal hasn't brought freedom, it has brought chaos. It's the kind of chaos that threatens to unravel almost overnight the very character of our communities. Communities shaped over decades by people who lived there, worked there, and raised families there. The same people who built something stable, something meaningful, only to see it destabilized by a new law that ignores the reality on the ground. Most people living through this find it troubling enough. But let's shift for a second and talk about the role our city government played before SB 1567 ever passed. I was here at City Council when Fred Dupree spoke about the enforcement of the occupancy rules. He laid it out plainly. The city's enforcement wasn't working very well, and he backed it up with facts. Fred explained that if officers checked cars before 7:30 a.m. while students were still home, instead of after 7:30 a.m. when they were gone for class, they would actually catch violations. It was a simple adjustment to ask for, one that could have made enforcement effective, actually. But to my knowledge, the people responsible for overseeing those officers never updated their instructions. They never improved their schedules, at least to me, I'm not aware. It seems to me a fair question then, who was responsible for overseeing these officers? Fred's logic was sound, his data was clear, the recommendation was public, yet I'm unaware of any changes to those schedules. So why did we choose inaction, if that's what we did? These are not rhetorical questions. They go to the heart of whether those in charge of enforcement are responsible enough, responsive enough, and rooted enough in reality. And I only bring up Fred's presentation because now with SB 1567 in effect, we've only shifted from an occupancy-based enforcement to a safety-based enforcement. But let's be clear about it, it's still enforcement, and it's an enforcement question. The label may have changed, but the responsibility remains for enforcement, and if enforcement was ineffective before when the rules were clearer and the violations were easier to spot, why should we believe it will be any better now? What's changed? Not the personnel, not the urgency, not the community impact. If anything, in the face of all this, the challenge has grown. So, unless something fundamentally shifts in how enforcement is carried out, we may be trading one form of ineffective enforcement for another. I just want to close by emphasizing one point. Now, I want to talk about partnership. And let me be absolutely clear first. I love and value Texas A&M. I do. Nobody needs to convince me of their longstanding and ongoing contribution to our community. That said, I'm disappointed by their lack of a deeper engagement when it comes to the consequences of their growth. More than anyone, Texas A&M understands the pace of its own expansion, and by their own numbers, they're adding 2,000 students every year. And yet to many of us, they appear, on this subject at least, strikingly indifferent to how this relentless expansion threatens the character of our neighborhoods. In just 4 years, we'll probably need roughly another 1,000 buildings to house students. So why isn't the university taking bold, proactive steps to shoulder more of the housing burden themselves? Put simply, I think the reason is that Texas A&M is outsourcing its housing shortage to the cities of College Station, and I might add Bryan. There is no partnership here. It's entirely one-sided. We will lay the new sewer lines. We will lay the new water lines. We will run the utilities. We will widen the roads. And we will pay all of the property taxes that inevitably will follow. In closing, I just hope we can all agree that protecting the character of our communities and our neighborhoods is first priority. That means our city staff must listen, truly listen, to informed citizens who speak with reason, facts, and first.
Thank you very much. And I will point you to the fact that the city has publicized that there will be a public engagement here. I don't know the date. Somebody can help me regarding the response. The city has directed staff to work on some alternative solutions.
There will be discussion of that closer to end of September, early October.
But there is a public engagement thing that I saw already announced.
The public engagement is related to removal of overnight parking in Southside and Eastgate areas, and that will be on Tuesday, September 30th at 6 p.m. in this room.
That's what I was thinking about. That's part of the response as the city struggles to respond to the concerns you've expressed. Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Okay, next speaker on Here Visitors is Ainsley Brent. Ainsley Brent, there she is. Have her come forward and share her thoughts with us. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ainsley Brent. I talked to William Wright a couple of days ago. He recommended that I bring up this concern in Here Visitors. My concern is basically that I think that the way that contracts are being handled right now by the city government feels like it's not very transparent to the community, namely because a lot of my friends who would be here today but are not able to because they work hourly jobs where they're required to ask off 2 weeks in advance, and we were only given 1 week of notice that this meeting would be happening. So I have about 3 people who would have been here today who aren't able to come purely because of that. The other issue that I have with only 1 week of notice being given is that a Freedom of Information request requires 10 days to be fulfilled. So the community isn't able to fully educate themselves on subjects that are being brought up during committee hearings if we're only given 7 days of notice as the public. I also feel like one of the things that I asked Councilmember Wright is that of the way that contracts are handled when they are differently controversial among the community. For example, I asked him if we would only be given 7 days of notice if the council had decided it was a good idea to build a nuclear power plant within the city limits. And he said yes. I think that the community at large doesn't feel like that's enough time for us to organize, for us to do research, for us to communicate with our representatives. That's all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. I might add, I do appreciate the enthusiasm in the crowd, but in order for us to keep moving through the when the next session comes up with 70 or so odd individuals, try to moderate your applause if you can. I know everybody's excited and enthused, and I know that is your method of trying to accentuate that. Let's see. Okay. Let me just say, we're moving now to the consent agenda items. Following that, as many of you already know, we're going to have the 9.5 item on our agenda, and we'll work through that. I do want to acknowledge that City Manager Woods is on naval duty assignment, and Deputy City Manager Jeff Capps is commanding the helm, so to speak, as the senior staff member here, just to make that acknowledgement. So, consent agenda items. Council members, you see, as I recall, I think there's 18 items on this, 7.1 through 7.18. Are there any that you have questions about, that you want somebody to bring forward? Mr. White, which one?
7.4 and 7.18.
7.4 and 7.18. Any others? Seeing none, those two will be discussed briefly here. Mr. Brady, presentation, discussion, possible action on approval of the Atmos Midtex 2025 rate review mechanism, settlement, and rate ordinance. Mr. Ross Brady, Chief of Staff of the city, and it's your item, so pose the question.
Thank you so much. Can you give me an idea of when the last rate increase for Atmos was?
Last year, around this time. It doesn't always happen that they are going to do an increase annually, but when they do, it is required to be approved by September 30th.
So there are, if I understand correctly, 181 cities that are part of this group that works with them.
Correct.
Their increase this year is with 205 million. Do you know what the increase was last year? It's almost like $9 that is going to be additional charge to our citizens. Was that comparable to where it was last year?
This is a higher increase per person than it was last year. I should point out that $200 million number is across all of Atmos's network and all of their customers. That isn't just coming from the city of College Station.
Do we have anybody that represents College Station on that committee that negotiated with them?
Yes, so we have outside counsel who represents us on the steering committee. Thomas Bricado is our attorney who works that.
Thank you, sir.
And it, thank you. No other questions. We'll move to 7.18, which is Mr. Ostrowski. Presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an amendment to the real estate contract with the Corinth Group Incorporated.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Thanks so much for working on this. A couple of questions that I have. In the packet, you indicated that the negotiations were still going on with the Corinth Group. With a section in there, that city involvement, can you detail for us what that city involvement is? Is that green spaces that you were talking about?
Yeah, that's correct. So the city currently owns a piece of property just north of Costco, about 28 acres, and we have entered into a real estate contract with the Corinth Group to take down the property in phases. The initial phase is to take down about 13 to 14 acres on the front side of the property, and then the second phase would be to take down the back half of the property. As part of that project, we are working with the Corinth Group to create a distinctive place within that development and creating a center green space that additional retail or shops would front on. And as part of that, we have to enter into a separate development agreement to speak to who pays for the improvements, who maintains certain portions of it, how that will all affect the rest of the development. So that is a separate agreement that will have to be brought back to City Council for their review and consideration. And before they can close on the property, we need to complete that step. That is why we're seeking this additional extension of 180 days for this contract.
So that green space that you're referring to, that's city-owned property. That will be our property. Is that correct?
The intent that it would be privately owned, so they would own it, but we would have a public easement over it, so it could be used by the public. But the intent would be they would own it and they would be able to maintain it, but we would have use of it.
So we don't have any maintenance fees that are associated with that.
That's part of the agreement, but the initial discussions have been that they would maintain it. We would help with the capital expenditures upfront for the project.
So you're in the process of negotiating with the Corinth Group, and you've been working with them for about 280 days, is that correct?
So the initial contract was 180 days, and then we've had 2 additional 30-day extensions, so we're at about 240 days. That termination of that second 30-day increment will expire tomorrow.
And my understanding is in that agreement, there's a clause in there for future site development, that there is a financial obligation for them to pay the city if they want to consider that. Will that be activated if we're going to approve this extension to the contract? And will that clause be in the new contract that we'll be working with them on?
Yeah, so the contract will remain the same. The only thing that is changing within the contract is the extension for this period. So, like I said, within the contract, they have the ability to take down that back portion of property if they so choose. So we've granted them an option to do that within 180 days after they get occupancy of the first building in phase 1. So yes, that will remain in this contract, and they still will have to pay the $50,000 fee associated with that.
So do you think we're close to negotiating with them? Are we? I mean, this has been going on for a while. Are we getting close to finalizing this deal?
We are. So we had an item in front of the Economic Development Committee a little while ago to kind of walk through the concept plan with them to see if there's any major changes in what we'd like to see in that property. But I think we're getting pretty close on the concept plan. I do think we'll be fairly close on the development agreement to bring back to you hopefully within the next about 60 to 90 days.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ostrowski. Okay, we have all the items 7.1 through 7.18 are the consent agenda. Seeing no other questions, assuming no one wants to pull any of those items, the chair will entertain a motion for approval.
Move to approve. Second. To approve.
Motion made by Ms. McElhaney and seconded by Mr. Yancey. Correct? Or is it? I think that's the way it was. I thought I heard your voice first. You didn't say a word? So are you seconding it then?
Sure.
Whatever. Ms. Secretary, Madam Secretary, you can sort that out. Okay, we have motion second on the floor. Approve the consent agenda items. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposition, so the motion passes unanimously. So all those items in the consent agenda are approved. Now we move, as I said earlier, to item 9.5. And 9.5, and let me flip over the pages here to get to it, has been moved up. And I apologize, I think there's one person that had signed up to speak on one of the earlier regular agenda items, but for the most part, it was at the request of citizens and staff that we decided to move this forward. So we're going to 9.5, which is a presentation, discussion, possible action regarding a real estate contract with Priority Power Management LLC for the sale of approximately 200 acres of land in Midtown Business Park at the intersection of Midtown Drive and Corporate Parkway in the amount of $150,000 per acre. Final square footage of the property and the city's remaining property, if any, will be identified on the approved replat. Before Mr. Ostrowski starts, let me just provide you a little bit overview of the process here. Mr. Ostrowski's make staff presentation, which is in the packet, and the accompanying contract. We'll invite the representative from Priority Power Management forward to make their presentation. Council will have an opportunity to ask informational questions of each or both of those individuals. And when those questions are done, we will then begin the public engagement part of this. Note that it's not a formal public hearing, but on any item, we always listen to anyone who wishes to sign up. So at that point, I will then turn to the list of speakers that we all have here, and I'll give an announcement of who's going to speak and who will follow, and hopefully we'll get people in line, so to speak, to as they know when they're going to come up. So with that, Mr. Ostrowski, I turn the floor to you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, Michael Ostrowski, Chief Development Officer. This item relates to the potential sale of land within the Midtown Business Park to Priority Power for a potential development of a data center. Just before we begin, I'll give a quick history of not only this property, but also the process related to how we go about projects as it relates to economic development. City acquired about 340 or 339 acres. You can see kind of the area outlined in fuchsia, purple color, M1, directly in the center of the screen. It was about 339 acres back in 2000 for the use of an industrial park. When the city acquired it, fairly quickly thereafter, they rezoned that property to M1, which would be a light industrial district that allows for a variety of different uses, including manufacturing, processing, storage, distribution, warehousing, and among others. As well as that, the city has previously done a Midtown Business Park planning study on that property, which was adopted in 2018 about, that broke the property into various different sub-districts. So you can see in the very bottom of the screen, kind of that pink color, that area was identified to be, and that was on the other side of Midtown Drive, so that would be on the frontage road of Highway 6. That area was identified to be more retail service-based uses within that sector. In that sector, you can see their Costco has located there, and then the 28 acres that was previously discussed in the agenda item. On the other side of that, as you get into sub-districts B, C, D, and E, that was slated to be more of office, light industrial type uses, maybe some maker spaces as you would go through that property. You can also see with this, if this property were to develop, and the draft preliminary plan that was created is on the right side of the screen. It created a variety of different lots that could be broken out within that larger piece of property. That would range anywhere from 10 to 20 acres in size. In addition to that, there was the potential expansion or extension of Corporate Parkway, which would connect up to Pebble Creek Parkway at the intersection of William D. Fitch, if this property were to develop for multiple users in order to provide access to that site. A little bit too about industrial property. I know there was a lot of questions of, why is this property even being considered? That this type of use should be located within an industrially zoned district. This property is industrial zoned and has been zoned that way since 2000. One of the challenging things within this city is that much of our industrial property abuts single-family residential. And I'll kind of walk through some of these that you can see, but on the top of the screen is the subject property that we're discussing. You can see that it does abut single-family residential to the south. Then you go down a little bit further, down Highway 6, you see another big chunk of M1 property. That was the College Station, and still is the College Station Business Center, but you can see much of that property also abuts Pebble Creek. A lot of that property has been developed. The city owned a significant amount of property there, and we've recently sold the last 4 lots for an animal health company as well as kind of a warehousing and distribution company. You go a little bit further north on Highway 6, Providence Park, the old Westinghouse development. That property is surrounded by church use, but also a lot of single family and then some commercial to front on Highway 6. Moving up a little bit as well, off of Sebesta Road and Corsair Drive, a small little section of industrially zoned property kind of sandwiched in between general commercial, some rural residential, and general suburban over by Emerald Forest and Foxfire. As you head a little bit further south and southwest, this is really one of the only areas that the city has any heavy industrially zoned property. This is off of Graham Road, kind of near that intersection between Welborn and Victoria Avenue. This would be uses that would be even more intense than you would see in the lighter industrial zone. But you can see even those heavy industrial properties about a good amount of single-family or duplex or even multifamily property adjacent to them. And then finally, this is another area that's just a little bit to the west of the property we just looked at across Welborn Road. Currently, it is zoned rural. It's an open field for the most part. However, the city has a long-range comprehensive plan that kind of looks out 10 to 20 years down in the future to determine kind of what particular types of uses should be within general areas of the city. This area is slated to be, potential industrial users would likely have to be more of that lighter scale industrial because there's a significant challenge as it relates to infrastructure from a sanitary standpoint. There's just not enough capacity to really develop this property with any sort of density. But I wanted to at least go over kind of some of those to kind of show a lot of our industrially zoned land, which we don't have a lot of. College Station has historically been a community that has focused on more commercial or retail, service sector economy, along with a lot of residential. And then, quite honestly, we have a lot of land that is owned by the Texas A&M and the system. But we don't have a ton of industrially zoned land within the corporate limits of College Station. Talk a little bit about the process as it relates to kind of how this project came to fruition. Back in early October, Priority Power made the initial contact with staff, had sent an email wanting to discuss, they had seen some property with the Midtown Business Park, wanting to have some conversations about that. We had contacted them, got a little bit more information as it relates to, what they would be looking to use on that property. And anytime the city has property that it owns that we sell, and we sell for industrial type purposes, we sell for other types of purposes. This has been a very similar process that we have used in the past with our previous land sales. So I mentioned we recently did a land sale with Farah Diagnostics and Biologicals. They purchased 2 lots within the College Station Business Center. We did a land sale with Hunton. They also purchased lots within the College Station Business Center. So when Priority Power contacted us in early October, had some initial discussions with them. They had also reached out and wanting to sign a non-disclosure agreement with us to discuss further extent of the project and as well as the company. That non-disclosure agreement was signed on November 12th. The project was then presented to the City Council on November 14th for first conversations with the Council. Those initial presentations to Council kind of outlined generally what the project was and what they'd be looking for. Since then, we have worked through those process, coming back to Council as well as the Economic Development Committee several times to have some of those discussions on what that project would be, kind of setting the general parameters on what a contract could look like in use for that property. And we do this for a variety of different reasons, but one of it is keeping sure that we can negotiate fairly with the company as it relates to the purchase price and potential other elements that go into the contract on that price. So we've been working with them since the initial contact that was made in October, have taken that to Council and the Economic Development Committee several times. There was also a point in there that it was determined that this project may not move forward. I think that was about March, April. So one of the things that this project is going to require is a significant amount of power to be brought to the site, power that we don't have currently in the city. So in order to determine how big and what the scale of this project would even start to look like, they've got to do a power study. That power study is going to take several months to do. They have not done that yet, but in order to do that study, they want to get the land under contract to perform that study to determine how much power can be brought to the site, the timing that would be, the costs associated with that. So they want to get the property under contract before they can perform that study. So we've been working with them in terms of negotiating in terms of what the purchase price might look for, as well as looking what other protections that would need to be within the contract in order for this to even move forward before we could have further conversations. One of the challenging parts too is that because we don't know how big this project is, we don't have a good understanding of what electrical needs that they're going to have, as well as the water needs. We've had further conversation with them, but we would have to have separate agreements with them to address some of those concerns. Then, as we work through this process, kind of once those general terms were established and that, this is a permitted use within that district, here's generally what they would be paying per acre, that's when this was brought back to council and in terms of being released for open consideration, knowing that this has got a significant amount of additional due diligence period that this is going to have to go through to determine if this project is even feasible. So potential options, and then I'll kind of walk through the specific project proposal as presented, but tonight does not have to be an automatic approval of a real estate contract. This is an opportunity to have further conversation as it relates to the project. Council has a variety of different options that it can take with this. You could approve it as presented. You could approve it with certain amendments. You could deny the project outright. We've heard a lot of public opposition to this project. If you feel it's not the right project to move forward with, the council would have that right to deny the project outright and it wouldn't move forward. Or you could postpone for future consideration if you do feel that there is the need to have additional conversation, find out more information about the company, find out more information about the project, maybe make amendments to the real estate agreement. That would also be within your purview to move forward with as well. This is the process that we have followed with all previous economic development or land sales that we have had with the city. I think the difference with this one is that this one is probably much more controversial and it's much more larger in scale as it's associated. So historically, as these real estate agreements have been presented to council and have been brought for a public vote, council has taken action that evening or that particular meeting, but that does not necessarily need to be the case. It does not have to be approved right away. There can be further conversations that take place as part of that process. So just to give you a little bit overview of what this project is intended to be. And again, a lot of this is going to be dependent on how much power they can bring to the site, and they're not going to be able to know that until the study is actually completed. And they're not going to perform the study until they have at least control of the site to move forward with it. But the intention would be a 2 to 3 story data center on the site. You can see the concept plan on the right-hand side of the screen would be for kind of that max case. If they could secure 600 megawatts of power, which I think would be extremely difficult on this site, that would be two-story buildings that would be 300 megawatts each, and you could see how those would lay out on the property on the right-hand side. Again, they're going to have to design around power. So if they can't get 600 megawatts to the site and they could only get 250 megawatts to the site or 300 megawatts to the site, the project would change, the concept would change, the project would kind of shrink in scale. In terms of the capital expenditures that they would be looking at for this particular project, it'd be about a $1 to $4 billion in capital expenditures. And what it typically relates to in terms of kind of how you tie that together, it's about $7 million per megawatt of power. So that's kind of where you get that $1 billion to $4 billion development cost for this particular project. One of the things here, job creation, data centers typically do not generate a number of jobs. And so this would be a potential of 45 full-time permanent jobs, and then, but they do develop a lot of part-time construction jobs when the project is under construction. So potentially up to 2,500 kind of temporary construction jobs. In terms of timeline, there is a fairly long due diligence period here because, one, they need to determine if power is even feasible to bring to this site. So you've got about a 6 to 14 month, potentially up to 2-year due diligence period. And then construction would be about 18 months once they knew when they could get power to the site. Kind of want to zoom out a little bit and kind of show surrounding areas. So as we have gone through this process, there have been a number of concerns, and anytime you see data centers, concerns revolve around noise, power availability, water usage within here, and those have been at the forefront of a lot of these conversations. So with this particular real estate contract, the Priority Power would be required to perform a noise study. So once they determine generally how much power they can bring to the site, that'll give them a better idea of kind of how big this facility could be. Then they could proceed with the required noise study. That noise study would have to show that it would fall within the ordinance requirements for the city, which is 63 decibels, 56 decibels at night. One of the other things here too, because this is an industrial park and it is adjacent to residential uses. The city would not sell all 300 acres of land. The city would maintain a good buffer between that in terms of that vegetated buffer between, let's say, the single-family neighborhood to the south of anywhere between 600 to 930 feet to provide some additional buffering between the project and the single-family neighborhood properties to the south. Also within this real estate contract, because they don't know how big they can get, and because this would be a massive power load for the city to take on, the city needs to be protected as it relates to power. We can't buy all this power and then not have a user to go and be stuck with that risk. So as we go through this process and the due diligence process, before this property, and it could close on this property for this development, the city and Priority Power would have to come to agreements as it relates to power and how everything associated with power, how with the cost share, as well as how they would do payments. That would be before we would close on the property, and that needs to be in there to protect the city from a risk standpoint. Again, they wouldn't be using generally the power that is currently in the city. Additional power would have to be brought in for this particular user. This could double the electric load that you would see within the city of College Station. So it is vastly important that those agreements would be as part of this real estate contract. And then also, because data centers can use significant amounts of water, we would have a separate water agreement too to make sure that this particular development wouldn't use more water than what we had anticipated for this site, or if it would, then how would we address those costs associated with it. Now typically, when we did the initial modeling for this industrial park, we estimated that this entire industrial park, you remember the initial map that I showed that had a variety of different lots. If those users would go in, we'd estimate about 300 to 400,000 gallons per day for the entire industrial park. Speaking with Priority Power, they don't anticipate going over that amount for the water usage. So just also want to kind of show a buffering as well. Kind of, you know, the initial vegetated buffer can be anywhere from 600 to 900 lineal feet. They have pushed those buildings back even further to provide about a quarter-mile buffer and 1,300 feet. I know there was also some questions of like how far this might be from the church across the street, as well as the Langford. You're probably at about 1,000 feet to the church building, and then about 1,300 lineal feet to also the Langford. So to go over the specific contract terms, it would be about $150,000 per acre. If they took down all 200 acres, it'd be about a $30 million real estate contract. However, if they find out during the study that they can't take all 200 acres, let's say they can't get the 600 megawatts and they only can get 250 megawatts or 300 megawatts, the project shrinks, so they don't necessarily need all of the land. And if they don't need all of the land, the city would want to retain the land along the frontage for additional development for the city. So Section 1.7 kind of contemplates that if the additional land is not needed, city would retain the land along the frontage and not the rear of the property. 1.9 kind of goes through the feasibility period, as I'd mentioned, can be a very long feasibility period just to determine the electrical needs for this site and kind of how everything would come together and the approvals that would be needed. A lot of negotiations still need to take place, so that could be up to 2 years in terms of having those negotiations and additional feasibility. The Priority Power would have to replat the site and kind of pay for that. Separate power and water agreements do need to be agreed to by both parties. If we cannot agree to additional power and water agreements, either party can terminate that contract and not be in breach of it. 6.1 would give the city to reserve the groundwater rights on the site. Section 9.2 within the contract would also give the city the right to repurchase if the buyer does not commence development within 365 days of closing. So one of the things as a city, because this land is identified as industrial park and that we do not have a lot of industrial land left in the city, we do not want speculative development where someone buys it and sits on it and doesn't develop it and the city does not realize any taxable value, any job creations that may come of it. So what this would do is it would preserve the city's right that if they do not commence development on this project, the city could purchase that property back for the sales price minus any of the kind of standard closing costs or transaction cost. And then Section 9.3 indicates that the buyer would perform a sound study to make sure that it is within the ordinance standards for the city. talk a little bit about the financials for the project. I know that's been talked about a lot, and really the financials are what drives this project and probably one of the reasons why we would consider it. And it can't be the only reason why we would consider it. As you know, we look at economic development when the city, we want to ensure that the properties around it are protected. We want to ensure that there could also be job creation associated with some of the ones, but also that there's significant tax base that could be generated from particular properties. So all of those things, they don't have to be mutually exclusive, but they those are the things that we take into consideration as we look at projects, and one of the reasons why, we look at maybe a project like this. If this project did not generate the financial component that this project does, and it had a very low job creation, it might not be something that the city would consider. But looking at the financials, $150,000 per acre, about a $30 million gain from the land sale. The other thing that goes along with this, that if this property were to develop into multiple lots, or even if it was switched and let's say we don't want to do industrial here, we want to do commercial, or we want to do residential, there will likely need to be a road extension where Corporate Parkway terminates into Midtown, connecting to Pebble Creek, or some sort of other connection to get back to this site and provide multiple access points to it. When we look at the extension that has been planned, which is a road that is currently on the city's planning and thoroughfare, we estimate that road construction will probably be in the neighborhood of $35 million to do that construction of that road. With this type of user, where it is a single user, or there isn't high intensity, a lot of traffic, that road does not need to go through at that particular point. So there can be an infrastructure cost savings to the city of about $25 to $30 million. The other thing that this project would look at is ongoing tax and other general fund revenue. As I mentioned, this project could range from $1 billion up to $4 billion, depending on how much electric they could pull to the site. Looking at this, for every, let's say, 150 megawatts, we'd probably be in the neighborhood of about $3 million worth of city tax revenue every single year for every 150 megawatts worth of facility. In addition to that, from electric usage, since this is a very high electric user, the electric utility does receive revenue and then also has a general fund to transfer back, as well as the user would also have to pay sales tax on that electric usage. So at a 250 megawatt user on this site, that could be an additional $10 million worth of ongoing annual revenue to the city's general fund. So you couple that with, let's say, a $3 million tax, you're probably in the neighborhood of $10, $12, $13 million on the low end of the development annually moving forward. So at the low end of the development, because they would be expending, let's say, $1 billion in capital investment, that does not mean that's what this property would tax out at. It's likely that it would be probably significantly less, but even if it is significantly less, typically one of the rule of thumbs that I've used is about 60%, let's say, of construction costs or capital expenditures. That would bring this down to about a $600 million facility on kind of that lower end if they went with the smaller facility. Could range up to $2.4 billion if they could get all of the power to the site, but that is yet to be seen because they'll have to do the power study. To put that in perspective, $600 million is about the same value as our top 5 highest paying taxpayers in the city of College Station combined. So about the top 5 is about $660 million. So that is kind of in terms of, as we look at this project, the significant value that this project can bring from not only a tax base, but also additional infrastructure savings is fairly significant and would quickly become the single largest project in the city's history. However, as I mentioned before, that is not the only thing you take into consideration as you look at this. There are negatives associated potentially with data centers that have to be addressed, and then those were at the forefront of any of these discussions as it relates to noise, making sure that they're going to need to do a noise study or sound study to make sure that the noise falls within ordinance limits. We're going to have separate power supply agreements so that the city isn't stuck paying a significant amount or have a lot of risk associated with buying that power. In addition, we want to make sure that we have a separate water agreement, and those are all tied within the real estate contract to provide those protections for the city moving forward. But those are the things that you also have to look at when you do economic development projects, and that is part of this process. as we hear from the public tonight, you will hear a lot of those concerns too. And so those are the things that you also have to take into consideration when making your recommendation, if you decide to make a recommendation tonight at all. But again, here's potential options for your consideration with the project. You can approve it as presented. You could look at doing amendments to it. You could deny the project outright, or you could postpone it for future consideration and ask for additional information if you need that for your consideration. But that concludes my part of the presentation. Priority, or representatives from Priority Power are here to talk a little bit about their project and their company, and I'll turn that over to them for their presentation.
Thank you. Would they come forward, please? Welcome. Happy to see you here, and a great opportunity for everyone to meet you and understand what the ideas are that you bring to us. Just introduce yourselves and what role you play in this.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councilmen and councilwomen, and thank you for the first responders. It's a memorable day. It's been a tough week for the country, so I love seeing the turnout and the citizens. This is an important issue. It's big, as we just saw, and it's something we're very familiar with. I'm Brandon Schwertner. I'm the CEO of Priority Power and the shareholder. So as far as the signatory to the land option, that's in my preview, and I'll address some of the things that I think got us here today. To the citizens, and many have tried to contact me, and I have listened to every word. I have tried to respond. Donnie's been great with the news to try to unpack this. It caught me a little bit by surprise. I love the young lady earlier that talked about transparency. Transparency always wins, at least in my experience. So I'm not here to promote or defend or argue this project. I'm an Aggie. I'm a third generation Aggie, class of '99. I remember when I graduated, I had a pager. I didn't even have a smartphone. The world's changing faster. Moore's law is breaking down. And so what's happening on the ground is something the world has never seen before. And I think it's going faster than we've ever seen it. If you have a teenager, they're not even using Google search anymore. They're using Perplexity or ChatGPT, and we don't even know what that is and what it means. But the physical landscape on the electric grid is changing. The competition for power is as strong as we've ever seen it. And we work closely with the governor's office. We're a 26-year-old business. We've been doing this a long time, not just for data centers or Bitcoin miners, but we do it for hotels, hospitals. We have 12,000 commercial clients that spend about $3 billion of electricity every year, and we serve as their energy manager. So our job is to figure out how to economically electrify businesses, and the advent of AI is definitely something in the news that we see every day. The issues that I've seen and I want to address, again, is not to convince people what's right or wrong, but some of these centers have recently been built in metropolitan areas. We're building one right now north of Austin that is as large as the George Bush Intercontinental Airport, for one of the largest data center providers out there. They're located within cities. And a lot of the concerns, and I'll take the blame, in the land option, there is a reference to cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin mining. I have direct experience with Bitcoin mining. I've built several of them. The first one that's just in Rockdale, Texas, is one of the largest in the country, was a site. Our job was to look and kind of be the wildcatter of electricity, like oil used to be in the old days, to look at land, work with cities, work with government to figure out, is there a way to monetize this land and bring business that's beneficial to these communities? And when we talk about AI, proximity is very, very important. So when you look at Bitcoin mining, it's usually in a rural area on cheap land, but access to fiber. And so you don't see that in cities. Some of the earlier ones that are in the news, I think Donnie ran a story on one of those that was north of us that's really loud and it's next to a neighborhood. I'll be the first one to say, when you're in a Bitcoin miner, you put headphones on and a hard hat. They're loud. They're getting better. They're in liquid immersion now. But within the contract that I think sparked a lot of debate, I'm the signatory for that land option, and I'm going to make a recommendation to revise that contract and remove any reference to Bitcoin mining or any other cryptocurrency. That is not the desired tenant of this site, which is not us, we're the developer, to electrify that site. This is going to be a high-performance computing center. Now, I want to break down some of the issues that was raised earlier, and let's start with noise. Valid concerns. If you reference a Bitcoin miner and you haven't been in one, and compare and contrast what does an AI center do and what was traditional storage and data centers, it's a whole new world. But 2 days ago, and we're happy to share it, we went to one of our facilities that's in the middle of the city of Houston, and at 5 o'clock on a weekday, the decibel rating was less than 50. And so I'm not here to convince you of that. These things exist in the city, and I would recommend that we do deep dives and study that. Now, the technology gets better every year. You know, it's advancing quickly, but these are very dense, beautiful fenced buildings that look very spiffy, if you ask me, and they're very, very quiet. Now, let's talk about water. Water is an issue for Bitcoin miners. And I'm going to compare and contrast, even though this has nothing to do with Bitcoin, but I think it's important to understand the difference. Some of the first Bitcoin miners looked like big chicken coops, cheap buildings, very dirty, and they had evaporative cooling on the sides of the buildings, and they were usually sucking water out of a lake and discharging it right back in that warmed the temperatures, which has its own inherent problems. But at Bitcoin price, it was economic, so they just did it. They're very, very inefficient. Today, they're getting better, but they're still pretty dirty. You'd kind of be surprised when you look at them, but the technology is advancing. When you look at water usage for a high-performance computing center, they're now closed-loop systems. And so the reference made to the tenant would not use more water than that's already allocated, that's right. You're going to put water in the facility, and it's a closed-loop system, and you're basically just topping it off, which is why something so big economically can be very efficient with its water use. So that's noise and water. Electricity cost. As an Aggie, I grew up in the hill country. I spent half my life on a ranch. Like, I get it. I like peace and quiet. I don't want to see a wind farm. You know, I'm born and raised Texan, so I consider this my home. I don't live here. I hope it is someday when I retire. But when we talk about power, you looked at the numbers. The city doesn't have that power. If we took it from the city, rates are going to go up, but that's not what is happening on the ground. I call it BYOG. You got to bring your own megawatts when you build these things. The Googles and the Oracles of the world know that. And the economics happen to be in the world of AI, that they can bring their own power no matter the cost and self-procure that, bring it into the city. It would go through the city, and they would have their markup, what have you, for managing the contract. But it's not the city's electrons that would power that. That's the study. This is being done in normal course of business. And if you look at Texas, which has been a great state for development for both actually Bitcoin mining and AI, prices have actually gone down in the last 3 years. Even post-Uri, which was a mess for everyone, prices are lower than they were back then. Some of that has to do with natural gas pricing and the dynamics of the market. Governor Abbott has done a terrific job working with the Public Utility Commission and ERCOT and all the transmission utilities to gatekeep and make sure that we deliver reliability first and not just turn on everybody that wants to hook up, including international companies, and make sure we're supporting our own. It's done a wonderful job, in my opinion. So I don't see this project whatsoever affecting electric rates for residential users. And so lastly, I'll comment on what is AI and why is it important. We're already co-developing a project on Texas A&M University lands that's of a similar size. It starts smaller, but it may grow into that. So it's already here. Proximity is important because AI, with Moore's Law breaking down, I believe will cure cancer faster. You'll get your Jimmy John sandwich a bit faster too, but that's not why it's being built. It's being built to develop digital armies. It's being built to accelerate medical research, all of these things. And it's kind of a space race internationally to have the computational power to do this. Texas A&M University is trying to remain on the forefront of education and research, and I applaud them for doing that, especially the things that go on at the Rellis campus, which many people don't know about, but it's pretty terrific. University of Texas is doing it too. University of Georgia is doing it. There's a few universities that are on the forefront. Texas A&M is one of those, and I'm very proud of that. I have a fourth-generation Aggie that's in the engineering program right now, and he's not using Google, and he's studying AI and how they're going to use it to solve problems in quantum physics, and it's stuff that I don't understand. I actually didn't do that well in school, but I did graduate. So my recommendation, there's 75 some odd people that are going to speak here today. I wish I could respond to all of them that have reached out. They have valid questions. Again, whereas I started with, we made a reference to Bitcoin mining and cryptocurrency and the land purchase option. Let's get rid of it. That's not what it's there for. And then I think if we contrast the difference between AI and cryptocurrency mining, a lot of these problems will be more understood. But I'm not here to convince you. It's on the ground today. We can study it. We can go to the sites. We should do that. We can assist with that. But I, as an Aggie, and my blood runs maroon, I can tell you that as CEO, I would step down from my job and sell my stock if I was to ever sign up and do something that harmed this city. And so if there are concerns, let's talk about it. Let's unpack it. I'm not the smartest person in the room, but they're important issues, and they should be looked at. This is a very early stage project, but I think it's a great site. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Schroeder. I do think council probably has some questions, since this is the first time we've had a chance to meet you face-to-face. My normal procedure would be to start at one end or the other, and I'm selecting Mr. Smith as place one. Questions for either Mr. Schwertner or Mr. Ostrowski, depending on which person you want to direct it to. Probably keep your questions pointed and
I'll go
directed.
first. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. A question for either. Are there any other properties in College Station that might be suitable for this kind of development?
We're happy to work with the Economic Development Group to continue. This was one that we put a land option out on. It made a lot of sense to us given the proximity to the city. I think when you really look at what these AI centers do, my personal opinion is I'd rather have one of those than a Walmart. They're dense. You can see the economic impact. I think adjacent businesses get built around them, science research. All of a sudden, you've got life sciences departments all over these areas. Sure, there are other sites. I can tell you that neighboring towns and communities have called, and landowners that, they see the pricing and they want to sell. But proximity to the business and the university is very, very important as it pertains to AI.
Thank you.
Mr. Wright?
Howdy. Thank you so much for being here. It's very helpful to have this conversation in public, of course, and I think you're going to be a beneficial source for a lot of answers. Just from your overall presentation, I had a few questions in general. I think, so I heard a lot in my research leading up to this, a lot about Granbury, right?
Right.
Are you familiar with that?
Very familiar.
And what
Yeah.
type of facility is the Granbury facility?
That's a Bitcoin mining facility.
That's a
A very old one, I believe, is owned by Marathon, perhaps. It wasn't one of our projects. In pretty close proximity to a residential area, which is why it's referenced quite often. It's very loud.
Yes. From everything that I've learned, it is incredibly loud, and that is a point of clarification that I think is important. You are very bullish, obviously, this is your business, you're very bullish on AI. Do you, and this might be a leading question, but what happens if we really are in an AI bubble?
We've been in bubbles before, valid question, so I appreciate that, William. When I look at a bubble, I look at who's creating the bubble. When you look at the CapEx expenditures that these companies are spending, and you look at the investment, when I'm talking about sovereign wealth around the world, university endowments, pensions that are funding the Blackstones of the world and the KKRs and the Apollos that are deploying the capital, half a dozen of them deploy over half of the capital on the planet. The amount of money they're putting behind AI, it's too big to fail, in my opinion. It's just too big. And so it's there, it's in the news every day. Look at Oracle stock over the last month. Analysts can't even keep up with the demand. I can tell you that at one point, NVIDIA and their Blackwell chips that are inside AI, their GPUs are about $35,000 a piece. When they released that, they sold 3 years forward to be delivered the equivalent of 5 times the electric demand in the state of Texas. Sold. Power doesn't exist, right? So everybody's in a mad rush to now build generation, build nuclear reactors. Maybe someday we crack fusion or fission technology and tap into the sun's energy. That's probably the holy grail, but I don't think that's in the next 15 years.
Do you mind me asking who some of the clients you currently have are at your other facilities?
As far as the tenants,
Yes.
so to speak, I can tell you that it's mostly the tier 2, tier 3 tenants, but we certainly have tenants that rhyme with something that goes like Oogle.
Okay.
So it's the big ones.
I appreciate how confident you are about the noise, and just for my own sake, I looked up what 50 decibels is because I can't remember, and according to the internet, it is like the low hum of a refrigerator.
It's a quiet office.
Sure.
Kind of AC.
I'm not going to lead here. I have an idea of what I will propose eventually, but would you be open to myself or the rest of City Council to be able to visit the Houston facility to see that for ourselves?
We'd be happy to. And if you had an affinity to see what the inside of a Bitcoin miner looks like, we'd be happy to take you to one of the largest. And it's a completely different animal, if that sounds interesting.
I'm going to keep going here. Sorry about. Now, I've heard a bit about general environmental concerns outside of noise, that these can put off certain levels of radiation and other things that folks report being sick if they live in close proximity. What's your experience with that?
I'm not a scientist nor a doctor. I had a 2-point-something GPA. I'm glad I graduated. It's in the news. I think, again, I kind of go back to the money. There's government involvement here. I mean, all the way up through the president's office, and it doesn't matter who's president. This has been a kind of a bipartisan issue that's been pushed and promoted. So I think that's going to be sorted through. There's not a lot of case studies for the density of some of these units. And I don't say that to scare you, but 20 years ago, we were helping the Permian Basin figure out deregulation. And since 2010, now we're drilling with sunshine because we're building solar all over the place out there, behind their meters. They were asking for 10 to 20 megawatts a site. People now are looking for gigawatts. We've just never heard that before. So I think we're all in kind of a steep learning curve.
I have just a couple more questions. Sorry, Mayor. Just to kind of reiterate what Michael said, you would not be generating your own power at all. That at no point would this, outside of emergency generation, you're not a power generator.
As far as priority power, no.
Yeah.
No, we are strictly a developer. Think of us as an EPCM. So if you're building a custom home, I'm your general contractor. So I'm not even digging the shovels. That's all subcontracted out. We do the design, the economics, and the capitalization.
The folks who run the center, where are they based out of?
Well, if it's in Texas, it's not China.
That
So,
is sort of
I mean,
my question. Is it
so to give you an
foreign
idea,
investment?
when you have a load over 75 megawatts right now, Governor Abbott's going to know about it.
Right.
And one of the unfortunate things about AI is they're not quite as flexible as traditional data centers. And when I say flexible, we shut off the equivalent of a nuclear facility during Winter Storm Uri. Gigawatts of power, all Bitcoin mining. So that's a whole nother issue, but they don't have a lot of flexibility. They actually have to have built-in resiliency. So some of them may have firm gas transport to feed a gas turbine, and they can make those economics work. Some use Tier 4 diesel units, have on-site storage, but they have to bring just backup generation to support AI.
Lastly, you are more of an expert, obviously, than I am. So I don't believe that this is the way technology works, but I think it's a question worth asking. We have a perfect situation. Let's just say everything works out as we'd like. The decibel levels are low. What happens in 5 years? How often, or 10 years even, how often is the refresh rate? And then at that point, in terms of your internal computers, components, servers, and then at that point, I mean, obviously, would the noise stay the same? Essentially, you would think that you know, the law of it is that it would get quieter and quieter and quieter, and the technology would get better. But like where it's going, I mean, there would be no guarantees that we could put into a contract basically to hold you to that. So I'm just curious, your thoughts, like, is there a chance that
I
we
think
get
it can be
louder?
addressed with the tenant. You know, that wouldn't be of our preview, but you negotiate that with a tenant, absolutely. And technology, look at your cell phone. It's getting better every year, right? They're going to get quieter. They're going to get smaller. They're going to get more dense. I'm a believer that, you know, Musk is probably going to replace everybody's cell phone with Starlink. It's going to kill the cell phone companies, and everybody's going to have their own satellite in probably 5 years, following them around. You won't see it, but that's just where all this is headed.
I believe that's all my questions from now. I really appreciate everyone's patience as I kind of methodically ask these, and I appreciate your answers. Thank you very much.
Mr. White.
Mr. Warner, thank you so much for coming, and welcome back home to Aggie
Thank you,
Land.
thank
So, I have several questions, but let me go back to Granbury.
Okay.
Granbury, you indicated was a crypto mining. I have a dear friend and a colleague who lived in Granbury, and I've visited with her on several occasions. How many megawatts does that crypto mining plant in Granbury have?
I'm not sure how many. It wasn't our project. My team, you want to throw out a number? It's less than 100 megawatts. It's not one of the bigger ones.
So that's helpful. So it's less
Right.
than 100, and you're asking for 600 here in College
Potentially.
Station.
Right.
Needless to say, that would be the biggest, you know, in
It's
this
a lot
city.
of power.
Can you build this at 30 megawatts? I mean, 300 megawatts? I
It's
mean,
a great question, David. Hyperscalers right now, they're trying to play this as big as they can. It's almost like a gold rush. So they're trying to lock up, you know, they have economies of scale on their CapEx. So they're not looking for 30 megawatt sites. They're not interested. They're looking, this and the scale of AI is actually on the smaller end. So it usually starts at 1,000 megawatts, goes up to 10,000 megawatts. So we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars.
Can I go back to Granbury and the noise? And I know we're not
Sure.
comparing apples and apples on this, but the noise has come up a lot. I've got a lot of calls from citizens about the noise. You indicated that you would go out to that site and do a noise study. How do you do that? How do you do a noise study when the plant's not even there?
Well, David, as Aggies, we know we do that in Kyle Field, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. You have a decibel reader. You can walk inside, outside, and it will measure sound ratings.
No, I got that, but so if Granbury or Houston was 50 decibels, right? I mean, how can you guarantee that you will be under our city parameters out there?
I would say let's not just look at one. There are several of these around. We can measure different ones, and people smarter than me can look at the design and the plot. What's similar? The green barrier is there. So what does that do?
So we would look at comparable type of,
Absolutely.
of facilities,
Absolutely.
do a study
Size.
there, and then come back and go, this would be equivalent to what it would be in College Station.
That would be my suggestion.
Have you, or do you know any studies that have health effects to noise? I know that there's some decibels, but I mean, it's constant. It's 24 hours, 7 days a week. I mean, I got called by the preschool director at the church that's 1,000 feet away. She has 100 children. How can you convince me that this data center would not affect those children?
In my mind, we have to get comfortable with the estimated decibel level at that site, and I think we can prove that out. I think we could hold the tenant accountable for it somehow. That can certainly be addressed. But your first question of, does it impact people's health? Well, I'm an avid hunter. Sometimes I forget my ear. I mean, of course. I mean, if there's too much noise and it's constant, it's not healthy.
Well,
For sure.
yeah, going back to my Granbury colleague, she mentioned to me that there were a lot of health effects that were happening in the city. And we all know about the article that came out about Granbury. And I said, I'm assuming you've read the article, and immediately she shared with me that that article was correct. That article was correct, that there were some health issues that were happening in Granbury, and they related it to that bit mining.
Bitcoin mining.
Yeah. That's a concern.
I wouldn't argue with that, but again, this is not Bitcoin mining, which is why I'm happy for it to be struck
No,
from the
but
agreement.
it's not Bitcoin mining, but the megawatt's 100, and you're looking at 600 or 300.
Different machine, totally different machine.
Different machines,
Yeah.
but still that hum, still that loud hum that you're going to get 24 hours a day.
It's different. The technology is different, and the way it exhausts heat is the roar. That's different in a mining facility. It's an F1 car versus a EV almost. I mean, it's a completely different physical construction of the actual computer.
Yeah, that's way over my head. So
I know.
I mean,
yeah.
that's
Bitcoin mining machines are built for Bitcoin mining only. They are not GPUs powering AI. It's a different machine.
So the type of facility that you're proposing in College Station, how many of those do you have in Texas?
At this scale, over 24.
24 of these type of plants in Texas.
And a lot in development.
And how many of those would you say were in the city limits of a city, or is it in the,
Almost all of them.
all of them are in the city?
Again, proximity to the cities and where the business is conducted is very, very important to AI. Not so much Bitcoin mining. They just have to tap into a fiber line. Fiber lines in the U.S. kind of follow the NFL stadiums for some reason. So they can catch them on a corridor in the middle of nowhere. They want cheap land, and they just want to stack machines. Granbury's different. I mean, I've never been there, but I've seen the videos and I've heard it. It looks awful, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean.
But
I mean, once
somebody
again-
let it get built.
I mean, once again, I I've learned a lot by visiting with my colleague there. Her and her husband sit on the back porch and have her coffee every morning. They live 3 miles away. They hear that hum. They hear
I
that
get it.
hum. Now, granted,
Yeah.
it's crypto mining, so it's different than
But
what
that-
you're. 'cause
that
you're
would be
taking-
accurate. I would believe that.
You're taking that out of the contract. Is that correct?
Correct. No Bitcoin miner wants to pay $150,000 an acre.
Yeah.
It will go out in West Texas and pay $800 an acre.
Thank you so much for appreciate everything.
Sure, you bet.
Thank you. Ms. McElhaney?
Thank you for being here. I'm glad that we finally have the opportunity to talk to you and hear things straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. We've been talking about this since January. The concerns that the council as a whole has come up with are the same ones that we've been hearing from all of you guys this week. And we've had the benefit of listening for a while and coming to a better understanding. If I'm understanding, basically you're talking about technology that isn't apples to some of the horror stories that we've heard. I know Granbury was something that we've discussed, but is the cooling system, is that what causes the?
It's actually the exhaust, the heat that needs to be cooled. And what happens in a Bitcoin mining facility is just think rows of usually Bitmain machines, many made in China, that are stacked on top of each other. They're $15,000 a piece. There's thousands of them that are stacked 10 feet high, and the building's 75 yards long, and there's multiple buildings at some of the large ones.
So it's time to
And
offer
think of a chicken coop. So you've got the emissions that come out the top. So they create a heat chamber in the middle, and it's a metal building. So all of the mining machines are exhausting heat into the middle of the building, which is called a heat chamber, and that rips out of the top of the building and disperses into the air. So that heat is, I would call it sounds like screaming. It's very loud, which is why many of these are remote. Some of them, when they deal with landowners, they'll dig down to get lower than the ground to protect some of the sound. A lot of the machines now are in liquid immersion technology, so they're actually contained in an oil-based product for cooling, so they're a little bit more quiet. You're still wearing earphones. They're loud.
So,
it's completely different technology.
So how would that cooling be achieved in the facility that you guys are proposing here?
So first of all, the machine's different. So a Bitcoin mining machine is its own application. It's built for a specific purpose. Basically, what NVIDIA has built, which is one of the main vendors of AI, is what they call their Blackwell chip. It's no different than your kid's gaming PC that's driving all the visuals and cutting down latency. Faster, 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 faster processing, and it improves every year. So the cooling effect in this closed-loop system that I talked about is they're cooling and chilling those computers on a closed-loop system. Similar to, you can do that in a house, if you go down to the ground, different things, but it's not cascading waterfalls of evaporative cooling like you see in a Bitcoin mining machine. So it keeps it quiet.
Okay, I'm still trying to understand. So what is the mechanism for cooling them?
Water.
Water. So how does that work? Is it just circulated through?
It's circulating through the central processing units.
And how do you cool that water before it goes back through the
That's
circuit?
part of the power usage as well.
Okay, so is it?
There's
like
a cooling element to that water. So it hits the computer, cools it, comes back out, has to chill back down. So you'll have a chilling component that uses electricity and recirculates the water.
So it's not necessarily just the components themselves sucking the electricity, it's the maintenance and the cooling of them. Is that the main
Correct.
power draw?
That's correct.
Okay. The technology aspects of this are just incredibly interesting to me, and I know that it changes probably every day. I'm curious on the power you guys bring in. Do you negotiate? Who do you negotiate with to bring the power in?
It's typically multiple sources. So at 600 megawatts, someone's not typically going to come and just build a gas plant next to Gibbons Creek and try to import power into the city. Many of the users, some of them have a sustainability goal. So it may have to come from a portion of solar. They can certainly buy from the market and import that in. That happens quite often in munis and co-ops. We do a lot of work in 43 different states in North America in that capacity, bringing power in for different large applications. It's not always a high-performance computing center, but it's maybe a large business, and the power just doesn't exist, and it has to be wheeled in. And so typically, it's a many-to-one relationship to serve that load, a little bit from the market, a little bit from, certain renewable aspects, and there may be some generators as well.
So I know one of the points of confusion that we've had as a community is why we're doing a purchase agreement without having these questions answered. And it sounds like it's a multivariate question, and there could be many different ways that you ultimately answer it. It's my understanding that the studies and the pursuit of these answers are pretty costly. Can you help us understand why it's advantageous to you to have that contract in place pending all of these large questions being answered?
We want to know that we are doing something with the city, and we're doing something with the local utility, and there's probably going to be conversations at some point with the university. Like I said, we're developing a project on campus already of similar nature for the university. And so you need that as kind of proof of concept for me and my shareholders to get comfortable of spending considerable amount of money, which is sweat equity in these projects, to go see them. I can tell you, doing this for 26 years in 43 different states in North America, we have a pretty good sense of when we look at a site, does it work or not? This is a good site. And I really like this site because it's here. And I think it'll be great for the city and the university. We'll unpack all that, of course. But we want to make sure everybody's like, yeah, let's dig in and let's see if it works. Let's get every citizen's questions answered. Let's hear them tonight. There's much more we can do to unpack that, to be fully transparent. And, we'll spend a lot of money doing the development.
Thank you.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. David Shortner? Is your first name David?
Brandon.
Brandon, I apologize. I
know
apologize. So Brandon, if crypto is neither suitable nor intended for the lot, why was it in the contract?
Loose, blame it on me. Back then, when it was signed, whether it was political rhetoric, it's my originators. We do both. We do serve the Bitcoin mining community. It was probably in there originally on just, I was passive to me, but just as a thought, I don't know if Bitcoin mining's $1 million, they'll probably try to mine everywhere, including in cities.
And you were able to give that concession in our local media with an interview.
Absolutely.
Last night.
Yeah,
right?
well, when I was shown the language, and I said, well, this is driving a lot of the questions, let's just kill it. Like, this is not a site for a crypto miner.
Our citizens had 5 business days notice. Was that because of your NDA, or was that on our end, how we scheduled the rollout of this?
I'm not going to point fingers. I don't think it was something I did, but I will say the young lady that spoke on transparency, that struck a chord with me. I try to operate that way, and I never do that well enough. It can always be done better. But I think that's why I'm here. Luckily, I got in touch with Donnie. I said, let's have a conversation about this. We're not trying to be defensive or debate this. Let's unpack it. There's use cases out there. So I'm happy to share the blame.
But you understand my reticence as one member of council on a very sizable deal, doing an up or down vote tonight, having met you for the first time. Have y'all ever done business with a city before?
We've done business with Brian. We've done business with the university. But certainly we have plenty of references around the state, but not directly with College Station.
No, you guys, I looked at your website. You look like a great company for what you did. I'm getting out of order my questions here,
Okay.
but it's top of mind right now. You sold your business in July of '24, is that right?
We recapitalized it. So
With I Squared?
With I Squared. I Squared is an infrastructure investor of $85 billion of capital to deploy in infrastructure projects. And what we found, similar to what we were doing in oil and gas, with oil prices being a little bit depressed and we were building solar, that people didn't want to spend their CapEx. So we wanted to give people the option, if you want to offsheet it to us, we would own the electrical infrastructure around it and lease it back to you. So we moved from private equity to an infrastructure-based investor.
So I've got an exit behind me as well. Mine's got a lot less zeros than yours, I'm sure. But the company that acquired mine kind of wanted to repurpose us, give us a new focus, a new direction. Did that happen with Priority Power and I Squared?
Not by surprise. I had convinced my board that a substation project for oil and gas used to be $5 to $10 million. One for AI, what we're doing north of Austin, is $90 million. We run out of money. I didn't have the liquidity to keep up with the projects. And with interest rates rising, private equity cost of capital is 18% right now. Empra's unlevered 8 to 10. Someday when we get big enough, we'll sell it to an insurance firm. But we had to recapitalize the company to keep up with the CapEx needs.
So it was as much recapitalization as it was acquisition, and they tied you to the wagon, otherwise you'd be on a beach somewhere.
I love my job. I love the company, the platform, still shareholder. Nothing changed for me.
So you said earlier when William asked you, is on-site power generation, you said not us, as in not Priority Power.
Right.
Is there no possibility ever on this tract going forward for power to be generated on site?
Well, there's not enough land on this site, and it's city zoning. That wouldn't make sense to do that. It wouldn't happen. But to address your question specifically, if we're doing things behind a meter, I love owning those things, including the substation, especially solar. So we will offer financing options with a tenant if we're doing something behind the meter. But think of it as a 100 megawatt load and as a 10 megawatt solar farm, usually out in the Permian Basin.
So the existence of this property in a V with natural gas lines on either side of the V, basically bracketing the track, is of no value to your project?
It's for 600 megawatts. It's just not enough land, the proximity there, and for you need water cooling if you're going to build a gas plant. It just doesn't make sense.
If the city of Bryan and Texas A&M are having a heck of a time getting 200 megawatts to their site, and BTU is a generator, how in the world would we ever get 600 megawatts to this site?
It's got to be wheeled in. So it has to come from the market outside. It has to be wheeled in, getting into acronyms.
Wheeled in.
It's a term that means that the city of College Station and Bryan are a qualified scheduling entity in the eyes of the state. And so they have their demand and they have their sources. And every day at Bryan, they're buying and selling electricity to meet their demand and their load. And so I would have to go find the power through the tenant and basically pledge that to the city. Here's 600 megawatts for the site. that's coming in. It could come from an NRG asset, it could come from TXU or someone, the other plants and the stuff that's actually being built right now, because there's a lot of construction.
So what
So that
happens-
becomes a credit to the city that they turn and just, it's an offset.
Thanks. What happens when the power goes down?
So the deregulated piece of the market where the power comes from and is and wheeled, if you will, or sent into the city, the wires piece of that is still regulated. So the city and Bryan, Texas Utilities is still in charge of keeping the lights on. But again, that's, if there's 600 megawatts coming from someone else, and let's say that it's coming from a plant elsewhere that goes down, that power is bought on a firm basis, just like gas. And so in the eyes, in the financial piece of that, the city's kept whole, and the generator that went down is having to go source that replacement power. So that's on their side, but ERCOT as a governing body of everything is keeping the lights on.
But on the day the power goes down, when the lights go off in this data center, it's just down, like anybody's home when the power goes out?
It's just down.
There's no backup generation to keep it running?
There will be some resiliency built in, but it's small. It's not 600 megawatts. I'm not sure what the ratio is, but they have, because of the latency, they have to have some resiliency behind it, but it maybe 10, 20 megawatts.
And
It's smaller.
10, 20 megawatts, that's like one natural gas-fired combined cycle generator on an 18-wheeler, or what is it?
It could be something small. A lot of people are using Tier 4 diesel right now. That just comes with on-site storage, because if you have a gas unit, you have to have firm transport. That's something that just has to be negotiated. I see both.
So we had a 7-day, I think, power failure, Snowmageddon or what have you.
Right.
That would be burning diesel or natural gas 7 straight days if that same thing happened again.
That would be correct, if you kept the data center running during Snowmageddon.
And the decibel levels on those are quite a bit louder than a modern, quiet, humming, line voltage.
If it's
data
diesel,
center.
they're louder. Yeah, it would need to be containerized.
Well,
for sound.
The combined cycle is basically a Pratt & Whitney or GE jet engine on an 18-wheeler, is it not?
No, they're much more efficient. I'll give you an example. If you look at Enchanted Rock, which is a company that just specializes in that, they're on the back of every HEB. And every HEB is in a residential area. Do they run a lot? Not really, but HEB is a great application, because if there's a disaster, we need the grocery store open. So there's, again, like some of these other issues, I think there's proof cases out there that we could study.
Yeah. You're familiar with edge computing. I know you know a lot more about it than I do, right? AI as a service, small 10 megawatt data centers, 20,000 square feet in kind of a data park or business park, sparks in kind of an entrepreneurial hub where people can develop their apps and grow their business models. Why wouldn't that be a better use of this site, given that in 2017 we paid money for a plan that showed, wouldn't we have similar property tax payments? Wouldn't we have more jobs generated as a result?
Great point, is that we don't build those centers. I know what you're referring to. I've been in them, I've seen them. There are a lot of incubators and laboratories. It's a much smaller application. There are economies of scale when you do that. So I'm not as familiar with the economics behind edge computing. We've focused more on the hyperscale sector.
And has Priority Power ever served as a general contractor on the construction of a data center?
No, we're the manager above. So think of us as an EPCM. And so I'm not swinging hammers or doing any of that. We operate and maintain the facilities if it's a substation, but we're still subcontracting out all the work.
And
We're in the field. We've got 60 electrical engineers on site. So, but it's an EPCM role.
And so who would drive the general contractor selection? Would that be the end user?
Well, we would work with the end user, and our model is to bid out every nut and bolt of the electrical system and be completely transparent with that build out and make a recommendation, inclusive of our fee.
But at that
So that's our
point,
model.
any user could come in and they could specify your general contractor partner that would actually build it, but it would not be you guys, correct?
Correct.
And you could also flip the property. You don't necessarily have to stay with it once you energize it, get the entitlements, maximize the encumbrances, minimized. You can sell the project.
Not a good outcome for us. It's not our desire. I can't sell a promote structure if we go public one day or what have you. So we're trying to get involved in long tenured, long duration contracts. So we try to flip the site, but at that time we require that we're going to be your energy manager for the site for the next decade. So whatever service is rendered.
I apologize for the lightning round. I have one last question for you. If AI data centers are so quiet and efficient and unobtrusive, why are there lawsuits and controversies all over the country relative to those?
I'm not an expert on it, but valid question. But I'm not involved in the lawsuits. I've not really. I mean, they're out there. There's 75 people that have concerns.
You guys do have lawsuits, though, right? Active lawsuits?
Currently, active lawsuits? No, I don't believe so. No.
And you just have one filed in July 24, same month and year you were acquired by I-Squared?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay, I must have that wrong, and I apologize for the mistake. That's all the questions I had for you. I did have some for Mr. Ostrowski, Mayor. It'll be a lot quicker.
Please, Mr. Ostrowski, and then we're going to go to, he's over here.
You want me to come back down?
Well, you can do it from there. Is that all right? Yeah. You got questions for Mr. Ostrowski? He's over here.
Okay.
Is that all right?
We calculated the $30 million avoided cost of Pebble Creek Parkway and Corporate Parkway. Did we calculate the 14 buildings that we would have had if we built it out as we planned back in 2017, the property tax they'd pay, the jobs they'd create, and did we ding that from the $30 million payment that Priority Power would pay us?
Did we ding the property tax
The
payment?
$30 million, did we look at, we calculated the avoided cost.
Sure.
Did we calculate the avoided gain, is my
So it
question.
really depends on kind of what would be developed. In an industrial park, the value of those structures can range significantly. So when we took a look at this, we looked at, what would be a general value per acre. If you got a $600 million project on the site, 200 acres, you got about a $3 million value per acre. Some of the other sites that we see, we don't see that type of value in our other industrial parks.
And then two questions for the city attorney. Wasn't Spring Creek Local Government Corporation part of the creator of that business park or that future business park? Didn't they play a role in its creation?
That's a local government corporation that's part of the city.
Right, but didn't Spring Creek play a role in it is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know, Jennifer.
I can speak that to a little bit. I was in economic development when the Spring Creek Local Government Corp was formed. The business park itself was purchased and zoned in 2000, purchased prior to that to be a business park in the city of College Station. The local government corp was formed in order to help steer the direction of the business park, as well as at that time set up to receive funds when lots were sold instead of those going into the general fund, so that money could be used back for economic development. I think from a policy standpoint, we shifted since then. But they did play a role in looking at branding and the naming of the business park, the Midtown Business Park. But beyond that, they were not involved in the creation.
So Spring Creek LGC has no role to play in this proposed transaction?
No, not from what I can tell, no.
Okay. And then deed restrictions, Mr. Schwertner was kind enough to make a concession last night on there's not being a crypto facility. But even if the language is stricken from the contract, that's got to find its way into the deed restrictions too, correct?
Right, and I think any part of this feasibility going forward will be lined out, and We have deed restrictions. It could look at, some type of zoning on the property. I mean, there's a multitude of things that can be done to the property to limit what could go there in the future. So I think all of that will be worked out in the feasibility period.
Mr. Swertner, thanks for your patience with me.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yancey. Mr. Schaefer?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for being here. It's nice to have an opportunity to hear from you and hear your side of things for sure. I think at this point, being last on the row, except for you, Mayor, the questions on my page have been answered. And so I am happy to hear what you have to say, Mayor, and then hear what the folks sitting in the room have to say. Thank you.
Okay, well, most of my questions have been answered. I'm not sure that there won't be more questions after the public has heard, but I do want to ask I do have one question. Obviously, you got to have fiber in and out for this. How is that dealt with, and where does that come from or connect to? Have you got plans, ideas?
It's part of the study to look at existing fiber lines and capacity, and certainly that could be another opportunity as well, but it's going to be part of the study.
Do you expect, that's a significant pipeline that you're going to need, I would assume.
It is, and our team, when we look at these sites, we know where the fiber highway is and the proximity to it, so we wouldn't be talking about this site if we didn't feel comfortable with the access to fiber.
So you already know where you might be making connections with adequate pipeline that's got dark fiber or availability.
Correct.
Okay. Question was already asked about the backup generators. That was the other question I really wanted to get into, and I don't think I'm a bit concerned as Mr. White was about the whole noise study and how that's actually done. Yeah, you walk around with a decibel meter and you can demonstrate what other properties that are similar is doing. I'm still struggling with the details of how that noise study would be done and how it even at the decibel levels we were talking about, which is 63 and 56 in the city of College Station. And that's at the edge of the property. Now, we still got a buffer beyond that, and certainly you got distances between the edge of the property and setbacks to your buildings. Where do you think the actual, you mentioned 50 decibels, where would you be measuring that? 50 feet from the building or right next to the building?
Right next to the building.
Right next to the building?
Right next to the building. So it's, these buildings are not open like a Bitcoin mining facility. They're typically open air. Mm-hmm. It's a pretty closed and secure facility. Usually has a guard and a gate around it.
Well, yeah,
but this was on a sidewalk with homes across the street and 50 feet from the building.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's one of the concerns I think that have been mentioned the most here is
Sure.
that what is the decline from that point to the actual property line of a residential unit, whether it's the multifamily retirement community diagonally across the street or whether it's the neighboring one. So I think that would have to be fleshed out a little bit more in my mind. Thank you for those comments. I don't know that I need any further questions. Any other council members have any follow-up questions? You have one?
We have some that we've heard that will build a wall around their plant. Does that help with the noise issue at all?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I usually see kind of a more steel fence, metal fence that's kind of has some architecture around it. I haven't really seen one with a big wall around it. It's still open air, so I wouldn't think it would do much.
Thank you.
So you'd build, instead of the wall, it would be built into the building itself.
Correct.
To dampen the sound or reduce
Correct.
the sound so that it met the requirements on the outside.
Yeah, these are as clean as hospitals. They're very secure.
Okay, if there are no other questions at this time, I think we do need to move on.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you again for the presentation and open effort to try to answer all the questions we've raised. It may be that you need to come back a little bit after.
Happy to.
So I'm going to turn to with the public hearing, and I will say for everybody's sake, this is a printout of the individual comments that we received, mostly beyond what you have, what you're planning to provide. So we've got a lot of written comments up here, in addition to what we got by email over the last week. All right, let me pull up my list. Somebody said there's 75 or 80 names on here. I'm not quite sure, because I haven't counted them myself. But we got two that are virtual. Madam Secretary, do we have them available now? So we've got two that are virtual, and they got 3 minutes each. And we're going to start with Mr. Robert Rose and be followed by Katie Stoddard. Those are the two virtual comments, and I'm starting with them.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you much. For those listening and at home, Robert Rose, longtime local business owner, and have been consistently involved in transportation, multimodal issues, as well as environmental issues. I'm also soon to be a graduate student at Texas A&M in urban planning. And I'm commenting tonight because I'm concerned about all the unknowns with this project, and it's a really big project, and we just haven't had enough time to really digest and find out what this is going to look like. And in all my years of watching various College Station councils over decades, the guiding philosophy seems to be what's in the best interest of the health and safety of the residents of College Station, and that has been rightly the criteria over the years predominantly. And so I'm going to urge a no vote on this tonight because there are just too many unknowns, and we want to do what's right and best for the health and safety of the residents of College Station. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. I appreciate it. The next person, if we've got them there, is Katie Stoddard. It's also virtual, and after that, we will begin with the in-person with Commissioner Fred Brown, be followed by Shelby Bain, who's representing a group. So please be ready. Katie Stoddard.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I've been a resident of College Station for about 14 years in two different capacities. I'm currently a faculty member and administrator at the university, and I'm a professor of environmental science. So I do speak from the environmental side as well as the public health side. I am concerned, as Robert Rose mentioned, of the many unknowns, the energy strain this is going to have. While that might not be directly in our community, I'm concerned about the massive amount of energy that this is going to be required. And the way that that's going to happen is more than likely through fossil fuels, and concerned about the pollution that comes associated with that. While there was a mention about the generators, I'm concerned that those generators will have pollution and noise associated with them, on top of the fact that there's going to be a low level noise in what is very close to residential areas. One of my other concerns is the community investment. Like I have yet to see what benefit the community gets out of this. There's daycares, schools, houses, and we're planning a $21 million master plan park, the Texas Independent Park Master Plan, and it is going to be right next to it. I don't understand why we are considering putting these things next to each other. I see a few lasting benefits that would benefit the community, and it seems that there's more long-term costs and unknowns associated with this. So I would urge you to reject this proposal and pursue other options. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Stoddard. Okay, those are the two virtual ones. And probably about halfway through this, we're going to take a break. Commissioner Fred Brown, not Mr., but Commissioner Fred Brown, welcome. We're happy to have you here. And you're the first one up. We'll be followed by Shelby Bain with a group of people.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members. It's been a long time since I've been here. The last time I was here, my middle granddaughter was born 2 hours before I arrived. Now she's a senior at Consolidated High School, so that tells you how often I make it over here. I'm not here on behalf of the Commissioners Court. I'm here only on behalf of Precinct 3, which is my precinct. I know you guys have a very tough decision to make, and I'm with you on it. Either way, I understand what the situation is, and I wouldn't want to be in this situation. You know, we just went through that with the East Loop, and thankfully that has gone away. The thing that concerns me the most is the location of this project. I think about all the first-time home buyers that saved their money to get a hold of the American dream and built their first home, and you can ask any realtor, if this project were to go in that neighborhood, it would hurt those property values dramatically. The other issue that worries me is the power and the water. We don't know exactly what the usage is going to be. I wish that at some point you all had talked to the county. You don't have to, but the water and the power both are going to affect the entire county dramatically, depending on what happens on this project. So I'm sorry that you have to make this decision. I hope you make the right one, and thank you for your leadership on doing what's right for this.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to try to limit those, so I'll be very brief. Wouldn't that same issue regarding impact on the county, water, and so forth be true if it were built anywhere in the county?
Absolutely it would. Yes, sir.
So you'd
Yes, sir.
have the same reaction?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
very much. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move on. Ms. Shelby Boehm is coming forward. Let me name the people. Please stand and identify yourselves. Nikki English, Jerry Boehm, Deborah Drastada, and Allie Wegman-Busdecker. Where are you at? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. And Ms. Boehm, welcome back. You have 10 minutes with your group, and then they'll be followed by Jeffrey Hughes, who has a group as well. He will get 10 minutes after that, and then we'll move into the individual ones. So, Ms. Boehm, the floor is yours.
All righty. Well, thank you for making me second. Howdy, my name is Shelby Boehm with Midtown. To be transparent, when I first heard about the potential data center coming to Midtown, I approached this idea with cautious skepticism. Earlier this spring, I had the opportunity to travel out to Schneider, Texas, if you know where that is, give a woot woot, where I was invited to tour one of these facilities and participate as a thought partner in discussions on how rural communities can leverage data centers to revitalize their workforce. So I understand both the economic benefits as well as the negative impacts to communities that come with these types of developments. So I understand where you're coming from here. However, when this agenda was posted and the contract details became public, it became clear to me that this deal was not meaningfully beneficial to College Station's workforce, nor will it contribute to the potential to the commercial growth Midtown was promised. For those of you who are all new here, you may not know this, but now you do. My neighbors and I in Midtown have been attending council meetings regularly since the beginning of this year. Our motivation came after we saw a 30% tax increase in a special taxing district called a municipal management district. This management district was created by the city to fund infrastructure for what was once called the Medical District Master Plan, now known as Midtown. When my husband and I became first-time homebuyers in 2021, we were told this would be College Station's next up-and-coming neighborhood and a walkable community featuring a recreation center, shops, and restaurants. We believe the city wasn't just a contractual partner, but instead was to be an active collaborator working alongside our developer to bring that vision to life. But that has been far from reality. Since stepping into this role, somewhat unintentionally, as a community activist, it has become increasingly clear to me that while many of you support seeing Midtown succeed, somewhere in the decision-making process, the city has abandoned that original vision. This real estate contract is just another piece of evidence of that. Throughout this process, I've worked to hold the city accountable to its promises, And in that process, I've repeatedly been told that Midtown is only James Muir's vision and that he simply needs to get a better business model, implying that the city bears no responsibility for a project it helped initiate. I've also been told both explicitly and implicit, sorry, we're tripping up here, that developments like Midtown are destined to fail because they're too far from the so-called center of College Station, also known as the Four Corners surrounded by Texas A&M University. But if the backlash against this data center contract has shown me anything, it's that Midtown's vision never belongs solely to the developer or to the residents who bought into it. This situation is evidence that there is a disconnect in the leaders that make decisions for our community and what the community actually wants. While many were motivated to attend today because of the potential risk associated with the data center, others came because they know this data center will eliminate Midtown's original vision that they are all still waiting for. And if this crowd isn't evidence enough, let me share some of the many messages and comments that I've received out of all of this across social media and through random people who got my phone number. So from TikTok, we're gonna go there first. A user from TikTok told me, "Wow, I'm so glad I'm not the only one that feels duped by this so-called Midtown development. Unlike our counterpart in Bryan, their Midtown is thriving and continues to add valuable options and entertainment. We need to form a Midtown coalition." So I took her email address. Then from Facebook, I got message, "Heaven forbid the city use that land in a positive way, such as selling or donating it to the Brazos Valley YMCA initiative. You know, an entity that would actually bring community involvement, health, and life to this town for regular residents." And lastly, I'll end on this one, from another Facebook comment that I received. "This is a beautiful area that was promised to be a walkable community filled with restaurants, retail, etc. I bought a home in an adjacent subdivision with the belief that my property values could only increase. This possible deal is frankly a slap in the face to surrounding homeowners." And just so you know, I got several surrounding neighborhoods who reached out to me personally and said, "I know you've been advocating on behalf of Midtown, and I bought a house in this area, not in Midtown, hoping that Midtown would occur." So as I've said earlier, if you sign this contract, you're telling the citizens of College Station that you would rather sell our shared vision for Midtown for a short-term gain. In other communities, data centers may be used to spark revitalization, but in this case, I believe this one will undermine it. The last time I stood here, you told me to trust you, and I still do. So tonight, I ask you to stand with us, the citizens, the residents of Midtown, and the surrounding neighborhoods. Join us in holding on to the city's original vision for Midtown, the vision we were all promised, and the one we all still believe in. The vision that is a public good that is still worth investing in for residents across the city, whether you are a resident of Castlegate, Southwood Valley, Spring Meadows, Wolfpin Creek, Emerald Forest, Eastgate, and Midtown. Give permanent residents in College Station something to look forward to that's outside of the four corners of Texas A&M University. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bam. Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey Hughes.
Shelby, can I ask you one quick question?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
You said you took a tour of a plant?
Yes.
Can you tell me your experience in that noise level that you?
Yeah.
What would you equate the noise level to when you toured that plant?
So the best thing that I could say is if you hear your refrigerator running all night, where it's like zzz, like that low humming noise. So when you're in the facility, it's really loud. When you're outside the facility, it's just this constant zzz.
So you could hear it outside the facility?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Hughes, he has a group that, excuse me, please let me continue here. Mr. Hughes has a group with him. Will you identify yourselves? I think, okay, thank you very much. You're all, that's good. Well, if you want to stand up, that's fine too. Mr. Hughes, I think, is an HOA president and has some experience in this area. I assume all these people are members of that HOA.
I've got plenty outside.
I'm sure
Mr.
you got
Mayor.
plenty more, but you have a long list here. I wasn't going to read the names.
Okay.
That'll be followed. He'll be followed after his time is up, which is 10 minutes. We'll begin the 3-minute ones with Jeffrey Herring, to be followed by Lloyd Davis. Okay, proceed.
Awesome. Mayor Nichols and council, thank you. Apologies for brevity. I've got a lot to cover. As I've been announced, my name is Jeff Hughes. I live on Spring Branch Court in Spring Meadows. I have the privilege of being our HOA president the past 3 years, which brings me in front of you guys this evening. Before last week, my biggest worry in that job was budgets and HOA dues. However, circumstances dictated that somebody had to step up and take the lead, and as they say, the buck stops here. And I first learned about this, hinted at this on a radio interview on WTAW, and then when I read a post on TexAgs from a councilman on Thursday, I became very concerned. When you all finally released this contract at 4:10 in the afternoon on Friday, by 4:15 I was worried. By 4:30 I was upset, and frankly, very upset. So excited was not my word. A little bit of background. I wasn't born here. My parents moved to College Station when I was 1. I learned to swim in Thomas Park Pool. A lot of people are saying, hey, I went to A&M. I'm part of the club, okay? I wasn't on the football team. I was on the powerlifting team. Won 2 national championships, but I don't tell a lot of people that. After I graduated, I spent 12 years in the Houston area working for companies like Compaq Computer, Exxon, and Enron, the guys that were too big to fail. I was a senior IT director. I moved back here to manage a data center of a company called AMS at the corner of Emerald Parkway and Earl Rudder Freeway. When they decided to move to Seattle, my wife and I stayed here. We just had our daughter. This is our home. I got hired away to be a consultant for an international company that makes network equipment. I worked in data centers all over the United States, Canada, and abroad, making the internet go faster and more secure. Today, I'm a lead sales engineer for their biggest competitor. I still live here in College Station. I still pay taxes. In 30 years, I've spent a lot of time in data centers. My wife will tell you I have a hearing loss from working in data centers, and I can't hear her half the time. But I'm here because I represent 93 households in Spring Meadows. We went door to door, my board and I, knocking doors in Woodland Hills in our neighborhood on Sunday, and we probably talked to 100 people. Just by the way, none of them were for this project. I want to go through 5 quick items to cover, and I kind of look at these as hurricane intensity levels. 1 being, hey, it's really windy, to 5, my house is destroyed. Number 1, let's talk about power. The site plan calls for 2 300-megawatt power stations. That's a lot of power. I don't think many folks in here have seen a facility that uses that kind of power. A chemical plant comes to mind. That's why a lot of them make their own power. Now, in my professional life, in these data centers, they're either going to have diesel or natural gas turbine generators. Guess what? When I ran the data center AMS, we had to run them monthly to keep our data center certification. The residents at Emerald Forest hated us. When we lost power for about a week, or for rather a couple of days, they were calling the city. So here's what I'm going to say. College Station allegedly supports energy conservation. We have a program for connected thermostats. Check, I got that. Another one that gives you a rebate for a more efficient air conditioner. Just did that in January. Check. LED lighting. Check. Good Sense Home. Check, I live in one. By the way, just about every house in Meadow Creek, in Spring Meadows, is a Good Sense home. So check, check, check. The Hughes house is saving energy. But if you're Project Aggie from Priority Power, you just write 1 check. And you could use more power than anybody else in town. Number 2, the city allegedly wants us to conserve power. It's a precious resource. I appreciate the work that Miss Nations does to try to get us to conserve water. Only run our sprinklers when we need to. 2 times a week in the morning. I've got a smart sprinkler controller to do that. Fix those leaky toilets. Check. Fix that leaky faucet. Check. We're conserving water. We're 2 for 2, right? But again, if you're Project Aggie, you write 1 check. and get to use more water. Category 3, noise and quality of life. Show of hands, how many here have ever heard a diesel or natural gas turbine generator run for a long period of time? Well, that's why you're here. I have, and I can assure you, it's not like listening to soft jazz. When they run, it'll rattle some windows. You know, a lot of people have said these facilities have a hum. They also have electromagnetic, you know, those of us that live close enough to live in the proximity, by the way, I live in Ground Zero, we'll have the pleasure of sitting on our porch listening to it. If you're like our daughter that has a defibrillator in her chest, that electromagnetics is not good. There are retirees and cancer survivors in my neighborhood that have fragile health that have voiced concern. I'll be honest, if you guys push this through, we're moving. My 17-year-old daughter went into cardiac arrest, and we had to do CPR on her in my front hallway. And I don't ever want to have to do that again. I don't want to live, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, you know. Right now, we have a very peaceful neighborhood that you can barely hear the traffic on the freeway from. Maybe the helicopters going to the hospitals. So quality of life, check. Healthy kiddo, check. Low noise, check. By the way, do you know that the mission statement for you guys, the city council, is that you will promote and advance the community's quality of life? Put a pin in that. We're going to get back to it. Project Aggie, they get to write one check. Category 4, my roof's blown off. Over the years, I've heard a lot of talk in the city about neighborhood integrity. The higher occupancy restrictions were all about neighborhood integrity. I seem to remember a group of folks that lobbied to put a gate at the end of Munson because of neighborhood integrity, right? Until the fire department said they had to tear it down because it was going to, you know, slow the ambulance to get to them. Man, I got a dry mouth. You guys wanted to run a sewer line through an older established neighborhood in Bryan. I didn't see that asterisk that said, oh, the neighborhood integrity only applies to College Station. That was kind of exciting. Our neighborhood's about 20 years old. We would like to think that we should have neighborhood integrity as well. So does Woodland Hills, and even the new kids down the block, Midtown. You know, the folks across Fitch and Stone Forest, Pebble Creek. So neighborhood integrity, check. Project Aggie, they get to write one check. A big one. Category 5, bye-bye house. I'm going to start with a rhetorical question. If all of our home values take a dive, are we going to get reimbursed for that lost value? There you go. It's said that the most important dynamic in any relationship is trust. The most important way to convey that mutual trust is by transparent communication. Now, the mayor said in the Eagle yesterday, and I'm not attacking you, Mayor, I'm just going to quote you. You said that the Texas Open Meetings Act forbid you from talking about this project to us, the citizens. And so now that this is an AI data center, I went to go ask Mr. Musk's AI, hey, Grok, does the Texas Open Meetings Act require that governments give no public information about pending real estate deals? The answer was, in short, while certain deliberations can be private, the act does not impose a blanket prohibition on all the public information related to these. So to my mind, I think you all could have. You just chose not to. And I can give you the paragraph cited if you want to see that later, or guess what? You can go ask, hey, Grok.ai yourself. You know, you guys released this on Friday afternoon. You know, we assume because you didn't think we'd pick up on it, this exciting project. So guess what? We picked up on it. You know, no communication, the trust was eroded. The contract that I read said Bitcoin mining was permitted. You guys said, oh, it's not a Bitcoin project. It's on the contract, erosion of trust. You know, Macy's needs mold. People thought that it was a great idea to buy. More trust gone. Northgate Tower, more trust gone. You know, you're running out of trust at this point. You know, you'd think that a building that has a large C and a large S on it would have some common sense in it. But from my observation, you would be wrong. We don't trust the government here. we believed that you would sell us out for $30 million, right? You know, your budget is $474 million. You know, I used to wait tables at a pizza place down here. If somebody bought $474 worth of pizza and gave me a $30 tip, about 6%, that would be insulting as a mayor, insulting as a waiter. We do not want this.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. There's 75 more people.
I actually have a question for you. Yeah. I have a question for you.
Okay.
My mouth is dry,
Be
man.
brief.
Can I get a bottle of water?
Please be brief.
You can nod.
What?
Brief.
You've been in a Bitcoin facility?
Yes, I've been beside
And
them,
you've been in an AI facility?
Yes, I have.
And they are
Okay,
the
so
exact,
okay.
they're the exact same.
Ask a question.
Yeah.
Let him
They
an-
use
Let him ask the
GPUs.
question, sir.
Yeah.
Let him ask the question.
Are they exactly the same?
Not exactly.
Okay. Or do you, as an expert on this, yeah, I mean, you've said you've spent a lot of time in data centers. I'm asking you as an expert. Do you believe what he says in terms of the technology has advanced and it is less loud for this specific use?
Not enough to trust it.
Not
Have any trust. I don't know him.
Sure,
And,
but
and,
have you?
and you know, I've lived here long enough to where, guys, I don't have a ton of trust.
Okay, I'm not talking about trust. I'm talking about your experience.
That's what this is all about,
I'm
man.
talking about your personal experience, sir.
Okay.
Have you been in a facility that would be at this point, right, 3 years from now, if this went through, it would be cutting edge. So have you been in a facility that is new enough that you would say that it is the newest technology or close to, and is it as loud as Bitcoin facilities or even facilities you worked on in Emerald Forest?
So, give me a more concise. Is it going to be just
Have
as
you
loud? I don't
seen
know.
the technology advance to the
I have
point
seen
where it is
technology
not as loud as
I
it
have-
used to be?
But you got to think about it, right? As technology advances,
Mm-hmm.
compute power also has to advance. You have to cool it. You have to.
Mm-hmm. But
you
in
know.
your experience in the newer facilities, is it as loud, which would be using newer technology?
You've still got to cool. You've still got to chill down that water that they're using.
I understand it,
It's
but
got
just from
fans.
as a subject matter expert,
Yeah.
are they as loud?
Yes.
They are.
Mr.
I would believe so,
Mr.
yeah.
Wright, thank you. You've made your point. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Both of you made your points. We're moving on. As I said before, we can move faster with less cheering. Jeffrey Herring for 3 minutes, be followed by Lloyd Davis, and then Noor Shaki. So, Mr. Jeffrey Herring, welcome.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I apologize for my appearance. I came from
you
flag
got-
football practice today. It's very important to me to be here, so I apologize for my appearance. I was at flag football, so thank you. A lot of folks are going to speak a lot more eloquently than I will today, but I want to say that I'm a resident of Bridal Gate. It is a neighborhood that has been encroached on 4 sides. So we have businesses on both sides, so we understand what it's like to live in an area where you have businesses on all sides and how it affects the quality of living there. A lady earlier spoke about how you guys talked about Midtown and the development and a place to live and walkable and all these things. I don't see how this sale of property is going to help that. I want the sale of property to do things that benefits me and my family and the community. It seems like this sale of the property benefits a very few people. It feels like an agenda, a feather in someone's hat. It doesn't feel like it's been done for the greater community. The timing was very bad. Someone talked about trust. The timing was terrible. I don't know how these things work, but I don't understand how you want the community to trust you when we can only have 4 days to figure out a solution for this. Timing is terrible. The timing is terrible. I don't know how to say that anymore. The timing is terrible. We do not want this in our neighborhoods. I live in a neighborhood that's been encroached on all 4 sides, and it's not fun. I love this area. I love living in the central part of College Station, right where it is now. This is the heart. I moved there 10 years ago, and I want to stay there, and I don't want things like this around us. I do construction. Construction pays my bills. I understand the way that works, right? But this is not the right place for that kind of construction. All right? Thank you for your time. And I want to repeat it. We do not want this in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on. Mr. Lloyd Davis. And Mr. Davis will be followed by Noor Shaheek. You can correct me when you get up here. And then Ainsley Brent again. Mr. Davis, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lloyd Davis, CSAN. And first of all, we've had a lot of new information tonight, which makes this even harder. So some of this is going to be a little disjointed. But first of all, speaking on behalf of CSAN, we strongly oppose the signing of this contract. Signing is not required for due diligence. That is a misrepresentation of the facts. Signing this today would be a misuse of the trust that the community has placed in you. You're asking these people to bet their homes on everything they've heard tonight being exactly correct and going exactly as it's planned. That is an unreasonable request, and that is not fair to the homeowners of our community. Priority Power, it was an interesting presentation from Mr. Schwartner, but they neither build nor operate these centers. It'll be sold to as an yet undisclosed or unknown end user. This isn't about Priority Power's intentions. It is about the unknown of those intentions. I personally believe that they will have backup generators on site. Maybe they will and maybe they won't. I think I heard Mr. Schwartner say no, or they would be very small and very quiet. That deserves some interest. But if they're bringing in outside power, what we didn't hear anything about, that outside power doesn't magically show up at the substation. You're going to have easements to put in new high-tension power lines. You're going to be taking people's private property to make room for these towers. You don't know where you're going to run them. I don't think we're going to run them down Spring Meadows, but who knows? Are they going to come right down Midtown? These are big decisions and big impacts. You do not have the information to even consider signing this or consider even a letter of intent at this point. Mr. Ostrowski had mentioned some of the benefits. Up to, I think I heard him say $3 million in new property tax revenue. Hey, that's great. That's less than 1% of the city's budget. I don't know. Less than 1% of, I don't know where you sell the city's soul, but it ought to be worth more than that.
Please, he's on the timer.
Article 7.1, let me just go to the end here. This project contradicts the vision of the city for our city center. You sold it on a vibrant mixed-use development center. In talking to everybody that I've talked to, I don't think there are 20 people in this town that support this effort. My fear is those 20 people are represented majorly to the left of me and in front of me. I hope you prove me wrong. I hope you stand up for the city and vote no. Thank you.
I will stop this meeting if I don't have some consideration from the audience. The gentleman speaking, I want him to finish. You have 1 more minute? You got 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes? What do you got? 5 or 10 seconds? Or have you finished?
Close enough.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate
Questions?
you being here.
Okay. Any questions?
No, I don't think so. Thank you very much. Okay. Noor, please correct me on the name. Shaki?
Shake.
Shake. Okay, that's easy. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Noor Sheikh. I live off of George Bush in Wellborn, right behind A&M. I graduated from A&M in 2024, and now I'm working in Bryan while my fiance Eric gets his PhD also at A&M. Let's just say between a student and a social worker, we are always on a budget. And we are actually considering moving to Bryan due to College Station's rising cost of living, rent, and utilities costs specifically. How is this relevant to agenda item 9.5? Because signing this contract and building this unnecessary data center will only exacerbate the affordability issues and our quality of life. Based on resident testimony from across the country, building this data center will most likely cause even greater electricity costs, greater water costs, poorer water quality, and greater water scarcity, especially when we are already concerned with that. When Mr. Yancey came to Cooper's on Tuesday, thank you for that, by the way, he said he was concerned about rising costs pushing young professionals out of College Station. I fear building this data center will exacerbate that too. I also have opinions about the sheer amounts of uncertainties within the proposed plan, but I don't have enough time to talk about all of that. We could be investing our time and resources into more sustainable businesses that could bring more than 45 jobs and not use up our water and electricity on our dime and at the expense of our health. I also hope that more transparent processes are implemented so we can avoid the sheer panic that this caused. I urge you to deny for our resources, for our health, for our wallets, and for our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shake. Ainsley Brent will be followed by Jeff Braun. Welcome back.
Thank you. I just want to point out that the YouTube video that's been circulating, I live 400 yards from Zuckerberg's data center, is an AI facility. Anyway, the National Bureau of Economic Research found that when similar high-power commuting facilities were built in New York, it caused the following. 1, increased prices. Due to a shift in an overarching demand curve outside of government control, New York households and small businesses spent around $257 million more per year in energy. 2, there was no net profit. New York governments were only able to generate $40 million in annual additional revenue, which accounted for only 14% of the losses that were incurred by those communities. 3, fixed asset decline. New York fixed assets declined by 19% annually after they built these facilities. 4, decrease in GDP. Local GDPs dropped by a statistically significant 8.2%. 5, wage decline. Wage levels in the area decreased by 10%. Priority Power themselves have already said they will be creating significantly less than 1 job per acre that you are committing to this project. This is because data farms are extractive in nature. They do not and cannot positively contribute to their communities. Also, how are you going to enforce these ordinances? Do you feel like you have control over apartment complexes in town? You are operating in the realm of millions. These guys are operating in the realm of billions. You cannot sue them. You cannot fine them. How are you going to keep them under control? We do not want to consider deals with these people, but given that you do you feel confident that this contract is not going to constrain you? You should be in doubt because of 1.14 DNC, which lists all the reasons that the seller may terminate the contract. It does not include provisions for leaving the contract for other reasons, such as destruction of the community's access to power and water, light pollution, noise pollution. It specifies only your credit score. 1.9A says only 180 days will be given for the research project, which is going to be run by them and therefore will be biased in negotiation period. And lastly, 3.2C says neither seller nor any party acting on behalf of the seller shall directly or indirectly provide any information to any person or any group of persons concerning the purchase or the sale of the property. Are you confident that this is not going to constrain your ability to negotiate with us, your community? If you sign this contract, it is binding on you and on your successors. Please take this extremely seriously as you proceed tonight. If you are not confident that you have read the contract in full and that you know exactly what it's going to say and that it's not going to constrain you and that it doesn't hinder the development of our community, please at least push back this vote.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Ms. Brent. The next person to speak will be Jeff Braun, be followed by Matthew McGarr, and then Valen Seapack. Seapack, yeah.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Braun, and I live in College Station, just off of Rock Prairie Road. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and to speak. I know that many of us are here because we have serious concerns about what's being proposed, but also because we feel excluded, dismissed, and devalued as part of this process. There is something structurally wrong, ethically wrong, and morally wrong about why we're here tonight and how we got here. This is a failure of leadership, a failure to inform and involve the public in advance of a monumental decision that will impact our community for many years. It's more alarming because the community first learned about the proposed use of this land just a week ago. There's no question, based on the slides that were shared earlier, that the city leaders have been working on this deal for many months behind closed doors. And I was shocked to learn tonight that you are just now able to ask Mr. Schwertner and others questions about what's being proposed. This transaction is different from a routine real estate transaction and demands a new level of scrutiny and due diligence. We know putting a data center on this property could negatively affect our community for decades to come, bringing with it the threat of water and electricity shortages, and we're learning tonight that power has to be wheeled in to operate this facility, so maybe there's a new issue on the horizon with a need for a high-voltage transmission line that would involve eminent domain and all of those other issues. We also have to consider the impact on property values for homeowners and businesses. The part of the city that we're talking about could easily become a real estate dead zone as potential buyers and developers avoid the area because of the noise levels and the other risks that have been raised here this evening. What we have here is a train on the tracks headed into an unknown zone with undefined dangers and risks. And you, up there, are the people that have the power to responsibly stop this train. Respectfully, this deal must be stopped in its tracks, so I ask tonight that you either reject this deal outright or table your decision until all of the long-range implications of your decision can be determined. This is not...
Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you very much. Next, that's Mr. Braun. Next will be Matthew McGarr, followed by Valen Seepak. Mr. McGarr, welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all's time. I grew up in the Panhandle and understand how fragile water supply is. We have enough problems here with our water supply without adding a huge further drain on it. San Antonio, Georgetown, everything along I-35 is pulling water out of this area already. I do not ever see those demands going down. That further complicates our situation. And without water, no city is viable. Additionally, the electric draw is not viable with the current College Station infrastructure. My question is where is the facility actually touch the CSU power lines? Are they going to have their own transformer inside that station? Are they going to attach directly to the transmission line and have merely a College Station utility meter as a pass-through? If those are the cases, then how is College Station Utilities going to limit the amount of power drawn by that facility to guarantee the power quality for the rest of the town? I believe that the levels of water and power consumption alone make this project unviable until we have an infrastructure to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to Mr. Seepak, be followed by Brian Worth and then Nancy Hefner.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Tonight, I assume you're going to hear a lot about power and water and the impact on our community. I'm not going to touch on any of those things. I'm going to touch on the fact that you were elected to be a representative of the community. The community's behind you. They're right here. They're in the hallway. There's 3 rooms in the building they're filled with. I don't think any of you in this city who have been here for decades have seen anyone come together on something like this. I don't understand how it would make sense to go through with a building like this. You can wipe that face off your face. I don't know why you're smirking. These people voted you to represent them.
Please, sir, address to me.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Anyways, these are the people that put you here. They're asking you not to do this. I don't understand how this makes sense going forward. I mean, we've all looked at the numbers. We've all looked at the power. None of it makes sense. Your phone right now holds 200,000 worth of floppy disk that we used to use for power or for data, right? What's this going to look like in 10 years when they build a specialized building and what we're calling the heart of College Station, because we're only expanding and there's nothing we can do about it? What about your kids and your grandkids, right? What are they going to do when it's their turn to serve and they're stuck with this thing? What are they going to do when they need to figure out a different solution and this thing's so far in the ground they can't get it out? These people did not give up their evening to come up here because they thought it would be fun. They did it to tell you that this doesn't make a lot of sense and it isn't respectful of the area. You're going to spend all this money on a park, and across the way, probably that you can see from some of those pump tracks, a 2-3-story building full of something that it could be irrelevant in a couple years, completely. You are all wildly smart, all of you. None of this makes sense. So I please urge you, listen to the dozens of speakers who will come up to me and plead with the same thing. They're your community. They care about you or they wouldn't be here. They care about this place or they wouldn't be here. Consider that, please, as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Move to Ms. Brian Worth, to be followed by Nancy Hefner, and then Amber Shefnitz Sherman. Mr. Worth, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts with you all. First of all, I'm a resident of Pebble Creek, and as this project has been presented at this point, I would suggest that you at least postpone anything on this. A number of points I would like to make. I think the rollout of this was inappropriate. From what I understand how the process worked, the city manager and his staff were directed to manage the negotiations with the power company, and they reported to you at times, but you all didn't really know the whole basis of the contract till you saw it. That doesn't sound reasonable to me. The city manager who was in charge of that, I salute him for the service to the country that he's doing on his reserve duty, but he was the man in charge, basically, of negotiating the contract, and he's not here to answer the questions. I don't understand why another week till he came back from his reserve duty, or 10 days, would have impacted this, and I think that the process should be more paid attention to when there's an issue of this magnitude for our community. As for the contract, when I read it, if I was a businessman and I was trying to make a deal, I would love that contract. I win on every point almost. The seller loses on most. The other point that I would like to make that I think has been made, because there have been so many good ones, most of the stuff I was going to say has already been covered, so I won't waste your time. But the big one is, how are they going to get that power to that piece of land? It's already been said, they're going to need power lines. Where are they going to go? How big are they going to be? There are health issues with high-tension power lines and residential units near them. So I appreciate your time to listen to me, and I hope that you will take into consideration these points and that you will vote to either stop this project or at least postpone it.
I'm sorry, thank you. Thank you very much. Nancy Hefner will be followed by Amber Shefnitz Sherman, and then Nick Graham.
I'm going to pretty well read my notes so I can fit within my 3 minutes. I want to thank you all for listening to me tonight, and I appreciate your time and your efforts. I'd also like to publicly thank Councilman Yancey for meeting with neighborhood members earlier this week. Oh, I forgot. My name is Nancy Hefner, and I'm a retired healthcare professional. So that is my focus. Here's an article, since nobody quite addressed the health issues. Big tech. Data center build-outs have led to $5.4 billion in public health costs. That's just the start, and that's my concern. I'd back up first and say that I have seen the data facility in Granbury. I've seen the many community signs posted all over regarding the noise. I've heard from my friend the community is in uproar about the noise and the healthcare issues. My perception, having looked at the facility, is that it looks like a prison. They are now having to place ugly sound barrier walls around the site. Physically, this is certainly not a site one would expect city leaders to plunk within the very close proximity to neighborhoods. Second, I believe it's relevant that the Midtown site sits in the middle of Pebble Creek Elementary School on one end and Baylor Scott and White Hospital on the other end. Both are less than 1 mile away. Across the street is the Langford Retirement Center and Assisted Living. There's another assisted living close to Baylor Scott and White. These places care for some of the most vulnerable populations in our community, both young and the aged. Third, I'm going to summarize a few of the easily located health reports related to noise when you research it. As The Guardian has reported on the relentless mechanical howl, which has become the soundtrack to life for hundreds of residents in Granbury, Texas. CBS has reported on the issues of noise and health concerns. As one resident said, we are living in a nightmare. Strange medical issues have piled up by some. Residents are reporting new migraines, new medications for blood pressure, ear exams documenting hearing loss, dizziness, vertigo or vertigo resulting in trouble walking, sleep issues and fatigue. Some report their walls in their houses are vibrating. The first legal matters we ought to consider around the health impacts are bringing home the realities of an industry that at first glance seemed removed from the real world. That's quoting the magazine The Week in Great Britain. And Granbury residents are now filing, a group of them, a lawsuit because of the medical issues. And
Thank you. You ran over your time. But I think, no, well, your point is understood. Thank you. We appreciate your comments. You get your point regarding health. The next person will be Amber Shefnitz Sherman. There we go. Did I get it?
You did.
Great, okay.
You got it right the first time a few years ago, too.
The next one will be Nick Graham, followed by Steve Martin. So, Ms. Shefnitz Sherman, the floor is yours.
I'm mad. I'm really mad. Some of you ran on the premise of neighborhood integrity. This vote is totally a compromise to neighborhood integrity. In the few short days that we've had to prepare, unlike the year that y'all have had almost, 5,005 signatures on change.org. That's only just a few days. Think if we had a month, what that might look like. Oh yeah, I live in Dove Crossing. You already know my name. Property value. I wasn't supposed to see a friend of mine on Monday, but I had some work to do, and I happened to see her. And chit-chatting around, what are you doing? What's going on in life? Oh, we're buying a new house. Where? Midtown Reserve. I said, oh, heck no, you're not. She had no idea, because it was just Monday, and the news got out Friday night. That call was made before lunchtime to cancel that sale. I'm so glad she was still within her option period. And one of y'all had asked a question about lawsuits, and Mr. Schwertner couldn't answer that. Google to the rescue. Celsius Assessor, $17 million lawsuit against them in 2024. Also 2024, Core Scientific with a $20 million payout, and Forecaster Energy is ongoing lawsuit with them. So there's some things to consider aside from that. Also, when I was going over the contract, I realized I'm just a mom. What do I know? Aside from the fact that I love this city. And I want to stay here. I want to stay here. I'm just so mad. I don't even know if I have the accurate words to convey how mad I am, how upset I am for the future of this town if this goes through. I can't. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nick Graham will be followed by Steve Martin and then Timothy Regetz.
I'm Nick Graham. I live in Williams Creek Lake Estates off Rock Prairie. Earlier speakers have covered these points. I'm going to re-emphasize them. Talked about valuations. If this project's approved, we're probably talking about decreased valuations of a 2-mile radius around this project. How much property taxes are you going to lose through that? It's also going to stifle any residential commercial development in the area. We've talked about the fact that the contract is incomplete. It's lacking. You've heard that from several speakers. We talked about noise, we've talked about pollution. There's nothing in the contract about penalties. Who's going to monitor the lack of compliance with the decibels? What are the repercussions if they don't, or if they exceed those decibels? There's nothing in the contract. The buyer signed it. I've worked in the corporate world for many years. I have never seen a contract signed when it's so incomplete with so many outstanding issues. It's not logical. I'm also very disappointed, as most of the other speakers are, with the secrecy, lack of transparency with this project. You all signed a non-disclosure agreement. You all didn't talk to the community. It's a big problem. It needs to change. And as others have said, if Mr. Yancey hadn't spoken up about this, this project would have slipped through and no one would know anything about it. 9.5, signed, sealed, and delivered. And we're stuck with it for years. We don't want it.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Next will be Steve Martin. Steve Martin will be followed by Timothy Regetz and then James Murr.
First off, hate to disappoint. I'm not the Steve Martin that you might have been looking to hear from for that.
Oh, we're all waiting for a little highlight
But
here.
on a serious note, I've lived in College Station since 1998, 2 degrees from Texas A&M. I bought my first house as a single parent of 3 in Woodland Hills. Come to find out Saturday, while I was at work, the flurry of social media reports about what was happening in that specific area of Midtown. And when I did buy, I liked the thought of what was going to be planned potentially for that specific area, the Lick Creek Park, for my kids to be able to walk through and enjoy some of the development that was supposed to occur. So first off, I'm worried about the noise. And I realize now there's a difference between the Bitcoin versus the AI. But you look at AI data centers, there is still noise that comes with that. I've listened to some 50 to 60 decibel noise, and it's a pretty significant hum, and that's the ordinance, what they need to abide by. Now, whether or not it's less than that and it's a hum of a refrigerator, I'm sorry. I don't want to be sitting in my house and consistently 24/7 hear a refrigerator humming like that. Do we know the long-term effects on health from that low-level hum that you might hear 1,000 feet away from that, not to mention the schools and the senior living facilities and what happens with further development or lack of further development and movement in that particular area? Just tonight, that brought up a whole other health issue. If they have to wheel in power, high-powered lines, there's a whole other health issue, long-term health issue that we may not know about. What does that do to current residents that they've lacked close to that power line? I think they've experienced that in Houston. And there's some areas and there's some scientific reports about that. So the noise and the health is a concern for me. Number one, the energy grid, the suck on that source, especially with the water power, the not producing power on site, but those backup generators, and when we have an issue like we had with Snowpocalypse in 7 days or 3 days that goes down, there's going to be noise from backup generators. Secondly, with all the health implications from that, to wheel this out in 7 days and not include the public in some public discourse is such a big, important issue that have negative implications. Why is there a rush? The land's not going anywhere and the power company's not going anywhere. We had 5,000 people in 5 days express their opposition to this. Like somebody said, you keep extending this out, nobody here wants this. And I think you're going to see a growing community that opposes this, and we want you to support us and represent us in our well-being. I don't vote.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
We'll follow with Mr. Timothy Regetz, is that correct? R-E-G-E-T-Z? Is he outside somewhere? There's supposed to be somebody out there directing people in here. If not, I'll tell you what, I see Mr. Murr back there, so we'll call him forward, and if Mr. Regetz comes back, we will invite him forward. Mr. Murr. You have 3 minutes and a very big book there.
Yes, sir. James Murr, Midtown. Mayor and members of City Council. It should now be clear to everyone watching that the city has abandoned the Midtown vision your predecessors committed to. I had hoped, perhaps naively, that you might re-engage with that vision. Then last Friday, I learned the city plans to do away with the Midtown Business Park, essentially. Originally envisioned as a hub for major employers to support a walkable, mixed-use town center. Instead, you're considering a data center that will bring just 45 jobs on 200 acres. This land was meant to support thousands of jobs, not a server farm with limited employment and no meaningful community engagement. For all South College Station residents, do you realize how disproportionately our tax dollars are spent on economic development and quality of life improvements near campus, not in our own neighborhoods? This project is just the latest example of how the city views South College Station as a place to generate revenue to be spent elsewhere. Where are the investments in our part of town? Where are the partnerships and infrastructure upgrades we were promised? This land, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to develop a large, centrally located area, could be something truly special for all College Station residents. We could have our own vibrant, walkable mixed-use destination, something like Century Square. But instead, the city seems content to give us a fenced-off, low-employment facility that won't serve the community. In 2012, your predecessors created a vision, a medical district master plan, now called Midtown. It called for branding efforts, public-private partnerships, and significant infrastructure investment. If you're wondering what that looks like, you only must look at the city of Bryan's Midtown. They have built huge monuments, upgraded streets with beautification in mind, built the Legends Event Center and several public-private partnerships. And their Midtown is thriving for their residents and bringing in lots of tourism. I have hundreds of pages of the planning documents with me tonight. The city forced my land into this plan and then abandoned it, leaving me to try to fulfill your vision on my own. Your own planning documents say this must be a collaborative effort led by the city. That leadership is missing. So I ask you, do you care about the quality of life for South College Station residents? Do you care about the future of Midtown and the opportunity to build something that truly benefits the entire city? Because I do, and so do the people here tonight. I'm James Murr. I have the city's plans and promises in writing, and I'm happy to share them with anyone that wants to see what Midtown was supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murr. We'll follow with Joby Brock and then Laura Rosenau. Is Timothy Regetz here? Timothy, is that you? Okay, he hasn't shown up, so Joby Brock.
Good evening. My name is Joby Brock. I live here in College Station with my family. We live in Spring Meadows. So when I signed up to speak, I was asked if I wanted to provide any documents or pictures to be shown to the council. I chose to share a picture of my family. My wife and I are both, let's see, so many people have come before me have already stated a bunch of the facts. Instead, I'm going to focus on more of the human side of this decision. So we live in a quiet cul-de-sac in Spring Meadows. My wife and I are both educators. She teaches and coaches at College Station High School, and I teach at Blaine College. We're also small business owners who worked directly with the youth in our community. Most importantly, we choose to raise our two children, a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son, right here in College Station. So in our home, we live by the saying, the right thing is always the right thing. even when it's hard to do. That's what we teach our children, and that's what we instill in the students that were entrusted to us. This proposal, however, is not the right thing for the community. My wife and I have devoted our careers to giving back to this community through our gifts, our talents, and our stewardships to the next generation. And that's what being a good, godly citizen means. Using what we have for the greater good. This proposal does not reflect those values. I'd like to share a brief story with you. So not long ago, my family and I took a country drive just to get out of town. We came across a property for sale and happened to meet the older gentleman who was actually riding a bicycle up the road. He invited us to come take a look at his property. After walking the property, he told us he had received many offers, some well above asking, but he declined them, not because the money wasn't appealing, because he felt those buyers wouldn't be good stewards of the land. He wanted to leave it in the hands of someone who would care for it properly. That's how I view this proposal. While it may not be profitable, it simply isn't a good fit. Like many of my neighbors here tonight, I support economic growth and development, but not at the cost of our families and our neighborhoods and our future. For me, this is also a teachable moment for my children and those I serve daily. I wanted to lead by example, practicing what I preach, standing up for what I know is right and true. I urge you as our elected officials to do the same, do the right thing, use your talents for the benefit of this community. Let's find a right fit for the property. This proposal is not it. Vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. And Mr. Regetz. We're moving on then. Laura Rosena, followed by Mariana Feldman, and then Robert Grand. Welcome, Laura.
Good evening. My name is Laura Rosenau, and I live in Southern Plantation.
You pull the microphone over right in front of you a little bit there. That's good. Now, I think it should turn at the end a little bit. That's good. You're fine.
I'm former military intelligence. I was in Iraq. I'm sole parent to an autistic 9-year-old who's hypersensitive to sound. And we currently live 3/4 of a mile from where this data center is proposed to be built. I'm going to change a little bit of what I was going to talk about because most people have covered it. He talks about generators and says they're not loud. I'm here to tell you, yes, they are. When I was in Iraq, my CHU was 1/4 mile from the generators. When they did maintenance, which they had to do every week, I could hear them. They did them one at a time. I couldn't sleep. So let me tell you, they're loud. And I also worked on computers. It didn't matter if I was inside or out, I still heard them. Because that was my job was on computers all the time. That's what we did. They're not quiet. And we didn't work on a lot of computers, so a building full of nothing but computers is going to be loud. I love living in College Station. I've lived here since 2010. It's the longest I've lived anywhere in my life. I can't imagine living anywhere else. But if this goes in, I can't stay here. My child, she's so sensitive to sound, will have to move. And that's going to be traumatic for her. But we don't have any other choice because she can't handle a lot of noise. He says that our electric prices have, they've gone down. That's not true. I've had to bring up my thermostat by 2 degrees, just trying to bring my bill down. And I have a new furnace, and my bill has gone up $100 in the summer months on average, and in the winter, it's gone up by $75 each month. So that's not true. So imagine when suddenly we're also having double the power that we're bringing in for this thing, what everybody's electric bills are going to be. Because they're not going to go down, they're going to go up. So I just ask y'all to consider all of that when you make your decision. Because none of us who love living here, we don't want to leave, but some of us are going to have to. So please do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenau. The next one will be Mariana Feldman, and will be followed by Robert Grande. Mariana Feldman. Mariana Feldman. They're trying to keep track of them outside in case they, and get them in here. I'll leave her to later. Robert Grande. Robert Grande, good, you've been waiting on us. Thank you for being here. He'll be followed by Travis Vollmering and then Carlos Candia.
Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. I'll try to make this quick. We've had a lot of speakers. They've covered the basics. What I'd like to just suggest is this. When the master plan or the development plan for this project was laid down 25 years ago, College Station looked at very much different. Would anybody disagree with that? What I'm going to suggest is this, is that this was a good plan. Take a look at that neighborhood now. It's lovely. That Lick Creek Park Trailway, that's absolutely gorgeous. Write it at 6 o'clock in the morning and see what the deer are doing. It's beautiful, absolutely. Congratulations, we followed it. But does this project fit that vision? College Station has changed. The only reason we're dealing with this project is because of that plan. May I suggest that the plan needs to be changed because what it's producing does not fit the character of the neighborhood anymore. And you're talking about a project that frankly will change the essence of this experience. I hope you consider that. I really do. Thank you for your time. I trust you'll make wise decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Travis Vollmering. Travis. And then be followed by Carlos Candia and then Carson McCain.
Perfect. I'm a resident here, lots of friends and colleagues living in that area. I have some history and experience with data centers and crypto mines. And before I get boos from the crowd, I just want to start off by saying I believe Mr. Schwertner is telling you the truth on everything. I believe these centers can be made quiet. I believe they can be made efficient. Deals can be made that can pull down power prices in the area if there is a big purchase agreement and you're able to, kind of negotiate that for the city and its residents. However, I do think that this piece of property was dedicated for another use where the citizens of that neighborhood and area were promised a walkable community, they were promised retail shops, and they were promised a recreation center. This doesn't fit within that. And whether or not this is a contract on paper or zoning, there's a social contract that the leaders of your community should be standing for the people. We're not seeing any support for this from the people, and I would thank Mr. Yancey for bringing that forum where people could have the time to speak to you and understand what's going on with this project. I think that the other thing here is that there's a lot of unknowns. The unknowns need to be answered, and the unknowns could be solved, but I don't think they're going to solve on that piece of property. I don't want to discourage this type of business in our communities because I believe there is an arms race against other countries for the most compute and processing power to control the knowledge that's around the world, but not in this spot. I think that we need to have answers on who the tenants of these properties are going to be, that they can be bound by contracts from the get-go to know that they will be a good neighbor and that we are doing good for the citizens of this town. Yeah, we'll see some money from these kind of things, but I don't think anyone here that's listening as a citizen cares because no one's seen any of their taxes go down or any of their power bills go down. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Carlos Candia. There you go. Be followed by
afternoon.
Carson McCain.
Howdy. My name is Carlos Candia, a resident of Spring Meadows. And I just cannot understand how the city council can sign a contract without knowing how the execution of that contract is going to fit within the framework of their mission, vision, and the objectives they set for fiscal year 2025. Under vision, under mission, you had enhanced quality of life. Under vision, extreme neighborhoods with diverse housing options. The objectives, transparency. I don't know how they can do that if they have not done no evaluation of power supply or grid stability, no evaluation of environment or health impact, no evaluation of traffic and infrastructure impact, no evaluation of noise, light, aesthetic impact, no evaluation of property value impact. You said that the contract has due diligence, but the due diligence is going to be done by the buyer. They're going to do the diligence to see if the conditions of the site meet their needs, not the neighborhood needs. City council should be doing the due diligence before they sign such a contract to see if all this evaluation will allow them to sell. I don't see transparency. I don't see how this contract was not discussed with the citizens before, only a few days. So I really do not don't see how I can support the signing of this contract. So I encourage you to please reconsider. I think it's a good project for some other place. The city has ample spaces where they can set up this facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Candia. Carson McCain. Carson McCain will come forward, and then Warren Reichel and James DiStefano. Hello, Ms. McCain.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a working mom of 3 young kids, and we live in Foxfire. We've heard concerns for health and environment, infrastructure, quality of life, weakness in the contract, transparency, and many other valid considerations. However, the best rhetoric tonight belongs to Mr. Schwertner from earlier this evening. His most artful move tonight was to cast doubt on the science and technology inside these facilities. Data and AI centers are not crypto mining facilities, he stated. It is Priority Power's hope that we will simply trust them to design and then sell off these facilities. But Priority Power is not beholden to College Station, and there are no mechanisms strong enough to hold Priority Power accountable once they build their project. That was very evident when noise pollution in Granbury was discussed. Well, someone let that get built, he said. He said that with a cold indifference that showed his true feelings towards the communities his company operates in. In this case, you are the someone that will let this get built. Mr. Schwertner is hoping we will buy the line AI centers are not crypto mining. That was the rhetoric he and his team built this presentation around. Blockchain and AI are being combined in these data centers with increasing frequency. Mr. Schwertner didn't want to confirm that because he wants to distance Priority Power from cryptocurrency mining. Mr. Schwertner should be aware of the increased use of blockchain and AI, particularly in Rockdale, Texas, as Priority Power helped build the blockchain technology that underpins the Bitcoin mine that operates there. Despite grand promises, data centers employ very few people once operational. In Rockdale, Texas, a company promised 350 jobs but delivered only 14. In Kentucky, a facility received over $4 million in public discounts to create just 5 jobs. The highly automated nature of these operations means most employment occurs only during the temporary construction phase. I have a lot of information. I would love to just go on and on about our green belt, about the health impacts, but I think some other folks covered that very well. So I would just say that this is not unclear. The facts are not, they're unambiguous. Data centers impose massive costs on local communities while providing minimal benefits. The health risks from noise and air pollution, the environmental destruction, the minimal job creation, the burden of higher electricity costs, and water scarcity far outweigh any temporary economic activity. I ask you in the only form of...
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Ms. McCain. Warren Reichel, we're going to run on a few more minutes before I take a break. I'm going to go halfway through the list, and then we're going to take a pause. Okay, where do they call? Mr. Reichel, be followed by James DiStefano.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and City staff. Thank you for your dedication to the city. Thank you, William Wright, for taking my Zoom call. Appreciate that. Thank you, Bob Yancey, for being there at Cooper's. Really appreciate that as well. And thank you to all of you guys for listening. I'm actually more optimistic now than what I was a day ago. Okay, because I listened to all of this, and I don't think this is going to happen. I really don't. I don't believe it. My name is Warren Reichel. I grew up in College Station, graduated from A&M Consolidated in 2003, graduated from Texas A&M in 2007. I live in Woodland Hills, right next to this. I run around, for the last decade, I run around this beautiful park. But by the way, thank you. For one of the most beautiful trails in all of College Station is right there. I love it. Twice a week, I run around this trail. I know this land better than most people. I probably trespass, but there's like a dirt road through the middle. And this is beautiful land, absolutely gorgeous land. And I'd be happy to buy 1 acre for $150,000. And I would build my house and I would live there for the next 30 years. I love this community. This is a bad contract. I haven't slept the last 3 nights. You can ask my wife. This is a bad contract. I was going to ask that you guys delay this a month. I'm going to ask you guys stop this tonight. Because I can't sleep. These people can't sleep. Y'all can't sleep. Let's stop this tonight. I did read the contract. I got it like on Saturday or Sunday. I got a few questions. I know you guys do too. Article 8.1C. 8.1C. I've got some questions. It says basically that the buyer can pursue claim. I asked a real estate attorney, what does that mean, that the buyer can pursue claim? It means they can sue you. They can sue us. Priority Power said, hey, this is going to be a lot of money, a lot of research going into this. Okay, a year or two later, who's going to be paying for that if we back out? We are. Apparently, I heard the story that this actually happened with Walmart not too many years ago, where there was a contract that happened, and it fell through, and we were on the hook for millions of dollars in settlement. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I was told. The other questions that I have, these tenants, this was brought up. We have no contract with these tenants. We don't know who these people are. Long-term partner. If we were to do this deal, it would be with a partner that's going to be here for 50-plus years. That's going to stand here and say, I'm going to be with you for the next 50-plus years. Not 10 years, not 5 years, not selling it to tenants. Mike had a great point. We have very little M1 land. Why would we waste it all on this one project? Great point. I appreciate that. I'm running out of time. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, sir. James DiStefano. James DiStefano, followed by Janet Hadley, and then Jody Warner.
It's close, Mr. Mayor, it's DiStefano, but the Northern Italians say DiStefano. But thank you, gang, for letting us be here tonight. I'm Dr. James DiStefano. I am from College Station. I live across the street from Midtown in Carter Lake. I moved my family from Oklahoma State 18 years ago down to College Station. I took a chance to come down here to work, and it was, other than marrying my wife, it was the best decision we've ever made. We're very blessed to be here. We have 4 kids and 5 beautiful grandbabies that live within 15 miles of my house. I want to present to you some studies and articles that I reviewed over the last few days regarding the negative effects of data centers on communities, especially our community's most vulnerable people. I reviewed 7 studies out of many studies, ranging from the Harvard School of Public Health in March of 25, Caltech in December of 24, the National Institute of Health in 2023, Eco Environment and Public Health in September of 2025, IMF blog of August 15th, 2024, Caltech policy presentation June 12th of 25, and then an IEEE spectrum study done May 1st of 2025, and I'm happy to give you a copy of this for verification. In summary, all of these studies had very similar findings: increased pollution levels that were harmful to human health, increased levels of what's called free particulate air pollution, or otherwise known as PM 2.5. These are known to have cause cancer, heart disease, asthma. Residents exposed to PM 2.5 levels do show increased risk of health problems down the line. It's not made up, it's a fact. Increased hospitalizations later, increased negative health effects. The proposed site is close to some of our community's most vulnerable people. That's a given with the nursing homes and the centers, the hospital down the road. Residents, other residents around the country that live near these data centers, they also report increased noise, increased blood pressure, increased ringing in the ears, sleep disturbances, increased chest pain, anxiety, and depression. The data centers show that greenhouse emissions produce millions of metric tons of CO2 over time, excessive energy use and water use up to 33% more. The data center presents some risk to our citizens living close and around that area. That should be, living there should be reserved for residents because of having only 45 net jobs does not seem like better than the risk, in my humble opinion. And I, thank you for listening here. I respectfully urge that y'all vote no, worst at least vote to postpone this vote. And I do want to thank Mr. Wright, Mayor, and I want to thank Mr. Yancey for responding to my emails and discussing this with me. The last things I want to say, make sure if you do a sound study, God forbid you approve this, make sure somebody you choose to do the study. Noise is going to be a concern either way, and I just can't imagine what kind of damage long-term 600 megawatts will do.
Thank you, sir. Janet Handley, Handley, Oh, there we are. Be followed by Jody Warner and then Wendy Latender.
Okay,
Yeah,
my name is Janet Hanley. I live in Pebble Creek. The fact that I learned about this last Saturday night after we beat the hell out of Utah State, just the fact that I found out then to me, is an indictment of this whole process and how it was handled. I know it's been covered already, but I don't think I can understate how much trust has been eroded by this whole episode. And I'm not even going to repeat some of the things that my neighbors are saying about what they plan to do if this goes through. But trust me, it'll affect all of us. Most of the other things I was going to talk about have been covered already. I'll just say this, as far as the contract, which I think is hopelessly flawed and tremendously one-sided in the other party's favor. This came up at our meeting at Cooper's the other night. It kind of reminds me, everybody remember when Obamacare was passed? And you remember what Nancy Pelosi said? We have to pass the bill to find out what's in it. That's what this is, okay? And for those who think we have ordinances and state laws that are going to protect us as far as this noise issue, let me assure you that at the end of the day, that becomes an economic decision for whoever's producing the noise. Because if all you do is say, well, if you break the rules, yeah, we're going to write you a ticket and we're going to issue you a $2,500 fine, the response may well be, okay, go ahead. I'll pay the $2,500 and keep on doing exactly what I'm doing now. And that's apparently what's happened with some of these other facilities that you've read about, where they've violated the noise restrictions and they get fined, and it's an economic decision. They look at the numbers and go, yeah, we'll pay the $2,500, no problem, and they just keep on operating. And that's exactly what this kind of contract is not going to stop, because it's too open-ended, it's too one-sided, and there hasn't been enough due diligence done to even consider. I strongly recommend you table this entire thing and scrap it entirely, because it clearly does not have the support of anybody in South College Station.
Thank you very
for your
much.
time.
Ms. Jody Warner. I know Jody's here. There she is. Be followed by Wendy Latender and then Amy Elg. Welcome, Ms. Warner.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jody Warner, Pebble Creek, formerly Spring Meadows. I am a residential real estate expert locally, but I am not here to talk about residential real estate for once. First off, I'm going to start off with, I never thought I would see this kind of unity in council chambers. After being in here for many years, I never thought I would see this kind of unity on an issue. With that, tonight I rise to ask this council, what is the true cost of selling hundreds of acres of city-owned land? This is not just a real estate deal. It's the permanent transfer of College Station's water, power, and land to a single private operator with no meaningful citizen input considered or thought. Addressing non-renewable resources. You are ignoring your own planning history. The Midtown Business Park Plan, adopted in 2018, re-envisioned this property for mixed uses. Offices, research, innovation, and connected green space. The city chose to not initiate rezoning at the time to allow that to happen with development. When this land was zoned industrial, it sat on the edge of town. Mayor McElhaney was part of the purchase and signed the ordinance. Excuse me. Today, it is now infill development, surrounded by neighborhoods, a senior living facility, a large hospital, and less than a mile from our only country club and privately owned golf course. Treating this land as if nothing has changed since 2000 ignores 25 years of growth and planning. Data centers consume 3 to 5 million gallons of water per day, as much as a city of 30 to 50,000 people, which is the size College Station was when I moved here. Tonight, on this same agenda, the water report calls for drilling 3 new wells because our aquifer supply is already under strain, and those wells are to address current projections, not including this development. The aquifer is our only source of water for Brazos and Robertson counties. The energy resources have been discussed ad nauseum. College Station is virtually landlocked, bounded on all sides, and only a handful of 100-acre tracts remain. Selling this to a single buyer erases flexibility for future housing, schools, or balanced job growth and business development. Data centers are known to consume vast resources but create very few jobs. The Midtown Plan envisioned thousands of jobs in mixed-use and innovative districts. Sacrificing that vision for one low-job facility is a poor trade for our citizens. There are too many unknowns. Texas has already acquired hundreds of registered data centers. We do not need one in the middle of College Station. I request option 3, deny.
Thank you very much, Ms. Warner. Ms. Warner, Wendy Latendra, be followed by Amy Alg, and then Vicki Brent. I'm trying to get down to Blanche Brick's name and get her in here before we break. So we're about 5 names away.
Okay.
Wendy?
Yes,
welcome.
my name's Wendy. I live in Pebble Creek. Wendy Latendry. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Priority Power is directly connected to high-level energy traders. An offer up to $300 million for a site is below market for this type of deal. Ideal sites under 1,000 acres sell for $350 to $500 million throughout the country. The buyer will need to have built-in costs for soundproofing and lawsuits from citizens for noise control, which is why they're looking for a cheap deal on a less than ideal site. Data centers can be ramped up to 600 megawatts, which is almost double the highest maximum capacity ever recorded here. They can sell power at a profit production of millions per acre. In that scenario, the land becomes 40 times more valuable than the sales price, what you're asking for it. This is a bad contract because it does not take into account the true value of the land to generate millions of dollars selling power, while the residents of College Station will receive higher electric bills. It's a bargain deal for Priority Power. I know that the representative from Priority Power said that he might, I believe I heard correctly, I was outside, that he would take y'all to Rockdale if you wanted to see a Bitcoin facility. I ask that you at least just Google where they are. They are in rural areas and less populated areas to lower their lawsuit risk. They're not in the middle of a city like College Station. Currently, people talked about Granbury. I just want to make a little note. Currently, residents outside of Granbury, Texas are in a lawsuit due to noise pollution well beyond the mile radius. There were residents at Hood County meetings voicing noise complaints. who live 5 to 10 miles out from the site. I asked council members to at least Google where data centers are. I tend to believe most of them are industrial areas because they require a lot of power. What is around that area? It's a retirement center, with another one I believe that's coming in. Neighborhoods, apartment complex, church, schools, businesses, and a hospital in its immediate proximity. We know that data centers are really no better in terms of decibel noise pollution than a Bitcoin mine. The only difference is that when a Bitcoin mine is out in the country, because the state of Texas doesn't have appropriate laws, it can go up to 80 decibels. But 50 is really kind of not much better. I asked the question, what would do, I forgot, I skipped a point. There's precedent in this country that their power companies are being sued, and
Thank you very much. I think we get your point. Thank you very much. Be followed by Amy Elg. He'll be followed by Vicki Brent and then Stacy Nearing. And I'm going in the order that they were signed up, as I understand it, so that's why the order. Ms. Elg, welcome.
I'm Amy Algie. I'm resident and HOA board member of Stone Forest. I also inherited my mother-in-law's house in Woodland Hills, which we were hoping to hold on to for my kids to go to college at A&M. I don't know if this goes through, if that will be an option for us. You have heard from my neighbors our concerns about the negative environmental impacts, noise pollution, and declines in property value that are being experienced this very moment by Texas communities where data centers have been built. Let's be clear, whether this development is intended for data storage, AI, or Bitcoin, our concerns remain the same. There is a reason that cryptocurrency and data centers are coming to Texas. We have lax legal regulations. Our council has said that this facility will have to remain within legal limits for noise. But truly, what incentive is there for a company to adhere to this? The fine for breaking 85 decibels in Texas is $2,000. That's nothing to a big corporation. Texas is one of the least regulated states for environmental and community protections. That is why these operations want to build here. But why would we want one in such a business in our backyard? Our city is framing this as a win-win, as an influx of money and a deal that will lift some of the tax burden. Well, I grew up with a saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. When my family moved into our home 11 years ago, upcoming Midtown was marketed as a new epicenter, geared towards attracting young professionals. We were promised green spaces and recreation areas, including a softball complex that we voted for but was never delivered. This space was supposed to bring young workers to our town, promote tourism, and bring families together. How would a data center, a 200-acre behemoth siphoning 600 megawatts, enough to power 600,000 homes, that employs less than 50 people, move us towards this goal? As you can tell from the crowd gathered here tonight, if we voted on whether or not we wanted a data center looming over our residences, we would have resoundingly voted no. If forced to choose between the Midtown lot remaining the undeveloped natural haven it is and a data center, we would choose to leave it as it is. This business deal would change the trajectory of our community forever. It's not a decision our council should make without community input. And well, we showed up tonight. We are here giving you our honest feedback, and if you choose not to listen to us, then you are neglecting your principal duty to represent the interests of your constituents. I believe option 3 is the only option tonight.
Thank you very much. After Amy Algie is Vicki Brent is next, to be followed by Stacy Nearing and then DJ Kwiatkowski.
Thank you. I'm Vicki Brent. I live in Shenandoah. I'm a long-time resident here, a parent and a caregiver of my elderly mom. And I'd urge you to reject the proposal for this data center. This represents what I would call the proverbial camel's nose in the tent, a decision with irreversible consequences. Also, a quick Google search of that aged old facility in Granbury, Texas, it was established in 2022. So in 3 years, hopefully that the improvements have been way more than what we can imagine. These aren't hypothetical fears that we have. The residents of Granbury are living this nightmare. They have documented medical emergencies, heart racing, elevated blood pressure, permanent hearing loss, migraines, increased cancer, panic attacks requiring urgent medical attention. So I ask you, why this location? Why not send this why can't they go build down in a refinery area where there's infrastructure and few people that would be impacted by this? I think that the man from Priority was right. This is a gold rush that we're looking at. It's a rush to build, make a lot of money, and get out fast. I'm going to skip a couple things that have been addressed already. Our home values decrease. There's no question about that. That is not speculative, that is factual. Our electricity rates will skyrocket, which has been spoken of again and again here. My daughter alluded to or read the evidence produced by the National Bureau on Economic Research and worked out all the numbers that would be the hard numbers for the increase in our area, in their area, and our area would be likely the same. This decision would be permanent, short-sighted, and unwise in my opinion. I would say if we're going to say yes to the data center, we're saying no to profitable businesses, no to thousands of jobs, no to walking trails, no to peace and quiet in those neighborhoods, no to health and well-being of our kids and our citizens. So I would urge you this evening to also vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Stacy Nearing. We followed by DJ Kwatzkowski and then Courtney Cannon.
On behalf of the citizens of College Station, home of Texas A&M, the City Council will promote and advance the community's quality of life. Do you recognize that statement? That is the mission statement for this council. I'm especially intrigued by the opening phrase, on behalf of the citizens. But what is it that you're doing on behalf of the citizens? Look to the final phrase, promote and advance the community's quality of life. It's a noble thing to care for others, to improve and even defend their quality of life. I'm in a similar leadership position. I'm the executive director of the Langford, where I am responsible for the quality of life of over 140 older adults who will live within 800 feet of this proposed data center. While the scale of my responsibilities is much smaller than yours, I too am anchored to a mission statement that guides my steps, which is why I'm here talking to you today. I take my mission to care for these elders as a sacred calling. I trust that you also take your mission statement to heart. Then, there's your 2025 strategic plan, where there are several initiatives this council has committed to that I thought was interesting. Of the 7, let's just talk about 4 of them. Good governance. You set the expectation for transparent, efficient, and accountable governance on behalf of your citizens. Core service and infrastructure. You specifically state you intend to maintain citizens' health, safety, and general welfare. Neighborhood integrity. You aim to see that the city's neighborhoods are long-term viable, safe, and appealing. Sustainable city. You state your objectives are to reduce energy and water consumption. So tell me, is your mission statement just a sentence on your website? Or is it the standard for which this body of citizens should judge your action? Is this strategic plan just talking points, or are they actual priorities and convictions for this council? If your goals and convictions are aligned with these strategic initiatives, by my estimation, you are compelled to do the following. Listen carefully to the feedback from everyone here tonight. Carefully consider how this would contradict the goals to become a sustainable city with reduced energy and water consumption. Research the stories from Granbury, where people are trapped within their homes they cannot sell. We are living a nightmare, says one, like torture, says another. Investigate the multitudes of hospitalizations, medical claims from Granbury, complaining of earaches, headaches, vertigo, seizure, hearing loss, fainting spells, hypertension, depression. With everything shared tonight, can you in good conscience tell this body of citizens why you not only want to bring a data center to College Station, but you want to put it within 800 feet of the elders of a senior living community? In closing,
Thank you. We appreciate this hearing. DJ? And you can correct me on the pronunciation of your name, sir?
Kwiatkowski,
Kwiatkowski. Okay.
Spring Garden Drive. It's all right, I get that a lot.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. So, I found it ironic that this meeting began tonight with honoring the Constitution, also with a warning that rights that are given up are very difficult to get back. And through learning of this process and everything that's happened, it really just feels to me that we have lost a lot of rights. And it all started with about 8 or 9 months of our city staff going through this process where they're doing things behind everyone's back, signing NDAs. No one knows what's going on. But now all of a sudden, on a Friday night, we have this thing dropped on us that's going to cede a big chunk of land to a private company that, to boil it all down, they want to cede more of our rights to this property so they can build this 600 megawatt monument to waste and stupidity in a residential area that's inappropriately marked as industrial because it's a 25-year-old thing. And from the words of the own man's mouth, our children and we're just going to have to go through an adjustment period. So not only are we going to cede our rights to this property, we're also going to cede our rights to just a happy, normal life. And that's unacceptable. So I'll boil it down for you real quick. Someone said this was a difficult decision. It's not. You don't have the power. You don't have the water. You don't have the support of the people. Read the room. Nobody wants this. You have one choice, and it's very clear. You have to deny it. You have to get rid of it, bury it, and be done with it.
Thank you, sir.
And then
Oh,
the
I'm
next
sorry.
thing you need to do is you need to rezone that area not to be industrial anymore.
Thank you, sir.
And rein in your staff because they're out of line. Oh,
Do you have any more
yes.
time?
You
got
can
more
rein in
time.
your staff too because they're out of line.
Please, direct your comments to us.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, Courtney Cannon, followed by Kip Giltz.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I stand before you not only as a resident of South College Station, but as a mother of 4 young children being raised near the site of this proposed data center. I'm a stay-at-home mom, so let's just say I spend a lot of quality time at home with my kids. I wouldn't ever do anything like speak in front of people, but you are coming after my home. I am also speaking on behalf of countless families who share deep and rightful concerns about the impact such a facility would have on our everyday lives. This is not just a personal matter, it is a communal one. South College Station has long been known as a special place, family-friendly, senior-friendly, and a community many of us are proud to call home. A development of this nature in the middle of our neighborhoods would undermine that character, send a message that the voices of residents are secondary, and discourage others from wanting to invest their families and futures here. In the long run, this could harm, not help, our city's growth and revenue. Even if it is quiet, which evidence doesn't say it will be, more pressing are the health concerns. You can't deny those. You can simply Google health risks from data centers and a lot comes up. Why am I making sourdough bread if my city is just gonna choose to hurt our health for money? I mean, seriously. Data centers bring with them risks that are not only physical, mental, and environmental. They do not only affect people, they affect animals and a broader ecosystem we all share. If we cannot prioritize the health and well-being of our citizens, how can we truly say that we are building a community for the people? Bitcoin mining or not, of which I might add, he just chose yesterday to try to take it out of the contract after he received heat from the public. That, along with the NDA, shows me, regardless of him being an Aggie, he cannot be trusted. Regardless, we as a community don't want it. This decision is not just about business. This is about our homes, our families, and our future. I urge you protect the integrity of South College Station. Better yet, rezone this area away from being industrial. Protect the families who live here and vote no.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Kip Giltz. Kip Giltz, be followed by Bob Brick and then Blanche Brick. Mr. Giltz?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for listening. Thank you for being here, and thank you for allowing us to be here. I'm Kip Giltz. I live in College Station in the Carter Lake area. Been in this area for about 21 years now. Your mission statement reads, as you've heard time and time again, and I'm sure you've got it memorized anyway, on behalf of the citizens of College Station, home of Texas A&M University, the City Council will promote and advance the community's quality of life. I see nothing in this project that promotes and advances the quality of life. I came here tonight with the intent to encourage you to at least table this matter until it could be studied more clearly. However, after hearing the presentations from the economic development folks, the CEO of Priority Power, along with some of the astute observations by the speakers, I can't imagine a scenario where this project aligns with the vision of this community or the quality of life we seek. I do implore you to vote to deny this sale. It flies completely in the face of everything that's being done to establish a community that is resident-friendly, wider sidewalks, longer bike paths, extended green spaces, all that beckon us outside once October eases the oppressive heat of summer. Why then would we approve a noisemaker, energy-burning, water-consuming entity? It flies in the face of everything that we've tried to establish as a community. And so I urge you to vote to deny this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilt. Now we call on former Councilman Bob Brick, who will be followed by former Councilperson Blanche Brick, and then we're going to take a break, 5 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our views. Having served 2 terms on the council, I know that tough decisions come your way. You see financial opportunities, and you're working with trying to maintain quality of life. So these are the issues here. I also understand, from having been on your side of the table, the need for confidentiality during certain phases of discussion and negotiation. So that's an issue that has been at stake here this evening. As for this development project, the data center within sight and probably sound of several neighborhoods, I think it's more than troubling, even at the preliminary stage. In spite of assurances to the contrary, that actual sound produced cannot be, the sound produced will be very quiet. We don't really know that until it's actually built and in operation. And while I certainly, on council, you may recall that I opposed zoning of a drone airport and takeoff station right near some neighborhoods. And we were all assured on the council by staff and everyone, all the operators, the Amazon company, that this would be very quiet and it wouldn't be a problem. Well, it turns out it was not quiet and it was a problem, and now it's being removed. Removing the operational data center, if it's found to be out of compliance, is not an option. The decision has to be made ahead of time. Another item left unaddressed, in my opinion, in the contract is not only the getting of electricity, which is a major issue, it's been discussed here this evening, but the obtaining and purchasing and possible resale of that electricity to or through the city's mechanisms. I think that's a big area with potential impact on the city's overall financial status, and that was not addressed to my satisfaction in the contract. So I urge you to vote no on this project, or at least postpone it, table it until further discussion, and to give us some assurances and clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brick, followed by former Councilwoman Blanche Brick.
This is not the way we need to keep meeting. But Blanche Brick, I live in Foxfire. I'm here tonight to, first of all, be thankful that we have the opportunity to come together and make our concerns known to the council, to our representatives in a peaceful manner, and that you're listening to these concerns. I think Norman Rockwell and his painting on freedom of speech would be proud to see this crowd tonight and what they have done. Having served on the council, I know there are many difficult decisions that you must make, but I always felt that hearing the citizens and understanding their concerns was crucial in making the best decision possible. And today, we've just heard the CEO of Priority Power state that he will ask for changes in the contract regarding the purpose and use of the data center. The fact that this information was only made available today is a great concern. It appears that you are being asked to vote on the sale of land for terms that have changed even today. Please deny this sale of land, or at the very least, delay your decision until more information is available to you and to the citizens as to how the data center will impact our community. There is a cost involved in the protection of neighborhood equality, and there is a cost involved in protecting, I meant to say integrity, but also the quality of all our neighborhoods. But there is also a cost involved in protecting the quality of life. And you've had this read to you before, but again, I will ask you, honor your mission statement and promote the quality of life for all of our citizens. Thank you.
At this time, we are going to take a recess, a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at 10 o'clock. No, in 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to proceed. I ask you, we still got probably 30 or 40 names, 30 names anyway. Several people have left. Everybody's heard a lot of the main arguments. I've heard them repeated 3 or 4 times. We've gotten hundreds and hundreds of emails, which reflect mainly the same themes we've been hearing here. So if you're in the audience and you've already heard what you were going to say, when I call your name, please just stand up and say how you want us to vote, or if you can come to the podium and speak if you wish. But I'm just and for your sake, I want to push us along so we don't vote at midnight. And we still got some other business to do after that, but that's our problem, not yours. So I am trying to move it along, but I think the tone has been set. I would like to ask you guys to simply help move it along. If you've already heard everything you would have said, and you just stand up and tell me that, or come to the podium and tell me that, we'll save some time. Okay. Next, I'm gonna bring up another former council member, since we're on that track, Mr. Maloney. Dennis Maloney, former councilman, I'm giving you the honor of kicking this off. Be brief, like you always are.
I'm always brief, you know that, May. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Back in the year 2000, Lynn McElhaney was mayor. Ron Sylvia, Larry Marriott, Ann Hazen, Winnie Gardner, James Massey, and myself were on the city council. We looked at our map, we redid our comprehensive map, we did our zoning and ordinance maps all over again. There was a very visionary council. We kept projecting and saying, what happens 25 years from now? And we looked at our business park and it was not half filled. And we thought, you know what, we should buy land for another business park while we can afford it. So we went way out to the boonies in this place past Rock Prairie Road and bought all this land. And we had this vision for it. We invented the medical corridor, and then the Spring, whatever we call it, Spring Creek Business Park thing, with this concept. And all our concepts were always, with all developments, was live, work, and play. And so giving up the 300 acres, or 200 acres, over even 100 acres to just one developer in this park is absolutely contrary to what the vision was in the year 2000. It's contrary to the vision that we had when I was on the council in the year 2012, when I was on the board again. And I know you guys are going to do the right thing. I know you know that you don't want to put all your stuff into one little pot. Let's just stay with the original vision. Live, work, and play. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Maloney. All right, we'll go back to the rest of the list here and follow my guidance if you would, and just tell me whether you want to speak or you just want to endorse. John Newell. Yes. And be followed by Jen Zwiker and then Heath Shannon. And you're not bound to use your whole time if you don't want to. Oh, he's got a presentation.
I'm going to have to pivot. I probably don't need this microphone, but I'm going to have to pivot because when I submitted that presentation, it was before I learned that it wasn't going to be a Bitcoin facility.
Okay, well,
I've got 30 years in the industrial hydraulics, pneumatics, and automation industry experience. I have actually sold a lube oil system for the 1,200 fans that run to cool that place in Granbury. My aunt had video I was going to show. So I'm going to pivot and I want to point out, because some people may not know 300 megawatts. What does it take to generate that? If you've ever been to Lake Bryan and you've seen the Dansby unit, that's a power plant on Lake Bryan. That is a 200 megawatt power plant. So I just want you to keep that in mind. The giant power plant halfway between here and Huntsville is an 800 megawatt power plant. So just something for some reference. I do business with those power plants as well. If you'll go forward in the presentation, I live at 4412. You can skip that. I'm not going to talk about the other stuff. That is a picture of my backyard. You see, that is my, if you look over my grandson's head, you'll see the edge of that tree line. On the other side of that tree line, 400 yards, it may have moved a little bit since the drawings I saw, is where this is being proposed. My 5-year-old grandson has autism, and someone else said earlier, if you're familiar with autism at all, they are extremely sensitive to noise and sound, to the point where I can't take them to the carnival because it freaks them out. And it would be a travesty if I couldn't have my grandson to my house. And by the way, he lives right across the highway or right off of Barron Road, so he's not that far from this place either. I'm going to ask all at the end of this to vote to deny, but if you do move forward with a consultant or hired and they're going to do a sound study, I volunteer that deck. I'll serve wine and deer sausage to anyone that wants to show up, and let's run the sound test from there, because you're not going to find any house that's closer to that proposed location than mine. Someone mentioned the fines. There was a story, and I can't remember the name of the data center up north. I got 50 seconds. $1,000 a day fine, they don't give a crap about. That's chump change to them. They just pay the $1,000 fine for being in the noise violation. How much tax money would we make if we rezoned this to residential and built, I don't know, 180 houses out there? How much would that be worth? I wanted to make that point. But the location of my house, my grandson, the wattage that is required, as everyone's already touched on, I just really, really want you to think about the elderly, people with autism, and vote to deny if you can, and at the very least, hire a consultant. You're probably going to hear a lot of the same things you heard tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Newell. Jen Zwiker, you want to speak or endorse? You're a television star. Of course you want to speak. Welcome.
Hello. All right, my name is Jen Zwiker. I am a realtor and citizen of College Station. Regarding the proposed real estate contract, in the contract, the buyer purchases a feasibility period in order to perform due diligence. During this time, the buyer has an unrestricted right to terminate the contract. There's some verbiage in the contract to allow the seller to terminate, but nothing about use or ability to terminate based off of sound or noise studies. In the proposed contract, Article 9.1 lists intended use as highest performing, a high-performance computing center, including a crypto mining facility. We're now being told that it's an AI facility, and Mr. Schwartner said that he would be asking you to strike that verbiage from the contract. Striking it from the contract has no teeth, no value. Councilman Yancey, I think you addressed this. In order for it to be enforceable, it would have to require both the contract and the deed to have restrictions prohibiting certain uses, and there is no such language. Intentions don't matter, legally binding contracts do. Additionally, both Mr. Schwartner and the city representatives have stated that the proposed facility would have to comply with College Station's noise ordinance, which is a maximum fine of $500 a day. But Priority Power's tenants wouldn't even have to pay that because there's a built-in loophole for Bitcoin mines, AI facilities, and data centers, or any other facility using massive cooling equipment. The ordinance states that, quote, use of properly maintained air conditioning units is exempt. The cooling units are what make all of the noise. Here's a scenario that you must consider. Let's say that you live in one of the 600-plus homes at a half-mile radius. You start to feel health effects. Your spouse becomes ill, your children become ill, your pets become ill. You need to sell your home. Who's gonna buy it? Who's gonna buy your home? Are you gonna get an offer for 60% under fair market value, or previous market value, or 40%? No. You don't have a home that needs landscaping or updating. They're not gonna buy your home. They're gonna get in their car, drive far, far away, and they're gonna buy something else. I had more that I was gonna say, but my realtor friends from across Bryan College Station are blowing up my phone, asking me to beg you to deny the vote today. If you vote to postpone, the speculation and the stigma that it may or will be passed will immediately cause real estate prices in South College Station to plummet this week, right now. We need a firm decision, and we need it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Weicker. I know you're excited, but please, let's get to the next speakers, if they want to speak. Heath Shannon, James Roberts is after that. And then David Moody. Heath Shannon. Mr. Shannon, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Heath Shannon. I live in Edelweiss Estates. I've lived in College Station for 57 years. I've seen this town grow from a small college town whose southern boundary was Rock Prairie Road into the city that it is today. Everybody's pointed out a lot of the things that I wanted to say earlier. I sent everybody emails. I want to thank you for responding to my email. I appreciate that. Two of the things that came out tonight that I hadn't thought about is Priority Power is the developer. They're not the end user. We don't get to make a choice on the end user. That's significant, especially when you've taken those 15 lots and developed them into one. Now we don't have a choice anymore. We have no say, which is why a lot of the people are very upset tonight, is because we feel like we don't have a voice. The other thing that I wanted to point out that a couple of people have touched on is primarily what we would like to see in Midtown is businesses that will be good neighbors, ones that will integrate into our community, not those that come with known issues, take our resources, and really only have a short-term benefit. We deserve development that benefits the many, not ones that only have a short-term payoff and are inconsistent with the vision that was initially cast for the Midtown area. So I ask that you guys will vote no on the sale tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate returning the time. And James Rogers, followed by David Moody.
Thank you. A Newsweek article updated August 4th, 2025, the Houston Advanced Research Center estimated that Texas data centers would use 49 billion gallons of water in 2025. Medium-sized centers like the ones being planned here will use between 1 to 4 million gallons of water per day. Vote no. We don't want this in our neighborhood. The Environmental and Energy Study Institute in June 2025 said 80% of the fresh water used by data centers evaporates. The remaining water volume is discharged into municipal wastewater facilities. We need to make sure our infrastructure is in good shape for that. The water is used to cool data servers, and data servers, graphics processing units, require the same amount of energy whether they're Crypto miners are their AI, and many crypto miners are moving to AI. Cooling requires heat exchangers, pumps, fans, evaporators, or chilling systems. These will run at fairly high decibel levels. According to Mr. Graves' interview of Dr. Allen, audiologist, the other day, she stated that 30 decibels inside a person's house is what's acceptable so that you can sleep at night. Vote no. We don't want this in our neighborhood. If power surges or blackouts or capacity affects the data center, then they're going to run the generators. The generators, we don't know what kind they're going to be yet, but they will have noise. Vote no. We don't want this in our neighborhood. The Institute of Electronics and Electrical Engineers stated in 2023 that air pollution attributed to U.S. data centers was responsible for $6 billion in public health damages. That's projected to be $10 to $20 billion in 2030. Vote no. We don't want this. People have mentioned Granbury. In Granbury, this is kind of funny to say it, but even the dogs are losing their hair. Sarah Rosenkrantz, who lives there, says in 2023 her daughter began waking up yelling, holding her ears because of the noise. They live 1.5 miles from the data center. Inside their house is 72 decibels. The AP reported August 8, 2025, unless utilities negotiate higher specialized rates, other ratepayer classes, residential, commercial, and industrial, are likely paying for data center power through their higher need for power. That would be all of College Station and surrounding areas. We need you to act in the best interest of the people you're supposed to represent. We ask you, don't fail our neighborhoods, don't fail our businesses, don't fail the churches and schools and our senior health care facilities. Nobody would start building a city around a data center. Please, we don't want this in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. And Mr. David Moody. David Moody will be followed by Craig York. If you don't need to speak very long, I would appreciate the time back, but you're welcome to be here. Thank you.
Citizen David Moody. Vote no to this. It's too indefinite. This man came to us and he says, I want to be the landlord and I'm going to select the tenants. I just don't think you can do that. You don't have any control over the tenants that he might get. So vote no.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Bainey, and let me see if I'm sorry, Craig York is who I called. I'm sorry, Craig York will be, I checked the name off before. Craig York, you're next, and then Thomas Bainey will be followed by Peter Bastian.
Thank you very much for taking your time to consider our comments and our expertise in the neighborhood. My name's Craig York. I live in Williams Creek Lake Estates. Been a College Station resident at William Fitch and Rock Prairie for years. I'm a professional engineer. I've got over 40 years of power plant experience, utility and infrastructure experience. I've provided operation, maintenance, strategic planning for many cities and states. So I'm very familiar with the power use part. I currently work at the Gibbons Creek Environmental Redevelopment Project, which is the primary hub where power comes into the Bryan College Station area. So I'm intimately familiar with what this power need is. And what I would say is these data centers are going to require large power. We currently have the Greensbury line coming down William Fitch. It's a 138 line. That size line will not be adequate for 600 megawatts. We're going to talk a 345 transmission circuit coming in. They're talking needing reliable power, which means one circuit isn't enough. You've got to be fed from two separate substations so you can be back-fed if a car hits a pole. And so you're going to bring another circuit in. Our secondary circuit comes in, the Bryan East circuit across from Christopher's. So you're looking at bringing in two separate routes. These routes from Gibbons Creek to College Station go through the Navasota River Flood Station, both the north and the south routes. Other routes to bring power into Bryan College Station cross the Brazos River. Again, these are high-risk transmission lines. Data centers aren't going to like that. The industrial park in Midtown does not have the infrastructure for this kind of a high, heavy industrial use. There are facilities, Gibbons Creek's 15 miles from here, with water, with transmission, with everything for this type of facility. I just think it's a shame we do that. My experience with this is these people are looking to use our CCN process in eminent domain to get the transmission, the gas pipelines, the water pipelines built. After they get that, they don't want to partner with College Station on power purchase because they want to go directly to their bipartisan contracts, do bilateral agreements to buy their own power and not pay the overhead of the utility. We heard discussion about how much profit might be in there for the economic development, but once they're up and running, in order for them to use that kind of power, first thing they're going to want to do is bypass the overhead of the city of College Station. So I vote that we don't do this. Regardless, we're talking multiple.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your expertise. Okay, I think I'm down to Thomas Boehne and then Peter Bastian. If either of you are here, you wish to speak. Thomas?
I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at Peter.
Hey,
I was looking at Peter back there.
It's late.
You're good. You're right on button.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council. I'm amazed at your patience, and I never thought you'd let all of us speak. It's incredible. I just want to make a few points. I'm going to try to be quick. I live in Spring Meadows. My property, very similar to the gentleman from Woodland Hills, is on the north edge facing the property that we're talking about. My wife and I love our home. We love College Station. And we are very much against this. I want to talk about what we've heard tonight. I think from the CEO's perspective, I know he's an Aggie. All Aggies aren't great. That's not the end of the story.
Please.
My feeling is that the fact I was amazed that this first time you met him was tonight. I'm amazed that it's kind of like, oh, they know about crypto. Well, let's erase that, and we're going to put in my magic silent AI data center. It doesn't exist. I Googled noise, power, the third one, how can it?
Water.
Water. AI versus crypto. The noise generated by both crypto and AI data centers can have significant impacts on nearby communities, with cooling fans being a major source of the loud, constant humming sound. AI data centers, like all large-scale data centers, can cause noise issues for surrounding areas due to the high number of cooling fans required. I wanted to address that. We just want you to do the right thing. I'm amazed at the community. There's a lot of smart people in this town. Let's change the culture. Let's work together. Let's be transparent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peter Bastian. Be followed by Shawnee Chavez, and then Brent Garner.
All right, my name is Peter Bastian. I live in the Wood Creek area, College Station. Boy, did I come prepared, and almost every item on my list has been hit by somebody else. So I tried to figure out how I could be relevant. My house was 900 feet from the Amazon drone port. Some of my friends down the street were 500 feet, and I'm here to tell you these sound studies are worthless. The FAA said there wouldn't be any problems. The FAA said they were within bounds. The FAA said it would be below 65 or whatever the number of decibels was. It's not about the threshold. It is about the constant hum and drone of these flying chainsaws. And it was bad. And I couldn't imagine Amazon ramping up their operation. So please consider, this is not about a sound study. Okay, this is not about completing a sound study and fitting some narrow definition of when it'll be okay. This thing will run 24/7, 365 days a year. It will not shut down. We were horrified at the prospect of having to listen to Amazon operate until 10 o'clock at night and then shut down. And this is 24/7, 365 days a year. And, you know, something that came from our Amazon experience, good idea, bad location. Now, I don't know if this is a good idea. I'm not convinced after tonight. This is a bad location for this project, okay? There's no doubt of that in my mind. And so I think that's the one thing that you've got to consider is this is just not the right spot. Listen to what everybody says. You're going to gut punch the people who invested in Midtown with this decision, right? Not following through on certain things in Midtown, that's a slap in the face. This is a punch in the gut for them. I feel for them. I feel for the people that bought property there, thinking this would become something that they dreamed of raising their family in. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case anymore. And speaking of which, Mr. Schwertner, the CEO, is he here? He couldn't be bothered to stick around and listen to everything we had to say about this project.
He may be outside. I
don't think so. I've been checking, and I've asked multiple people.
I'm not going to argue with him.
I think it's pretty insulting and offensive that he couldn't stick around for the time that we put in, sitting here listening to him and listening to everybody else's comments. I don't know where he is. I didn't find him. I looked for him. It's really disappointing. It's really disappointing. Where is Mr. Schwertner in this critical moment? He couldn't take 2 hours, 3 hours out of his day to see us. You have one option. It's option 3.
Thank you, sir. Shawnee Chavez. Shawnee Chavez will be followed by, I understand Brent Garner is here, so he'll be next. Shawnee, please come forward. Be followed by Brent Garner and then Kyle Eubank.
All right, howdy. First, I want to say thank you for having me. My name is Shawnee Chavez, and I'm from Rialto Meadows in College Station, and I'm speaking on behalf of this residential area which will be affected. I've been a local for 10 years, and I had a lot written down, but I'll just get to my main point. I'm an environmental scientist and engineer, and it's well known in my field that these data centers are not legally required to treat toxic chemicals that they use in their refrigerants for the cooling process. And these toxic chemicals include PFAS, or per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, hydrofluorocarbons, and concentrated minerals. And I specifically study PFAS. You don't want it in your water or soil. I specifically study advanced treatment for PFAS, and once it's in the environment, it's virtually indestructible. I mean, it costs a lot to get this remediated, and if this company doesn't do everything right, I mean, you're running the risk of having a federal Superfund site in College Station. So I also want to point out that the shareholder that spoke earlier mentioned something about the cooling process being circular and it gets recycled and it's a closed loop. This is not true. I mean, first of all, logically, the water usage that's required to run this facility, it doesn't make sense that this loop would be closed. And two, the chemicals in the cooling system become very concentrated, and eventually you end up with water waste. And this water waste is dealt with in one of 3 ways. A, it's released into local creeks, and these data centers can just obtain permits for it with a very small discharge limit, and PFAS isn't regulated in that way anyway. B, they will send it to our wastewater treatment plant, and they don't have the infrastructure to treat advanced contaminants. Or C, which was mentioned by the shareholder, they're gonna build a man-made lake, and they're gonna dump in this lake, and the lake may contain a liner, but these liners are not robust. I mean, we've had a lot of instances where the contents of it end up seeping into our soils, and what's under our soils are groundwater. So I am definitely concerned as a scientist about the safety of not only our surface waters, but also the groundwaters in our city, not to mention that we have a school nearby with these children, and I would hate to have another incident in College Station similar to Niagara Falls, which happened with a school, except it was again a talk.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brent Garner. Brent Garner's here. If you got anything to add, please come forward. Followed by Kyle, I believe it's Eubank, not Ebank, and then Stacy Diffenbach. So, Mr. Garner.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brent Garner. I'm a resident of College Station that lives in the Bird Pond Estate subdivision. Actually, I was so far down on the list tonight that after 4 hours, I actually left the meeting, but then someone reminded me I may have a different perspective on the matter than others here, and if this thing passes, I'd be kicking myself later. I come here tonight as someone who has been in the water treatment industry here locally for the past 30 years. I have some insights on water that others may not, specifically the state of our local and surrounding areas' water supply. Texas in general already has water supply issues. Mass market cities are scrambling for water. Our neighboring counties' water supply issues have been compounded the last 6 years from selling large quantities of water to businesses that then send that water to mass markets. Just recently, College Station lost a water lawsuit and had to settle. The settlement now allows a business to export 4 times our average city water usage per year. 4 times our average. In some of the surrounding counties, water boards have adjusted their water life use from 70 years to 20 years because they have been selling water to big business. They chase the dollar and now have no idea what they're going to do. Yes, College Station is in a better situation at the moment, but it will come, especially now that we are shipping so much water, 16 billion gallons a year, to another city. I do not claim to be any kind of expert on these data centers. Tonight, they said they would not use cooling towers, but rather the recycling of water. Awesome, but is that in the contract? From the presentation, they want the city to provide an additional contract if they go over 500,000 gallons of daily water usage. If they do use the typical evaporation cooling system, that's 1.2 billion gallons a year, 30% of our current city water usage. We also found out tonight that they are going to be an AI center, not a crypto center. If you do just a little Google search using AI says AI data centers are projected to use significantly more water than crypto data centers. So my numbers may be light. We need to use our water now and plan for the future. Please do not let us become a city that is scrambling for water, or like our neighboring counties that have no idea what they're going to do because they chase the water. I'm all for capitalism and business, but not for the sake of the entire community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kyle Eubank. Thank you. Be followed by Stacy Diefenbach. Please proceed, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kyle Eubank. I live about a half mile from this projected site in the Midtown Estates area. While I have many concerns about this data center, most have been and will be voiced here this evening, I would like to call attention to some unseen potential impacts of such a facility that have not been mentioned yet. Recent evidence surrounding data centers near residential communities suggests that they are impacting not only the quantity of available power, but the quality of it as well. Communities with established AI data centers have begun experiencing an issue known as bad harmonics. To quote a recent Bloomberg article, you can think of it like static that can be heard when a speaker's volume is jacked up higher than it can handle. Electricity travels across high voltage lines in waves. And when the wave patterns deviate from what's considered ideal, it distorts the power that flows into homes. Bad harmonics can force home electronics to run hot, or even cause motors and refrigerators and air conditioners to rattle. It is an issue that can add up to billions of dollars in total damage, and in worst-case scenarios, potentially leading to sparks and even home fires. The unforeseen consequences are not isolated to our homes, but also our environment. I recently celebrated my 10th year as an environmental professional. Some things to consider from that perspective. Emergency generators, like the ones that this facility may require, are typically around 1,000 horsepower. An engine of that size would require an air permit to compensate for its environmental impacts. Emergency generators of that size typically permit about 2.27 pounds per hour of particulate matter emissions. Particulate matter emissions, prolonged exposure of particulate matter of any degree can lead to increased risk of heart and lung disease or cardiovascular events such as heart attacks or irregular heartbeat. On a separate note, the original zoning definition for the M1 light industry specifies This district is provided for offices, research and development activities, and high technological light manufacturing, non-polluting industries that are self-contained, which this facility cannot achieve. High power electric lines generate fields around which potentially causes corrosion and deterioration of metal piping underground. My company deals with these very often. So the projected financial impacts of the existing infrastructure could be even more severe than what is projected, as a lot of the infrastructure would not have the proper cathodic protection to support the type of power that's being moved. At the end of the day, everything has been said. So
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Stacy Diefenbach, be followed by Tracy Hodges. We got about 23 more to go, so if you want to cut your speeches short, you're more than welcome to it.
Oh, don't worry, I got about half of it I'll cut out for you.
Okay, great.
Good evening, my name is Stacy Diefenbach. I live in Midtown. As a chemical engineer, I actually enjoy research, not necessarily in 6 days like we've had here, but I've done my best. I'm so proud of our community, and thank you guys so much for listening to us. I know it's gonna be a long night for you. It's been a long night so far, so thank you guys for everything you're doing. And our community, some of the numbers that I had, you already got, so I will skip all of those ones and just move on to the couple little bits that I think I have that other people didn't explicitly say. So just for local context, some people mentioned Amazon drones. As a numbers person, to put some numbers to that, a Business Insider article stated that City Manager Brian Woods found that an Amazon drone emitted 47 to 61 decibels. This would be louder than that. It would have to be within the city ordinance of the 55 to 63, so that is louder than the Amazon drones. And it would not just be in passing, but all the time. Mayor Nichols, you did our community a service by writing a letter to the FAA to comment on the Amazon expanding its drone package delivery, and that drone site was also located next to a residential area. To quote your words in an interview with Drone Life, you said this about the location, and I quote, "That turns out to be not more than 600 or 700 feet from some residential backyards, and I don't think it's suitable for a large-scale commercial operation over the long run. This new proposed facility is also 600 to 700 feet from residential backyards, and far worse, it's non-stop noise." This kind of constant noise pollution isn't healthy. One study by cardiologist Dr. Thomas Munzel, young healthy students were exposed to noise events up to 63 decibels, and their vascular function diminished after a single night. Other scientific studies show effects of morbidity and mortality, for example, stroke, diabetes, and cardiovascular mortality, from constant noise pollution that start at 35 to 40 decibels. That's much lower than the 50 low-volume Houston facility that was discussed. I didn't write out my references to verbalize here, but I do have 6 different papers. If you are interested, I can send them to you. This is your people's health, well-being, and quality of life that we're talking about. No matter how much money is on the table, that can't be for sale. Please choose option 3, rezone this area, make it a beautiful place for our community, and sincerely, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Tracy Hodges. Tracy, oh, there you go. Thank you.
Hey there.
I think,
Tracy Hodges. I live in Williams Creek. Good evening. Thank you guys so much for doing this and for listening to all of us. I'm going to try to appeal to your heart. So I'm Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2009, 2011, and 2015. And then I got a job outside of the state. And for 7 years, I didn't live here. And my biggest dream was that I wanted to come here and buy a home and live here. And last year, I made that happen in Williams Creek, 3.5 miles from where this data center is going to be built. On Monday, I was really stressed about it. I sat on my back porch, I opened my French windows, sat in my yard, let my dogs run around. It was quiet. It was peaceful. There's 2 baby deer that live in my backyard. None of that is going to exist with this data center. I grew up in Rockdale, Texas. Guess what? I know about the data center there too. It was built where the Alcoa plant used to be. They already had the infrastructure, the power. They brought in the water. But we don't have that. This is underdeveloped land. We would have to do all of that while you're taking away my little baby deer. So I'm in strong opposition to this land. And finally, what really should be more concerning to the city council is that this was done in hushed tones and secrecy. Yes, Texas law says it's fine to do an NDA for this. However, that is not how all real estate transactions happen. It's not how all data centers are built, and it's not appropriate for a city council to do that and to give us 5 days' notice. We would want to have more faith in our elected leaders, and we hope that you're going to speak for your constituents and do what's best for us. Should you vote yes to this, there's going to be consequences. It's not going to be good. So please vote to deny this. And finally, I offer up this final thought. By saying yes to this deal, I don't think you're thinking big enough. What other opportunities are you going to say no to that could be a better fit for our community and that land specifically? Like I dreamed of coming back here and buying a home, dream bigger and dare to consider innovation that will enhance and not deplete College Station. If something takes your peace, the cost is too high. I think you've heard plenty that the cost of this is too high. Maintain and build trust with your constituents. Place health and safety above profits. Vote for option 3, deny the sale of this land. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that Damian Rodriguez is not here. Okay, then we'll go to Sarah Clouston and Roland Mays. Sarah Clouston, C-L-O-U-S-T-O-N, Clouston. If not, okay, we'll move on to Roland Mays. I understand he may have left. So we'll go to Ramsey Portales. Ramsey Portales. Okay, we'll keep on going. Patrick Hoang, H-O-A-N-G, there we go. Patrick, welcome.
Howdy, I'm Patrick Hong. I am an electrical engineering and also looking at a sales engineering minor at Texas A&M University. And even though I am an electrical engineer, I really believe in the future of artificial intelligence, and I even, like my friends, like cryptocurrency. However, I would say that this deal of selling this land to Priority Power is a terrible deal and should not be signed. It's just really bad in business. And there are mainly like 5 reasons I have for this. So of course, one thing is we cannot really guarantee the contract with the water or utility because 600 megawatts is a lot, along with 400,000 gallons of water a day. What happens if the power plant, if the data center cannot get those resources? Will it vacuum up those resources from College Station? Another big thing with the deals is that the contract is too loose for the other person buying, which is the Priority Power, because what they can do is they could do stuff such as maybe resell the land to another person to build an AI or data center, or they can do even more Bitcoin mining that is not within the same contracts, but they can do it anyways. I do think this deal is really high risk because even though it does give about $30 million in the land sale, it does decrease the value of the homes around it. And moreover, companies always love to exaggerate the amount of money that their projects are going to earn you, as they always try to oversell. My 4th reason is that Priority Power would have about 10% of essentially all the value in College Station, which means they can have massive control over us. If they leave the town, then we will be left holding the bag, and we will have a massive loss in revenue. In other words, College Station could become Priority Power Station. And I do think there's a huge opportunity cost here. Like 45 jobs is not a lot, as even a simple store can open hundreds or thousands of jobs. Why not even build a business complex or even a startup hub? That's probably much better for AI development. Therefore, I really urge all of you to vote for option 3, which is to say no to this offer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lisa Craig. Lisa Craig is next, followed by Medri Sharashrani. Sharastani, I'm sorry, and then Jaden Warner after that.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Cadena Craig, Aggie class of 93, come from a long line of 17 Aggie rings in my family, starting with my dad class of 50. So let me tell you something. When I moved back here, I was excited and ecstatic. I'm a realtor of 25 years, broker, associate, loved doing real estate in this town. Until I had to watch one of my clients, who's been one of your biggest people that come out here talking about how Midtown did not get what they needed. She was one of my first sales when I got here. But you know what? I didn't come to talk about real estate because I've done it forever and a day, because I know what is going to happen when you put this in. It will decimate that area. And it'll be basically a taking by this city council and this community of that community. You're taking away their value, everything they've worked for, and that's wrong. But I will tell you from the perspective that I was a city council member in Del Rio from 2006 to 2010. I've sat where you've sat. I've also had to deal with getting rid of a city manager because they didn't do what they said that they were going to do, and the whole community lost trust in that person and how they were misleading the council. But my purpose in coming tonight is to remind you, as a council, you are elected by the city, these citizens that came here tonight. You might think, because at times we are privy to more information than the citizens, but it is our duty to let them know what's going on, because they have chosen to invest in this community, not for just a minute, but for a lifetime. I urge you to vote no now, for the sake of not just this group of people, but for generations to come that want to be part of this community. And you have a plan that has already been in place, and it's beautiful, and you've got intelligent people to help you. Put it in place. 30 million, you're selling your soul. Don't do it. Vote no.
Thank you, ma'am. Mehdi Shashrani. Okay, she's not here. Jaden Warner. Jaden Warner probably is here. Be followed by Tyler Pierce and then Dylan Edmonds.
Good evening. My name is Jaden Warner, and I reside at the Estates on Holloman. I'm a 20-year-old Aggie, second generation, and I'm currently in the Viton, Texas Aggie class of 2027. This project, but I have just grown up my entire life in College Station as a bonus. This project is not just about selling land. For people my age, it's about whether or not we'll have the space and resources to build our future here. I may one day hope to open a medical or either legal practice in College Station, but if you sell hundreds of acres to a single data center, that land is gone. It can't be used for offices, housing, or the small businesses this city needs. We already face a housing shortage and a water shortage. The city has held multiple processes and gathered citizen input to address these very challenges, as we've all heard here tonight. Approving a project that will consume millions of gallons of water a day and block land from future housing feels in direct conflict with that. It's not just land and water, though. Data centers drive up power demand, which raises rates for everyone. I may be a student, but last I checked, I pay my own utility bill. Even my lease requires me to keep my lawn green, so if residents are restricted from watering while one operator drains our entire aquifer, how is that fair? College students don't often speak here, but as you can tell by the roads recently, there's plenty of us well aware that we're here. We all live with the consequences that you give us. We're the generation that will pay the price if you drain our water, strain our grid, and sell off the land that we may one day need to live and work here. I also might add that while AI is innovative in many ways, my friends and I are still avid Google users. Just because at the collegiate level, especially a biomedical sciences major like myself, AI is not always encouraged, especially in those organic chemistry courses, which I have the tears to prove it. And I wouldn't want my future colleagues, doctors, or professionals to brag that AI was encouraged just to get them through. Also, it's a great thing that he thinks that it'll cure cancer fast, because it seems like there's going to be a whole lot of it, and it'll be on my generation to clean it up. I already have a chronic illness, and I'm not trying to recruit for that club. You were elected to steward our city's resources, and some of you I even voted for super eagerly on my 18th birthday, which happened to fall on Election Day. Please don't sell away those very resources before my generation even has the chance to use them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tyler Pierce. Tyler Pierce, and then Dylan Edmonds. Is Tyler Pierce here? Please come forward. And then Dylan Edmonds will be following that.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone that's spoken tonight and voiced our concerns better than I can. I've been a College Station resident for the last 14 years and recently purchased a home in Woodland Hills. A few of my neighbors are here today to support our efforts here. I stand today in opposition to the proposed data center poised for Midtown Park. This location the location for this project is led by corporate greed as they try to recapitalize our Midtown acreage. This facility will change the reliability of power in the adjacent communities, and it'll steal our water pressure and bleed us dry. City staff cited that it'd be the biggest taxpayer in College Station history, but this contribution will be small in comparison to the appetite of water and energy that it will extract. These data center folks, they capitalize on low-cost utilities. They found a location that they think they can take advantage of, forcing you and me to upgrade our water and electrical infrastructure for them. If this data center land deal is approved, we'll be forced to subsidize their project with higher service charges on our water and electrical bills. Brandon told us earlier that it's important to co-locate these facilities close to communities and the university, suggesting that we need them. The only reason it's important to be in Midtown is to pillage the infrastructure that currently exists there. Please consider this appeal and vote to deny this data center development.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Dylan Edmonds. Dylan Edmonds, come forward. Followed by Alexandria Powell.
Dear City Council members, my name is Dylan Edmonds. I live in Bryan, Texas, right near the Koala Bakery and Cafe. I will make this very simple. I do not want an AI data center in our town. I do not want any kind of data center anywhere in Texas, but I don't have that control. We have seen extremely clearly the kinds of consequences these things bring to people, from Granbury, Texas, just out of Dallas, to Memphis, Tennessee, and many other places that won't be talked about around the globe. These are not only extremely hazardous to the lives of the people here through noise pollution, air pollution, raising the cost of water and electricity because of the amounts needed for those to run these facilities. And this is all for a bubble that everyone knows will pop. OpenAI's own CEO, Sam Altman, has admitted that the AI industry is simply a huge bubble right now. This plan is not only harmful to every resident in Bryan College Station, not only is it a waste of land, not only is it a waste of construction, it is also a waste of time. This center will not be here to stay. If it somehow comes to exist at all in the first place, we will have to waste time and resources again to tear it all down. Please listen to our pleas and use this land for local businesses, work to create grants to help people, build a space to make our city richer. We could also use that land to build a larger station for the Brazos Transit District, which will help with the traffic congestion that gets worse with every college semester. And it will bring jobs that are far more reliable to College Station, since I sincerely doubt these 45 jobs will be for College Station residents anyways. They will be remote or flown in from California, just like Dutch Bros. These 200 acres of land cannot be used for such a harmful industry. $30 million is not enough, as there is no price high enough for the lives of the people here. We deserve clean air. We deserve to keep our cost of living, which is already at an all-time high. And we ultimately deserve a city council that will look out for the decisions of the residents here. We will make sure your names and faces are remembered with the decisions you make today. I will state it extremely clearly in case I lost you for any portion of my speech. We do not want a data center in our town. It would be horrible for the lives of everyone here. There is not a price on our lives. Do not allow this contract to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edmonds. I will call Alexander Powell. Alexander Powell be followed by Barry Moore.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, and members of the council. I'm Dr. Alexander Powell, and I live just over 700 feet from the land being considered for sale in Woodland Hills. I stand before you tonight holding my 9-month-old son, whose bedtime, like all of ours, was hours ago, but this is that important for us. Like any parent, I want to protect his future, his ability to play outside, sleep peacefully at night, and grow up in a community where we put our families first. Beyond the noise, energy, and water, which many of my fellow College Station citizens have spoken to you about today, allowing a crypto or data center to be built in our residential areas sends a message about what we prioritize as a city, that we're willing to sacrifice long-term livability for the possibility of short-term revenue. I'm not against innovation or strategic development, but placing this data center with countless critical unknowns so close to families is reckless. You're choosing to trust Priority Power and their highest bidding tenant, who will want their money's worth, with our quality of life and the future of our city. I chose to live here and join the university faculty because I love College Station for its small town values. This land sale and the implications of it betray everything I chose to settle my family here for. New families like mine looking to leave Houston and other big cities will be deterred by this type of development. I know this because I purchased my home 2 weeks before finding out about this land deal, and I cannot express to you how much dread I felt knowing that we would assuredly have to sell our home at a loss if this goes through. I'm aware that College Station is continuing to change and expand, and I'm a part of that growth by sticking around after my 2 degrees from A&M. But I love this city, and I admire how tactfully you and all of your predecessors have managed that growth. This deal is a step in the wrong direction, abandoning the ideals and potential that this town has for growing families like mine. The choice is clear: preserve our children's well-being, protect the resilience and growth of our community, and represent your constituents. Let's grow College Station responsibly, maintaining our values, property values, and appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Barry Moore here? Barry Moore, is he here? I didn't see him earlier, so we will pass by that. And I think Shannon Stutt has left as well. We're down to 12. Yeah, I know we're all looking for that last speaker, but hey, everybody's got a fair shot here. Amy Freeze. Amy Freeze, there she is, will be followed by Nathan Ezel and then William Giles.
Good evening. First, I would like to thank the council for giving the residents this opportunity to speak up about the Priority Power real estate contract. My name is Amy Freeze, and I'm a new resident to College Station. I moved here 45 days ago from the DC area. I brought my family here to get away from the noise and light pollution. I specifically picked College Station because I'm a native Texan and I'm a graduate of the Fighting Texas Aggie class of 1996. And this is the first time in my life I've ever felt compelled to do something like this. I oppose the sale of the land for the purpose of establishing a data center, whether or not it will be used for Bitcoin mining. Data centers consume excessive resources, cause noise and light pollution and health problems, and provide limited economic benefits. I am particularly concerned with the strain a data center would place on our electrical and water resources. While Mayor Nichols, thank you, responded to an email that I sent to the council that the buyer would bear the utility costs, I would respectfully point out that it is not just about who pays for the water and electricity. It's about the supply available for the other residents of the city and the surrounding areas. How much electricity will this data center require daily? Can the grid support that constant need during the winter and summer when usage is at its peaks? How much water will the facility need and how frequently? Is the water available in the aquifer to support that need? Can the electrical and water infrastructure support the facility and the residents too? The infrastructure upgrade costs necessitated by this facility will be levied against all of us in this community. What has been done to answer these questions? And I know that you have been working on it, but I feel that there is still too much left unknown. I would urge the council members to visit a similar facility if they are still willing to consider this deal. I believe that the negative impact on our community would outweigh any economic benefit that the data center would bring. I would rather see the land used for something that would bring substantial and equitable returns for our community without straining our essential resources. The council should explore more sustainable and beneficial economic development opportunities for the Midtown Business Park. Please vote no. Don't postpone it. Vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Nathan Ezel, and then followed by William Giles.
Okay.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Ezel. I live in Castlegate, and so I want to tell my story, which I think is going to be unique here. So I've had a 24-year career in IT, and early in my career, I actually worked in several different data centers in the Houston area. And for a couple months during that time, now this again, 21 years ago, so the technology has changed, but still, during those 2 months, I started to get headaches because my office was right outside of one of our server rooms. So I shared a wall with that server room. And because of the additional noise that was constant, and I started to develop headaches. I actually started to wear ear protection while I was sitting in my office because of the headaches. And eventually I had to just tell my supervisor that I had to be moved outside of that area. Once I was, the noise was gone, and I no longer got those headaches. So I would encourage you to vote no for this. This is something that I don't feel is worth the risk, especially since there's a lot of information that's been given that you may not be able to control the noise levels. That is just something health-wise that's not worth this money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. William Giles?
Yes, sir.
Oh, right there, thank
Yeah,
you.
right there.
And
Howdy.
be followed by Travis Scott.
Cool. My name is William, and something I learned a couple of years ago is William means protector. So I decided, man, I love certain people. I love my grandma. She lives in Spring Meadows. Love my other grandparents. They both live at the Langford. Love my wife. Love our kid on the way. We have a house in Midtown. So I decided I got to do something, right? I have to stand up for what I believe is right. Got to protect those that I love. And so I'll keep it short. Everyone brought up a lot of great points, but I would just ask you guys to protect us. This is out of our hands at this point, so if you guys could keep us in your minds as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Travis Scott, followed by Justin Walther.
Good evening. My name is Travis Scott. No, not the one you were hoping for. I'm the OG. First, thank you all for what you do. Thank you for letting us speak tonight. Most of what I have to say has been covered by my neighbors. I'm so grateful for all of you being so poignant in your speaking. My family and I have lived in Spring Meadows for 13 years. We're the house on the map that said 613 feet. So we are very invested in the situation. We bought the house significantly. One of the big reasons was for the Greenbelt. It is a beautiful and peaceful place to get away from the daily life. As others have said tonight, though, we've been trusting what the city has promised us for this property for years. We would not have bought this property had we seen something different in the plans. Quietly placing this extremely contentious, open-ended plan that is a complete deviation from the expectations of the expectations we have all had on the agenda, and leaving a mere 5 days for input from your citizens before a vote. It betrays the citizens, it betrays our trust. It is very disappointing to us. If this is really the first time that you have been able to publicly talk about this due to the NDA, then it's time for you to do your due diligence in hearing from your citizens. As you can see, we're all up in arms. We've shown up in droves. We've flooded the media. We've flooded your inboxes. I've spoken with several of you. I'm grateful for that. Some citizens, I've heard, are even calculating what it would take to do a recall vote. People are really upset. And it's very obvious tonight that nobody wants this development. We elected you to be our voice, but you must allow that voice first, since this is the only opportunity that we've had to provide any feedback. With this disappointing approach, please hear us collectively asking you to stop, reset, hear your people, return to what you've promised us for this land for all these years. Also, I will remind you that although the city's name is on this property, we all own this property as well, and we deserve our voice. So, as I said, if it's not obvious, we have a unanimous voice that is saying no. Denying this is the only option. Lastly, my 19-year-old daughter is now a cancer survivor. Hearing all of this talk about health, I often worry about the impact that the dump has had on her health. And if this thing were to proceed and get built, who's buying my home? Because I got to go somewhere way more healthy. Thank you guys for letting us talk.
Thank you, sir. Justin Walther. Justin Walther, be followed, I think Samantha Lawrence has left, so that would next one would be Bob Oshkill.
All right.
Sir,
good evening.
welcome.
So I'm actually here to support this project. I'm not, but apparently there's definitely a couple of people that need some waking up. There's some faces over here and there's some faces on this side of the podium that are obviously bored of listening to us, you know? So let me tell a story, all right? So I'm very different from most people that talked here today. I'm a brand spanking new resident of College Station. I closed on my house in Midtown Reserve on June 25th. I just got out of the Army last year. Now I'm a full-time student and I'm trying to create a business. You know, to say the least, I'm stretched out. I mean, every single dollar, every single month. I'm a full-time student. I'm a sophomore, probably the oldest one at Texas A&M. This was groundbreaking. This is a real story right now. As soon as I heard about this, I was terrified. You know, I have $300,000 of debt that's currently backed up by a $300,000 property value. As soon as this goes through, that's no longer going to be the case. So it's going to be a question I don't expect an answer to right now. But for the members of this council that have ever even considered voting yes on this, what would you tell me? To just wait it out? Market's going to recoup? Okay, like I lose 20% on my house, right? I can't sell it. I don't have a single dollar. I can't sell it. I'm stuck with it. I like this city a lot. I really do. I was a public servant my entire life up until this point. I was canine explosive dog handler the entire time. Selfless service is something I take very serious, especially from the people that are elected to represent us. I don't trust any of you at this point, not one person, and y'all included. Councilman Yancey is the only person that's done anything to earn at least a little bit of trust. He's the only person that actually had the guts to hold a town hall, to face his constituents, to actually listen to us, and give us some sense of comfort that we have at least one person on this panel representing us. None of y'all have earned my trust, and you're gonna have to seriously earn it in the years coming forward, because I am an involved citizen, and I will make sure that I'm heard in elections, that my opinion matters, and I will ensure that democracy does not die in darkness, because this is what this is. This is darkness.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move on to Bob Oshkill. Bob Oshkill. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing that. Be followed by Courtney Bartlow and then Emily Brumbelow.
My time has not started because I don't see my stuff up there.
They'll get it up there.
All right. Where's the timer?
Dive.
There you go. Is that it?
Okay, for the video, don't play it yet, but when we get to the 1 minute left, cue it up to the 2.5 minutes into the video, and then let it play. 2.5 minutes. My name is Bob Oshkill, Achgill, and I am a, don't play it and play over me, okay? That'll distract people. I ran for city council in Bryan last year, and I prayed about what should be my my campaign. I saw a lot of things happening with the city council, pushing the people around in Bryan. And so one of the things I came up with was water, water, water. I thought, okay, I see articles about water in Texas being in short supply. I've lived in Texas long enough to know that droughts can really hit us hard. So during the campaign, no one on the College Station or the Bryan side that were incumbents said anything about water. We even had the town hall where everyone gets up and talks, and the question from the moderator was, what's the one thing that's the worst, biggest thing that you're focused on and you think our cities need? And I said, water, water, water. We're running out of water. No one else on any of the candidates went for saying anything about water. The first council meeting after the election, what was the thing on the billboard in the council room? We're running out of water. They knew 7 months before that we were running out of water, that the projections had changed from 50 years to 8 to 10 years. Something's wrong, and there should probably be a revote, a recall. I say amen to that guy saying there should be a recall. That's the elephant in the room. All you guys should be put up on a ballot to say, should you still be on this seat? Because water is a big deal, and if you hide it from the public that we're running out of water for 7 months during a campaign, okay, watch.
10. Let that sink in.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is just staggering. From planning out to the 2070s, suddenly we're looking at a reality that barely gets us past, the early 2030s.
It's a completely different world.
This isn't some minor adjustment. It's not a tweak. It feels like a seismic shift, truly a once-in-a-generation crisis.
It absolutely is. And it demands immediate action, not just head scratching.
So how did this actually
come out?
So this
is
when did we find out?
28
Well, the
minutes
critical
of
moment, the
historical
first notice, was back in
what's
May
going on under the
2024.
covers,
May
under the hood.
2024. Okay.
The city of Bryan.
Sir, you run out of time. I think we get your point that water, everybody's talked about water. Thank you very much. Courtney Bartlett. Courtney Bartlett is next, and then followed by Emily Brumbelow, and then David Inbody. Courtney, welcome.
Yes, sir. Hi. First off, I want to say thank y'all so much for being here. I care about this city. I think we all care about this city, everyone in here, including all y'all. I wanted to go to A&M since I was 5 years old. I saved up every single penny. Birthday money, Christmas money, you name it, I saved it. I saved it all because I knew I couldn't afford to go to school here. And by luck, I did. I worked hard and I made it. I graduated with my undergrad degree in 2020, and I did it in record time for me in 3 years, 3.5 years. I left. I did. One of the biggest mistakes of my life, but also one of the best choices I made because it allowed me to come back here 5 years later after having worked on reliability in New Mexico, doing routing studies for transmission lines, substations, and distribution lines across Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and New Mexico. I work in this industry. I understand the power load. We all talk about the power load. I get it. But the CEO who came up here and talked about all those data centers outside Austin, well, guess what? ERCOT, they're not predicting that we can handle those loads. They are showing that all of those data centers that are being built in Central Texas, we will not have the infrastructure for those. In fact, I actually would like to read something out. It was forecasted in June 2024 from the testimony of the chief executive of ERCOT, the nonprofit that manages the Texas electrical grid. It predicted that largely, thanks to data centers, energy demand in the state would nearly double by 2030. Do any of you know how long it takes to get a transmission line, a new transmission line built in Texas, where 95% plus of our land is private, and none of us want to give our land to somebody we don't know? Why would we? I care. because I bought my first home at 24 in 2024. I didn't have mama's help, and honestly, if I had, I probably wouldn't be up here. And I did it. I saved it all again. And I bought my home in Southwood Valley. And I love my house. I love my neighbors. I love Maria across the street with her 2 kids and her dog I help out with, and I take cakes out of the oven when she's got to go to the ER. I love Gloria, who's lived in her house since it was built in 1984. And mind you, these are homeplexes. We're not rich folk. And most of all, I love Marie, who's on hospice, who lives right next to me. And I get her mail, and I worry about her every day. And I like to be outside with my dogs, and I want her to be outside too. And this noise that I live 3.2 miles away, if this happens, what's gonna happen to my neighbors? What's gonna happen to the kids in my neighborhood?
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. That was Courtney. Emily Brumbelow. Is Emily here? I guess not. She must have left. David Inbody. David Inbody will be followed by Chris Conry.
Hello, my name is David Embody, lifelong resident, College Station, raised 3 kids here, still have one in the school district and another one across the street on campus at Texas A&M. I want to speak on several things. Most of the things I want to touch on have already been spoken on, so I'll skip over those. Mr. Schwartner mentioned Moore's Law and its breakdown as the reason for this facility. I would suggest that that's the exact reason that we need to not support this project. Using internal data center industry planning documents, data centers will need to be rebuilt. These AI data centers will need to be rebuilt in approximately 4 to 6 years. That's their own internal planning documents. That means gutted and rebuilt internally, new power requirements, new cooling requirements, 4 to 6 years. This industry is changing so rapidly that we can't even really project what that looks like. I suggest that when this facility would open in 2028, that window will shrink dramatically. We're talking multiple rebuilds within the 10-year contract that we're already talking about. And at the end of that 10-year contract, the potential for this to be a dinosaur of a facility that has already been passed by the technology. And it's sitting there not drawing tax revenue, not doing anything to support the city of College Station. I appreciate wanting to get this property back on the tax rolls. It needs to be a priority for this property to be on the tax rolls. This is not the contract. This is not the deal to do that with. Please do not support this. I actually want to finish with one final question for each of you, and this goes a little more personally. Would you buy a home next door to this facility? For yourself, for your children, for your grandchildren to grow up in? I strongly suspect the answer to that question will drive your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Emily, I guess we called Emily. Oh, who are you out there next? David Inbody. No, that was David Inbody.
Chris Conry.
Chris Conry, okay. Mr. Conry?
Chris Conry. I live in South College Station in Stone Forest. I've been here for 23 years. Enjoy living here. Kind of scared of what's going to happen if this turns into a nice big data center with all the noise and power consumption. I've put in a few substations myself, and it's just not something that's going to be sustainable for our town. The time period that's going to take to build this, not going to have the right of way to get the power lines in. Like I said, 138,000 volt feed. We only have one here that comes on the south end of town. A switch isn't going to be enough to get the power to it for 600 megawatts. It's just not going to happen. So I urge you to look deeper into this. At the very least, if you don't make a vote for no tonight, at least do more research into this, because we have not been given all the facts. It's just a real estate deal at this point, and that doesn't really help us get to where we need to be as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conry. Lauren Youngblood, and be followed by Tanya Geffert. Ms. Youngblood, welcome.
Hello, my name is Lauren Youngblood. I am currently 21 years old, and I have spent all 21 of those years here in College Station, in Pebble Creek specifically. I am a hospitality, hotel management, and tourism major at Texas A&M University, class of 2027. And I know that to you, I am just spoken words, but I am a real person. I am one of the many real people still here who have waited hours to be heard. Thank you for this opportunity. One thing that I, as a real person, like to do is take my two wonderful dogs on long, scenic walks. One of the places I take my dogs to walk is the Greenhead Trail, which, if you're unaware, is right where you'd like to put the data center. Even if this trail is not entirely removed, you have to admit you can only make giant gray buildings so beautiful. I know you claim that this meeting is not entirely about the data center. It's just a real estate deal, it's only part of the process, but you seem to think that this is just the start, and I see no better place to express our concerns than at the very beginning. Priority Power claims that they will shoulder the sole responsibility of paying the electricity and control of their water consumption, but it's foolish to believe that that is true. With the data center of the proposed size, it's just not possible. Priority Power CEO Brandon Schwartner, when asked by KPTX about the proposed data center, said that the city would perform the service to keep the lights on at the facility just like they do at your house, and they charge, a rate to do that. So it's not going to affect any of the residents in that area just because it's a large user of electricity. In this interview, Schwartner neglects to mention that data centers are offered unfair tax breaks that are often shouldered by the community. According to the Consumer Federation of America, in their article titled How the Bipartisan Dirty Data Center Boom is Leaving Taxpayers Without Power, published September 2nd, 2025, not even 2 weeks ago. A Good Jobs first report found 10 states each forging over $1 million in tax revenue annually, with Texas exceeding $1 billion in potential public funds lost to data center tax breaks. The money lost from these taxes needs to come from somewhere, and it is foolish to assume that the citizens of College Station will be exempt from these reckless payments. To conclude what I wish to say, I would like to talk about what is arguably the most egregious sin that will be committed by the creation of this data center: its location. The data center will be placed right in the center of residential South College Station. It will be surrounded by neighborhoods, retirement communities, shopping centers, an elementary school, a church, and Baylor Scott and White Hospital. This is my home. This is your home. This is home to the Fightin' Texas Aggies. When College Station is mentioned, people think of Texas A&M. Why soil this great school's image by making its image synonymous with that big, ugly data center? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The person we've been waiting for, Tanya Geffert. You only got 3 minutes, but you're the last spokesperson,
Hallelujah.
Last one to sign up.
So thank you all for staying and persevering to the end, everyone in this room. My name is Tanya Geffert. I live in Pebble Creek. We've heard from some amazing local experts, from some amazing members of the community, and I pray to God that you guys have all been listening. As the final presenter, I am firmly requesting that you deny this project, and I'm asking that you change the zoning to a mixed business and housing use for the future of this community. This city has seen amazing growth in the last few years. According to AI, since the 2020 census, there has been a population increase of 6.1% with a projected 25-year growth of 72%. How are we going to supply the power and water to this community in 10 years, much less provide this center its immense needs? Council members, you cannot sign a contract before doing your due diligence with water, electrical, and environmental studies. You cannot. You know it before, or you do not know it at all. You don't buy a home without seeing the inside or calling inspectors. This deal must be taken off the table for the sake of this community. Regarding AI versus Bitcoin data mining, an important fact from ChatGPT, according to industry and academic sources like Deloitte, NPJ Clean Water, and others, an AI GPU farm currently trends toward using racks that are higher power density usage per rack than Bitcoin data mining. They also state that the electricity demands and heat output from an AI GPU farm dominates the negative impacts on the community. This means it necessitates even higher electrical demands, higher cooling needs, which translates to greater electrical usage necessary for AI GPU farms than a Bitcoin farm. Who's going to pay for this increased costs to expand our electrical substations and water infrastructure. When it is done slowly, these costs are easy to absorb, but acutely, this is a big pill to swallow. We don't want to have to pay for larger water towers, new wells to drill, increased electrical substations. We can't even we have even heard from environmentalists regarding the frequency disruptions that can cause appliance destruction and house fires. I had no idea. We as taxpayers, we don't want this on our backs, especially if there's not a long-term job benefit associated with this project or things that impact the community in a positive way. Our electrical grid via ERCOT is already strained, as you have heard. My brother-in-law works at a municipal power plant, and he says that each and every high-use day, they literally run on backup battery power, and it literally almost runs down to zero. According to the Texas economist Ed Hers, the grid has only been sustained from the addition of solar and wind farms. I am asking that you deny this, act accordingly, hear us.
Thank you, Ms. Gefford. Okay. First of all, I want to thank you all because it's really been I'm saying in a strange way, but it's been a pleasure. 5 hours, 6 hours, it's not a big problem. No, I want to thank you all for being good participants, and I think overall that it's been a reflection of a lot of things we had already heard. I just will point out before we get to a commentary that this is posted for presentation, discussion, and possible action. Doesn't necessarily we had to take action. You saw the four options we are guided by that obviously we can take action, but we don't have to. So as I think about what's happened here, we've had a really good listening session with you doing the presentation, and I think that's really what this is all about. Obviously a lot of commonality, one joke about somebody that was supporting it, but besides that, I think we got a clear message. The plan from here is to briefly, hopefully, given the time and maybe everybody has sort of an idea of where they are on this, I'd just like to have a bit of a short discussion going down the dais. This is our turn now to talk, and you can pick up where we're at from the commentary, and then we'll introduce a motion and we'll vote on one of those four options. So I'm going to ask, starting at the place 7 place, if Mr. Schaefer has any comments he wishes to make. You've got 3 minutes, just like they did. 4 less if you can do it.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm place 6, though, not 7.
So that's
okay.
You're the 7th one on the dais. I'm sorry.
Technicality, that's
Place
okay.
6.
That's no problem. I don't know that there's a whole lot more to say, y'all. You have said it very well. I thank you genuinely for being here and for coalescing, as has been said, to help us understand your views. I have been involved in things like this over a number of years. I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission for a while. I've heard and been in part of meetings like this, and this is important to do what you've done. I know you didn't feel like you had enough time, and I guess from one person up here, I'll apologize for that. I didn't see quite what the gravity was, and I think that, we did talk about this for a while. I felt like a lot of the things, personally now, I'm just speaking for myself, I felt like a lot of the things that are negatives, it was going to be possible to mitigate them. I was wrong, I'll admit that, but I do feel like that you all have done what needs to be done, even in the amount of time that you have had. The system has worked in a way that I believe is going to be best for all of us. So again, I'll say thank you for doing it. I don't have a lot of other things to add on that. I guess I pretty much agree with most of what was said. There was a lot of good expertise tonight that was shared. There was a lot of good passion tonight that was shared, and I feel like I'm very willing here to side with you all as my citizenry, and you know, I've lived here a long time too. My family came here in 1962, so I'm an Aggie. I've lived here again the last 30 years. I did this. I'm sitting here because I believe in this community. I love this community. I don't want bad things to happen to it, and sometimes it's a little bit hard to have done that and to listen to you all, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the passion, and I think it's well-founded, and I don't disagree with it. But just know that, and I've worked with these folks now for 8 months or so since I joined them last November, and I honestly believe it's a good group of people, and they do want what's best for the community, and we don't want to hurt you all. We want to be good to ourselves as community members too. So that's my perspective for what it's worth. But I would certainly be in favor of denying this tonight.
Please let each person talk, and then you can, after we vote, you can express your consideration. Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm uncomfortable because my opinion is, and this is my opinion, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I don't feel like this is this council's vision. I feel like we were brought to this place, and I think it's really important for us to do a post-mortem on that and figure out what happened. I don't like that I just met the CEO. I don't like the short rollout of it. I think it was wrong. I don't like the fact that our local media outlet achieved a massive contract concession just for the asking. And it makes me wonder what else is wrong with the contract. I don't like the way we do these large discretionary projects. I know I have business acumen, and I want it to make a difference for my constituents. And I don't feel like it did in this case. I don't like the valuation, the sheer volume of information that my research yielded that I was not given to the very folks we're expected to cede this almost in its entirety negotiation to. I don't think they're ever going to get to the power that they need. And so while they work on that, I think these folks over there will live in fear constantly of what the outcome is going to be. I've got more stuff here, but the chip plant in the city of Bryan, in Taylor and Hutto, there's like 4 dozen companies now that have located there, and they still haven't made a chip. And so if the city of Bryan lands that deal, where are we going to put all the ancillary companies that are going to locate here? I think we're going to feel goofy if we give up our entire business park for it. And I just believe in citizens first. It wouldn't matter if this deal made all the sense in the world. We work for you, period. I think if we do this, I think, and other gentlemen said it before, it's going to be a big, ugly, enduring monument to a very bad decision in the wrong location. I've been a no for 11 months, and I'm still a hard no today.
I ask you please let people speak up here. Ms. McElhaney.
So I too have harnessed AI today. Well, actually I didn't, our IT department did, because there were too many emails for me to count. I'll apologize up front. I have a very sick little boy at home, and I do have a 9 to 5, well, a real job, not necessarily 9 to 5. I didn't respond to emails because I got 659 of them. The AI analysis that was done, 0 in support of the data center. That's not counting front and back. I don't know how many there are, Tanya. Do you have an idea? 108 letters. I'm going to assume that it's also probably none in support. Even Northgate had one guy come up and support the idea of the tower. I do want to say a couple of things. I've been mad all week, and I've been mad because I felt hogtied. I felt like I couldn't talk. Part of that has to do with the Open Meetings Act. Part of it had to do with the body of us could not show up at Cooper's and talk to you guys. That's against the law. If we're all there talking about our opinions, we're having a meeting, a walking quorum. So this is the real town hall meeting. This is where we get to hear from you. We get to ask questions and get questions answered. We have all these processes that we have to follow. I think I have a little street cred here. I was the lone voice outside of Mike Logan who stood up and spoke out against Macy's. I was the one who asked for us to do a review of Midtown in public. I did not support the Northgate Tower, and I'm a big proponent of neighborhood integrity and transparency. I do feel like I was informed through the process. I do feel like staff, we identified many of the same concerns that you did, and we did receive answers back. We were under an NDA, which I have seen. It's kind of like that frog in the boiling water thing. You know, you keep going just a little bit further down the road, and here we are. We do have to post meetings. Was it 5 days in advance? 3 business days, whatever it is. And we talked even in our executive session tonight about how we could do better. I'm going to go ahead and breach that for just a second in a small measure, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and we could have had a workshop ahead of the decision point, and that's just something that we haven't done as a city before. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't that someone brought it up and they're like, no, let's just run this to the end zone without the citizens knowing. It's not that at all. It's just a process that's followed, and it's a process that very obviously, especially in cases like this, needs to be reassessed and redesigned. We are human. We volunteer. And I am 100% certain that everybody on this dais cares about this town and wants what's best for it. And part of the reason I was so mad all week is I was like, they don't have all of the information, and I still don't think you have all the same information that we do. You've got a good chunk of it, but there's lots of layered, nuanced analysis that goes into everything we do. And I think that there was a path that seemed pretty clear that if we could get the concerns mitigated, there are upsides to this. And we did see them, and we did find value in them. None of us were trying to get something by you. I hope that my credibility coming from where I come from, you can appreciate that. And it was so frustrating not being able to talk to you this week. That said, Bob's right. Our first duty is to you and what you think and what you want in your town. I too will support denying the sales agreement.
Mr. White.
Well, let me just, first of all, thank you all, as my colleagues have done, for coming out. This has made a big impact. Let me also share with you that I apologize. I think what Melissa has just said is so true. This is a learning experience that I think this council has gone through. And I want to apologize because I personally will take it on to be way more transparent in what we're doing. Okay? This is options. I don't think we know all the options that we have, but it's not right how this came out. It's not right that we put y'all in the position that y'all were in. We're learning, and I can assure you that we will have many, many more discussions as we move forward and we go through developments like this. My decision is based on your quality of health. My decision is based on your home value, on whether you can sit on your back porch and have coffee, whether you can go walk your dogs on the trails, whether the kids at Christ Church will be safe. I truly believe that we will deny this. My vote is to absolutely deny this and take this off of our radar as we move forward.
Mr. Wright?
Thank you. Well, thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. I think I've been here for other controversial things, and this maybe was the longest. I think Amazon was the second longest, but this is definitely, I think, the longest. I think Melissa hit a lot of the points that I was going to say, so I'm going to try not to repeat that too much. It's been a difficult week. I got the same amount of emails, but I literally I read every one of them, and I at least sent a response. Then I was accused I was sending automated responses. And then I was accused that my tone was off. So I said, okay, call me. And then I talked to people. I did everything in my power to make sure that your voice was heard. And then at least I had the leadership to say, this is where I stand right now. You can call me, as I was called, the most corrupt of the bunch. I was, and that's a public position. You run for this, you sign up for this, you listen to the citizens. Y'all are impassioned, y'all are angry, and sort of the vitriol that was cast my way in terms of just trying to explain my mindset to get us to this point was not necessarily unexpected, I believe undeserved, but at the same time, I understand the passions that underlined it. And so, it is what it is. I'll just kind of not bury the lead. I don't think it'd be appropriate at this point to move forward with this. And so I'll be voting to deny as well. I'll just reiterate two things that I think are really important that I would like to pass on to going forward. Well, I think I already said it, but first of all, I really appreciate everyone's time and engagement. I'm obviously somewhat of a policy nerd if I'm up here listening and running for city council, and I care deeply about the city. I grew up here. I wish this, well, I don't wish every meeting went this long, but I wish this sort of engagement existed because there's so many things that we do that no one cares about. And I think that's what I was trying to get across so much was that a lot of these processes that seem foreign and that we're trying to hide, there are so many things that we do that's the same process that no one shows up for. And so I think that's unfortunate. I think that local government should be what citizens are most involved in because we have the ability to change lives on a Thursday night. So I really encourage you to continue to be involved. Sign up for a committee, find something because it's worthwhile to have citizen engagement. Having said that, I'll say this council was well aware of everything going on, and we have ushered this along at every step of the way. Every step of the way, we have asked city staff to negotiate on our behalf. There has not been a hidden agenda by anyone on city staff. This has been at every chance vetted by us and asked if we choose to continue with this process, and it got us here. So any continued vitriol towards them should be directed back at council because we have directed them to do this. And then lastly, while this is a win, right? We are still elected to represent 135,000 people. There are positives to this, like Melissa said. Are the positives outweigh the negatives? We'll never know at this point, and that's fine. But trying to balance the best for the community, the best for the neighborhood, it is a challenge, right? And so when you get to these points and you have an opportunity to talk to people face to face or talk to them over the phone or try to explain yourself over email, we're at large, folks. We have to think about every single person in the community, right? We want to do stuff and they're like, you can't do it till the students are back. You have to listen to students. You don't have to listen to students. You have to listen to this neighborhood. You don't have to listen to this neighborhood. It's a constant push and pull. What's good for one neighborhood or what's bad for one neighborhood might be great for the rest of the city. What's good for one neighborhood might be terrible for the rest of the city. It's a constant push and pull. I appreciate everyone's demeanor tonight. For the most part, I think that we acted in a civil nature, and I think that should be how it is continued. So thank you very much, and I think just to reiterate, I can't see this going forward.
Mr. Smith?
It's hard to know where to start. There's so much to say. I'll start with I got all those same emails, and I started replying, but I couldn't keep up. So I apologize to the hundreds of you who I didn't reply to. I did read, and I could see what the message was. It was pretty unanimous. And the challenge that we've got at City Council, you know, whether you're in favor of growth in College Station or not, it's going to grow, okay? The positive aspects of our community are the thing that is to blame for the growth. As Texas A&M University grows and succeeds, our population grows, our market becomes more attractive to things, and more things come, and it's a cycle. That's not a bad thing. That's part of what makes our community good. That growth also generates a huge demand for city services, whether it's utilities, transportation, police, all of those things, and all of those things cost millions of dollars. I think what our annual budget, just under $500 million. So we're constantly that's why we do economic development. We're constantly challenged to find some sufficient funding sources to meet those needs. And the objective is to find that unicorn business out there that generates substantial property tax revenues and provides economic and employment diversity. And then we discuss and struggle with ways about how we can attract that ideal business. And when one comes in that looks like it might look good, we say, yeah, tell me more. And that's how that process gets started. I want to learn more about what this is. So I wasn't a no at the start. I got to be a no. But the thing is that's our job, is to go through this process and learn and try to do what's best for the city. And economic development and finding a way to shore up our property taxes without raising property tax rates is one of the things that we do for the good of the community. It isn't just because, hey, we got some money and we can check a box. We don't want to raise taxes. We want to have adequate resources to have a sustainable financial organization. And economic development is one of the tools that we use to do that. Now, I'll add, put on to that, I was one of those guys that spoke out against the Amazon drones, and I'm glad that they're not there anymore. And so the fact that that bothered me, but it probably didn't bother most of y'all, because y'all weren't 800 feet from the drone base like I was. But you're 800 feet from something else. And so I can sympathize with you. Not everyone in the city shared my position on drones. But so it does give me a perspective on what you're facing. And I think that it's important. I had an opportunity earlier this week to have a conversation with a group of friends, and we were talking about this topic. There were no other council members present.
Okay.
Be sure.
It's okay. So one of the questions, we were talking about what are your concerns, and water, power, noise, all of these things get brought up. And so I said, well, let me ask you this question. If it were possible to mitigate each of those concerns, what if the city took $10 million out of that $30 million we were going to make off that and said, we're going to dedicate $10 million to removing the sound issue, to basically mitigating all of these issues, would that change your perspective? And they looked at me, paused, and said, no. So it isn't really those issues. It is those issues, but it's something deeper than that, and I have to respect that. So I think we need to look for something else in this spot. I do also think we need to look as a council at our processes. None of them are, not all of them are state law. Some of them are processes that we choose to follow or we have followed out of habit. we need to, as a group, review our processes and look at how we can avoid this, having this pent-up stuff come all in a week. You know, we need to have a longer process. And we can see hopefully we can see which ones are going to merit that longer process. Some of them, like William says, we do stuff all the time that no one shows up for, but it's okay because most of them aren't this. You know, they're just stuff. So anyway, thank you all for coming. I think this was an important process. The only thing I would do differently is have had it sooner. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Well, I think you've heard a lot of the comments that I would make, but I do want to just close with my comments in a as direct way as I can and as brief a way as I can. And Mr. Smith talked a bit about it, and I think I heard from Blanche Brick and even from Bob Brick back there in their comments. My background is as an economist. The city does, as Mr. Smith says, we have a very significant goal regarding fiscal sustainability of the city. I think you all know the demands on the city, and you know what the state legislature is doing with respect to our future tax revenues and the potential for growing a relatively low tax rate, because we're now we're operating at a relatively low tax rate, so that means we can't increase it nearly as rapidly as the people that have lived with cities that have lived with a much higher tax rate. So I just want to characterize the fact that I know we got a lot of criticism in some emails, and the city staff did as well, that this was all about money, and certainly you heard the estimates of the revenue stream and the possibilities of that. As an economist, that rings true to me. That is part of the picture, because it does speak to one of the goals that the city has to look at, and one of the goals that at least the 7 of us up here have to pay attention to. And so we do think about that. I don't think that's wrong. But also, as an economist, I understand that preferences are a big part of the total equation. It isn't just about supply and demand and the fiscal side. It's really about the preferences of the people that are collectively speaking to us. So as we went through this, and I think I think it's an appropriate process that we had up to this point, because we did have a hearing and an engagement, and we certainly got a lot of information. I think we're at a point now where I can balance those two goals, and I can see a lot of the negatives that ought to be subtracted from the fiscal side, which many of you have spoken about. But I also hear very clearly the unanimous, essentially, in this room, and frankly, I will say I heard from people who didn't write emails, who are respected business people and other people in the community. I heard their vision and their concerns as well. So that is part of what influenced me, and I suspect that influenced all of us, because we got other engagements with people beyond what we read in the email and that 100 things and the 80 people who spoke here today. So I'm very comfortable now, having gone through a process. As I said earlier, we could stop the process here and say, this is a hearing, let's postpone this, let's have further discussion. I don't think that I'll hear anything different, and I agree with the comments down here. I think it was maybe Mr. Yancey, that another month isn't really going to solve anything. I think the preferences are pretty clear. Obviously, we could get more information on certain aspects of it, but as Mr. Smith said, it's not going to make a difference with regard to the big question, which is quality of life. What do we want City College Station to be known for? And I think that's your messages to us is pretty clear there. So I'm satisfied with not going forward with this project. My only quandary, though, I will say, is dealing with a motion here.
I'd be happy to move that we deny.
Well, I understand that, but our city attorney prefers to have a positive motion, and then we can all vote against it. Because
You can still make a negative motion. You can still do that.
okay, well, in that case, as long as you don't mind us doing that, that's how I'd prefer it, because otherwise I'd have to be the one putting forward a positive motion that I couldn't vote for.
Not in this crowd.
And I don't want to be doing that because the camera's running over here and Donnie's watching me. I don't want to have that little 5-second clip be taken out of something when I'm doing that. So I would defer to Councilman on my left, Ms. McElhaney, if she would like to make a motion.
I would, and I just want to add one thing. The former Mayor McElhaney was very much against this as well. So I would move that we deny the agreement.
Second.
Who said second?
All of us.
All of this.
Well, I'm going to assign it to Mr. White.
Okay.
I'm assigning the
Assign it
second
to
to
me.
Mr. White. So we got a motion to deny the item that is discussed in 9.5. I assume that's what you're talking about. Deny the approval of the.
Safe assumption.
Hey, I'm just trying to make sure that we got the record clear so people will understand it. That is the real estate contract with Priority Power Management LLC for the sale of that land. So the motion is to deny that real estate contract, and we've got a second. So is there any further need for discussion? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion. All those in favor signify by their agreement with the motion by saying yes and raising your hand, so I can see it.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now you can celebrate. And I have told people not to give up on us. We do listen, and this is evidence that we are listening. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate your being great audience. And we still got about another hour to go, but that's probably not going to set a record for this group. Thank you all. Do you need a break? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break from the dais, but none of the council members or staff can leave. For those of you that have stayed for the rest of the meeting, my apologies for getting delayed outside, but there is a lot of people that want to still have conversation, but I think we've finished that item on the agenda. Now we go back, and by confirmation with the city staff that we're not going to do the workshop items.
Correct. If you want to just go to 9.1.
So we're going to go to 9.1 on the regular agenda, and I see Mr. DeHaven here. So let me read that and get it started. Item 9.1, public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action on the budget amendment number 3, amending ordinance number 2024-4539, which will amend the budget for 24-25 fiscal year in the amount of $774,978. Mr. Michael DeHaven, thank you.
Yes, sir. Michael
Welcome
DeHaven.
back from that Mediterranean cruise, or Eastern European, whatever.
It was Germany.
Germany, whatever it was, you had a good time, I'm sure.
It was close. It was close. All right, budget amendment number 3. Just to go through those. There we go. Just the administrative part of it. We did our public notice in the Eagle on September 4th. We need to hold a public hearing on this one after we go through all the items, and then council will consider and approve the budget amendments and the interfund transfers. So budget amendment number 3 is our last one for the fiscal year 25. This is going to be our one that has all of our grants. It has some, I'm going to call it cleanup, but it's like emergency items that came up and true ups on some accounts that we had estimates on. So the budget amendment items, which are the ones that affect the budget, relate to our law enforcement. Most of it's police items with grants, some reimbursements. I won't go through all the numbers, but that totals $774,978. Each one of these items has dedicated revenue against it, so it doesn't touch fund balance. The next section is our interfund, or our internal service funds. These use the working capital when they increase the expenditures. So we're adjusting for the hail damage repairs that we had in March. That was $200,000. And then our vehicles parts, we have some specialized vehicles that had some maintenance we had to do this year, some of our bigger vehicles, and so we have to increase that, that budget by $150,000. The last thing that is part of the budget amendment is the interfund transfers. Council approves anything that moves between funds. The USA Track and Field event, once we got all the revenues and expenses together, we netted $135,742 net expense. That is hot fund eligible, so we'll be transferring hot funds over to cover that expense.
So hot funds, we can use hot funds for those type of expenses?
Yeah, it is all hot fund eligible. The reason why we had to aggregate that into the general fund is because it had revenue. We had ticket sales and stuff against it. And the hot fund is a special revenue fund. You can only deposit hotel taxes into that fund. Yep. So with the budget amendment part of it, for budget amendment number 3, the $774,978, that would amend our revised budget for fiscal year 25 to $559,290,088. So the next item would be to hold the public hearing.
Okay. Are you going to have 2 separate votes here, or we're just going to have?
You can do it all together in one.
Okay.
motion.
You finish your presentation then? Okay.
Yep.
I'll open the public hearing. There were lots of folks here earlier this evening that were happy to speak to us and wanted to speak to us. We didn't even have a formal public hearing. So anyone who wishes to speak to us on this straightforward budget amendment, indicate you do and come forward. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and return to Mr. DeHaven, who will direct us to the next process.
Yeah, so the next process would be to consider the ordinance and the budget amount. So you would just approve the budget amendment and the interfund transfers and approve the 2 working capital uses.
Can that be done in one motion?
Can be done in one motion.
Okay, anybody wish to make the motion?
William?
Mr. Smith, go. Who made the
I'll
motion?
move approval. I thought I heard someone say the approval.
Go ahead, Mark.
You're making.
I'll second.
Okay, I'll make the motion
You make the motion to
approve.
approve
Item
the 2 working
9.1.
capital uses and the interfund transfer.
Yes.
That's
the
what you
budget
said.
amendment.
Okay.
Yes.
Did I hear a second?
Both.
Mr. Wright?
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Anyone wish to discuss it further?
I think we should have an exhaustive discussion of this and
You'd like to have another discussion?
I'm exhausted, that's what I said.
Okay, very good. Seeing no one, Chair will vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The budget is amended.
Right.
I think the next thing would be the encumbrance roll after sometime
Yeah, that
later
will
in
be
the
our
fall.
budget amendment number one when we come back in fiscal year 26.
But
Will be the
it'll
encumbrance
still
roll.
refer to encumbrance from 2025 to 2026.
Correct.
Right, okay,
All right,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 9.2, Heather Wade, public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance, amending Appendix A, Unit UDO, Article 11, definitions, Section 11.2, defined terms on the Code of Ordinances, City of College Station, Texas, by amending certain sections regarding the definition of family. And I do have one speaker signed up for this one, so we'll wait to the public hearing for that. Ms. Wade.
Okay, good morning. Just as an FYI, I am actually presenting items 9.2 and 9.3 together,
Oh, you want me to open 9.3 as well?
if you don't mind.
Okay, 9.3 is public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding ordinance amending Appendix A UDO, Article 1, General Provisions, Section 1.10, Transitional Provisions, Article 3, Development Review Procedures, Section 3.4, I'm sorry, but I'm going to read the whole thing. Official zoning map amendments, rezonings, Article 4, Zoning Districts, Section 4.1, Establishment of Districts, Article 5, District Purpose Statements and Supplemental Standards, Section 5.10, well, we've lost a line here. Overlay Districts, Section 5.11, Single Family Overlay Districts, and Article 6, Use Regulations, Section 6.3, Types of Use of the Code of Ordinances of the City of College Station, Texas, by amending certain sections regarding the RU, Restricted Occupancy Overlay, and the Overlay Zoning District, and WHO, High Occupancy Overlay Zoning District. So these are both subject to a public hearing. I can open both, so I'll have one public hearing on both after your presentation.
Yes, sir.
But two separate votes.
Yes, sir.
I think so. Thank you. Now you can proceed. The first one deals with the definition of family. The rest of it is really a lot of changing in our ordinances to deal with the outcome.
That's correct.
Okay, proceed.
So Heather Wade, Principal Planner. Tonight's two agenda items are amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance in response to Senate Bill 1567. To quickly recap, Senate Bill 1567 took effect on September 1st of this year, and it prohibits Texas home rule cities with universities from regulating how many people may live in a home based on their relation to one another. To comply with the new state law, the city is in the process of amending zoning regulations that previously limited occupancy of a dwelling unit based on familial or relationship status, and removing all RU restricted occupancy overlays and WHO high occupancy overlay zoning districts. Our first item tonight is a proposed amendment to the definition of family. Specifically, the definition of family is proposed to be amended to read as follows. A family is any number of persons occupying a single dwelling unit. The term family shall not be construed to mean a club, a lodge, or a fraternity or sorority house. Our second and last item is a proposed amendment to the UDO, which only amends sections related to RU and WHO overlays. Specifically, these amendments remove all text related to these overlays from the UDO. Amendments would take place in 6 specific sections representing 5 articles of the UDO, and those are listed here for you to review. And that is the presentation. Staff recommends approval of the 2 amendments to the UDO presented tonight to comply with Senate Bill 1567.
Thank you. We can ask you some questions now. I've got one. If you go back to the previous slide. This definition of family, what is that based on? Is that best practice definition that's common across the regulatory literature, or is this something where you kind of had to debate internally how to restate that so that it works?
I might,
And I'll ask, we can
Yeah.
bring Mr. Armstrong down to help with that. If it's a bit of a, I mean, it's a apparently subjective kind of term, and I just want to know how you arrived at this particular definition.
Sure. Anthony Armstrong, Director of Planning and Development Services. So this definition is kind of going back to the definition we had prior before we added familial status into it. So essentially we just went in there, we redlined out familial status, left what was left. We talked about actually, do we just take out those aspects or do we just take it out from the definition section entirely? We couldn't do the latter, and just when you remove a defined term, it becomes what is the Webster Dictionary or what is the common dictionary term for that. Unfortunately and ironically, the Webster Dictionary talks about familial status, so we can't use that. So we had to amend it out to where this now is in compliance with state law for us and the other 4 communities it affects.
So you think this is very clearly in line with the intent of 1567?
Correct.
Directive regarding our enforcement of occupancy before?
Correct.
And is it exactly the same as we had earlier, or is it?
It goes back to an original definition prior to when we added in degrees of consanguinity and other things like that, where we had kind of expanded our definition by a lot. It's a callback to a little bit of that, but it's just a very generic meets the intent of 1567 as it applies to us in the community.
But it means nothing.
It means that if you are in a single unit, it can be any number of people under one unit.
So now we're going to force people that live in the same house to be defined as family. I've lived with people I certainly would not consider family. I'm just pointing out that the definition is, I mean, it may be what it has to be, but that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't say or define anything, really.
But we need the word family somewhere defined because it appears in our other regulations somewhere?
Right, so the word family appears throughout the UDO. Again, if you remove the definition, you go to what is the dictionary definition. The dictionary definition from our review doesn't meet the criteria of 1567.
I understand that part, but basically you're saying we got to have a definition for family. It may not be what many of us would argue colloquially is what we think of as a family, but it has to be in our regulations somehow.
Correct.
All right. I'm sure that may come up in the discussion later on. Yeah, other questions for staff?
Can you, I know what lodge is, but can you define what lodge means in this definition?
Sorry, Anthony.
The term family shall not be construed
You
to
think of
mean
it
a
kind of
club,
like
a
a-
lodge. What are we talking about there?
So it could be something, it's a more of a dated term. That part exists in the ordinance right now. And so club, lodge, fraternity house, sorority house, it can be one large structure in a residential area that might be, think more bed and breakfast style, could be short-term hotel. We don't have really any of those first two uses. Country club, for instance, or somewhere you could stay. But fraternity and sorority houses, we obviously do give in our community. But they're just common things that are used to kind of take them away from what is a residential unit or a single unit, that we can define them in other ways.
Yeah, I think the lodge is a bit of a dated term, but if somebody organized themselves as a lodge and you didn't have this exception in here, and it's
if you opened up a bed and
Masonic
breakfast,
lodge,
for
but you take
instance,
some other group that just calls themselves a lodge and has a set of bylaws and files for a 501c3, and then they want to be counted as a family, this just says you can't do it. It's a more generic term than fraternity, sorority, or club. It's just another descriptor, yeah.
What about the term boarding house? Is that anywhere in here or anywhere in the UDO?
it's separately defined. Boarding home is separately defined within the UDO, yes.
Okay, so how does that functionally look compared to a club, lodge, fraternity, or sorority house?
I mean, so generally there, you're going to have common bathroom facilities. So there's several different variations within both the building code and the residential code on how we define different types of structures and how you can look at different uses. Different components of when someone comes, you know, if you were in a single family neighborhood and you said, hey, I've got a commercial kitchen, I've got a seating area, and I put a vent stack up, well, you kind of look like a restaurant, but you're in a single family home. So as staff, we have that ability to make that determination that this is what you're using it for, this is how it's being used as a structure. It falls within the definition that we have, we can determine that use, and then if someone wants to disagree with that, there are processes for that, for them to come forward. But the definitions exist to try to help define things and get them into certain boxes. This one is just a very delicate issue given 1567 and its targeting of the city of College Station. How do we work around that?
Okay, thank you.
You could use co-inhabitants, since this definition of a family is not really a family. Or would co-inhabitants clash with like single family detached or other terminologies throughout the code?
Could you define I guess to me that's still talking about familial status. It's a degree of relation that isn't allowed to be looked at anymore. We can't determine if you were with 8 people that you share blood with or you with 8 strangers. The state just told us we can't look at that any differently.
That's exactly why I suggest co-inhabitants, because it applies to both groups, but family does not.
So you
relative.
The word family is already in the ordinance, so I gather that there's a purpose for that.
In a lot of
If you were to try to substitute, which Mr. Yancey is suggesting, it does a cohabitant.
Co-inhabitants.
Co-inhabitant. You have to say a co-inhabitant facility. It's not.
Okay. I would just suggest.
Yeah, I'm trying to help.
It just feels fundamentally wrong when
understand.
it's not a family to call them a family. That's the only reason I suggest.
I understand the struggle because that's why I raised it. Any other questions before we open up? Mr. DePriest is signed up to speak and
Ed's here.
on this or the other items. I'm going to open up one public hearing for 9.2 and 9.3. Okay, I do open the public hearing, and one person signed up to speak. This is for 9.2 and 9.3. Mr. DePriest is signed up to speak on 9.2. Perhaps he has some
few slides. I have a few slides to show. Thank you. Fred DePriest. I live in College Park. I'm speaking to oppose this definition. And while it does satisfy what they wanted from 1567, it goes beyond that. 1567 only said we had to quit talking about unrelated people. It didn't say we had to eliminate discussion of families. So we've taken family out of the family definition, as you guys are discussing. Cities, the issue with that is that we use the definition of families throughout the UDO in all kinds of ways that have nothing to do with occupancy. We happen to have buried our occupancy in our family, and we didn't have to do that. It could have been a separate clause. We put them together. Let's take them apart. Let's keep the family, and that's kind of the bottom line. The background on the family, as we think about it, as you use in municipal government, states, federal agencies, really flows from Supreme Court rulings that said families are a protected group. That started to create definition around that, and the case people cite is 1974. And what's core to that is marriage and children, or other words that relate to that, like it's consanguinity means, related children. So marriage and children. Well, if you look at any city, state, or any of the definitions of families, and they vary across the federal government, but all of them tend to have those two things in them. And that's what we need to keep in them within our ordinance, in my opinion. In addition to being consistent with the Supreme Court, amended Fair Housing Act and all the court cases around that, and even the definition of family by the state of Texas, those two things. Well, to stay consistent with that, we need ours to stay consistent. Or I think there might be some legal implications when we try to use it in a variety of ways that we do. The other thing is that it is scattered all over the UDO, and if you take the new definition and you try to read it, our UDO, using that, our UDO didn't make sense. Because when we were building the UDO over decades, we were thinking marriage and children. We were thinking of family. And it doesn't make sense necessarily. There's 75 different occurrences of family in the UDO. Some of them do, some of them don't make any sense. What we've done is we've struck everything. This is what's recommended, is strike everything in red, leave the top line. That bottom line, I would just take it out. That's just motherhood. It doesn't mean anything, personally, to me. What I would suggest is that we strike all of this red, which is just what 1567 required us to strike. Leave all the blue. They didn't ask us to strike family. The state of Texas doesn't strike families from its own definition of family. So leave a family as any number of persons occupying a single dwelling related by blood, adoption, guardianship, or marriage, or an authorized caretaker, or are part of a group of a home for or disabled people.
Keep it up.
The core of that is still the Supreme Court's kind of marriage and children rulings around the amended Fair Housing Act have added a few of those, and College Station has chosen a few more. This is a perfect definition of family, and if we use this, then throughout the UDO, all these decisions we've made, it stays good. Imagine something like the CBDG, and we're using a family definition, saying we only want that to go to families. And now we use this new definition, and everybody qualifies for it. So that's the kind of thing that we avoid by using this definition. I had some examples of conflicts we might run into. I'll skip those, and this is the last slide. And I think we need to work toward the blue, and I hope that that will be our family definition. It already is. And we've already battled through, what do we do about guardianship and all that? All those decisions have already been made. We're just cutting out the part that 1567 says we need to cut out.
So you're suggesting using a more traditional kind of a definition, which most of us can relate to, but I guess that my problem is as I understand it from Mr. Armstrong, that if we did that, how do we disconnect that from our ordinances on who's
It is no longer related to occupancy whatsoever. There's no discussion of occupancy in those blue words. This is simply a definition of family. We weren't told to eliminate family from our UDO.
No,
we were
I
told
agree.
to eliminate unrelated people, restrictions on unrelated people, and just do that. So this is already what we have minus unrelated people. And we're still left with the blue, which is a great definition.
Go ahead. Yes, please.
I was just going to ask Adam to weigh in on this. I don't know if he's seen this before.
Has there been a discussion with staff?
Yeah, we discussed this a lot. Yeah, this is exactly what 1567 said we cannot do.
It says we cannot limit occupancy based on it, but
I'll address the council, but we cannot regulate familial status, occupation, relationship status. That's what the law says we cannot do. So that's the reason why we chose the definition of family that we had, because that term is used throughout the UDO. And there's different references in federal law and in state law to family, but this law was written for regulation of municipalities. So that's why we have to do this change.
How does that put us, if we adopted what staff is recommending, without the related by all that, we're then, according to Mr. DePriest, we're out of say, our definition doesn't fit any of the other federal or state laws. The word family in here the way you are proposing it, is only for municipalities. That's what
For
you're
our
saying.
zoning. Those definitions have other purposes.
Yeah.
And
we would have to abide by those
that's
definitions.
different from our zoning.
Okay. And so this is the best that the staff can come up with.
this is an example of a use of the word family status, or where you need a definition of family that has nothing to do with occupancy restrictions, and it's in our UDO. It's about provisions for brokerage services. It says we can't discriminate based on familial status. Well, we can kind of say, well, courts have ruled on what familial status is, but wait a minute, unless College Station has specifically made a family something different than what the courts are always using. And so maybe this is using my imagination a little bit too much, but the word family appears 75 times in the UDO. May want to just not approve this tonight, but go back and think about it a little bit more, where there's no, I don't think, hurry on this. For 2 weeks, and go through the UDO and find the word family every time and think about it. In addition, I was on the Housing Action Planning Committee, and not only is it what we have in the law, but we need just a family definition, which had nothing to do with occupancy or restricting who can live where or any zoning. This is about what is a family to the city of College Station in the way it uses the word. So and I understand, I think I understand, and what I'm suggesting is we disconnect. We do not use our family definition in any manner that relates to restricting occupancy or who can live where. But we need it in other places like this, where we can say that when we say familial status or whatever, we know what we're talking about in a family. But in our committee, though, we were saying, we were thinking, how do we help these families? How do we use CBDG money? How do we so we had recommendations that were built for families. And when we talked about it, we said, don't worry about, investors using all this, because we said it's for families, and our UDO defines a family this way. So all these people who would take advantage of these programs where we say they're for families can't do it because we define family this way. Well, now we're going to define family somewhere else. And we're not having a legal issue, we're having the issue of that people in our committees and you as leaders, when you say the word family, you mean whatever our law says it is. And we need that to look like, feel like, and be like what we know families are, we want them to be. And I think it's a serious problem if we don't have that. We do have to disconnect it, though, from occupancy or restricting who can live where.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm still confused. Mr. White.
Well, I agree with you. I think 1567 deals with the occupancy side and not the definition of the family side. Is that is that your interpretation?
So this comes from state and federal law, and familial status here just talks about child under 18. That's not a definition of family. So don't regard that. What 1567 does is it says that we can't have any regulations on who occupy a dwelling unit based on age, familial status, occupation, relationship status, and all the things that we used to regulate before. So that's the way that we crafted the definition of family. That definition of family is based in our UDO for our zoning purposes. There are many other uses and definitions of the word family based in state law and federal law, which are not at play under 1567, period.
Isn't that
For
what
our
he's
UDO.
saying, though?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that what he's saying?
I don't think
That's
so.
what I'm thinking. Isn't that what Fred's saying?
I do not believe that's what he's saying, no.
No, he's saying he wants a more common definition, which does refer to related by blood, adoption, guardianship, or marriage. Their proposal takes all that out because their staff is telling us that it doesn't work under 1557 and 1567. So I'm struggling with it in my own mind. I would prefer to, we could postpone this for another meeting and have a little more dialogue and a little more understanding of why this definition is true. I raised it because what you have is a pretty arbitrary. I mean, it doesn't ring true to what's being presented to us, and so I am concerned if it opens us up and say some of our housing efforts that we're going to do this for families, but the definition of family says that you don't have to be related at all, just a group of people living together, any number, and therefore anybody could apply for that housing assistance, down payment assistance, whatever it is.
Right, but isn't
No,
Adam saying
Ma-
that
Mayor-
this applies only to zoning?
Yes.
And so any other familial definition within the UDO, this particular one that Anthony is saying is only applying to zoning to fall in accordance with 1567. So there'll be two definitions of family,
Well, that's my problem.
essentially, right? Because there's one that we're required by law to not mention relation.
Definitions of family that we regulate, because
Right.
other things like CDBG funds, all that, that's federal law. So we have to follow federal law. So this is for us under 1567 based on occupancy.
I think I fairly understand that, and I think that's probably the right way to go, but I don't know how you deal with Mr. DePriest's comment. For example, we talk about it in the Housing Action Plan that we're going to focus on family units in terms of certain kinds of programs. Now, let Anthony clarify for me. Maybe I meant.
If you wouldn't mind, can you close the public hearing so we can kind of deliberate, I guess? Are y'all done asking questions of Mr. DePriest so we can close the public hearing to start to get
Well,
to a
it is a
conversation?
public hearing, but in the public hearing, I'm still trying to honor Mr. DePriest's concerns. I appreciate you bringing it forward. I'll be happy to close the public hearing if that's what you prefer, so then we can have a discussion. Is that what you want?
I think it would be wise, but I think, so we hear Mr. DePriest is saying, we've had a lot of conversations back and forth about what this definition should look like. And like Adam's talking about, and even to Mr. DePriest's point, the word family is used within the UDO so many times, but that's how we enforce the UDO only. The Code of Ordinances is many, many chapters of ordinances. This definition only applies to things like single-family homes or family as it's used within the UDO. Anything outside of that, so CDBG funding, other funding sources, if there is a regulation that exists from the state or federal level, we are using how they define that term. So we have to make a definition at our level on what we create and enforce that meets what we've now been told by the state we're eligible to do. So I would certainly understand what Mr. DePriest is saying. I would tell you from our review of it, it doesn't inhibit our ability for other meanings of how you would interpret the word family.
Anthony?
Okay, let me, you have more questions for Mr. DePriest?
I do one no for Anthony.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. I thank you, Mr. DePriest, for bringing that forward and sharing it with us. Now, please proceed with questions, staff.
I have one simple question. If you replace the example, the hypothetical we kept using right there, CDBG, is there anything else that you could insert in the blank where CDBG was, that's at the municipal ordinance level in the UDO?
I would say cleanly, the answer is probably no. So this is the easiest way to get, again, because it's mentioned so many times in UDO, it is the passive least resistance to get us into compliance with state law to make the definition what's proposed right now. It doesn't inhibit any of our abilities for what you would colloquially, I can't say the word right now at 1 a.m., but you know what I'm trying to say. What you would typically think of how you use that definition of family in other facets like CDBG funding or going out for grant opportunities, things like that, or census blocks and different avenues, none of that changes. It's just that if someone comes to me for a permit, I can't say that the definition of family that we utilize is this. And that's the entire premise of 1567 was that if someone came to me or we were going to write you for a zoning violation, we can no longer do that under what that bill was done.
Yeah, Adam makes a good case on the statute level and the federal level. He's going to have definitions upon which he can rely. I guess just for pure clarity, at the municipal level, is there any other place where this will cross the streams?
No, because it is entirely tied to the UDO.
Okay. Thank you.
I still don't like that this definition of family is so wide open, loosey-goosey, and it's not anywhere near reflective of what anyone would define a family as. And it feels disingenuous to put it in there. I understand what you're saying. I mean, is this where we want to follow the path of least resistance? I don't know that that's...
So there is another option that we've talked about before. I don't think it's a clean or easy option, which is you can change the name family in the UDO to something else how it's used. It's not clean at all. The reason we speak directly to occupancy when we use family, because a single-family home, if we define a family as people that are married and have children together, we can't regulate that in a single-family home or a duplex, which is a two-family home. We use the word family in a lot of different ways. So you could change it to household or,
It seems to me that we have created we've got the single-family residential zoning, which effectively is no longer able to be tied to, like you said, that familial status. Maybe we should change it from single-family residential to some other.
one dwelling or two dwelling.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think the typical terminology is single-family. I think single-family is also a construction type, so it does get confusing when you get away from that vernacular.
Are you saying that the state created a confusing?
I did not say that.
Maybe unintended consequences.
I'm beginning to understand now, and I would propose that we adopt this and direct staff to make this change, but at the same time, they'd probably, excuse me, there's half a dozen other cities in Texas that are struggling with the same issues because they've all done it in different ways. For example, the city of Bryan, as I remember Ms. Prohaska telling me years ago, they've got a different way of categorizing their what I'd call a RU. That's not what they call it. So I'd just say, let's adopt this for now, and if it doesn't work, we'll come back and wordsmith it again in some other way. So I think you said path of least resistance. You've got to get it done. You've got to make some changes, and this is the best you can do. It is not comfortable to any of us up here, but it's only for a particular purpose that is municipal in nature and constrained. Then if you're satisfied with it, I've got to go with it. Because I can't come up with it. The word household, yes, but then you got to go through and change household, substitute that everywhere in UDO.
Right. I mean, again, if you make this change and council thinks that there's it's breaking something, you're more than welcome, and we're happy to bring back opportunities and what that could look like to change something. I don't think it's going to do that. I certainly understand the general concern that it doesn't make sense. I would agree that we share that sentiment, but this is what we need to do to become into compliance with what the state has enforced.
But it's important to keep the word family in there, otherwise you got to change a whole bunch of things. If we change that, just say
Right.
household is blank, 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 that household definition doesn't actually work in all of those zoning things because that's not what's referred to there.
Correct.
Family is referred to there, so that's a whole nother set of changes. Changing the word family to household everywhere in the document ought to be a word search issue, but maybe more complex than that.
A little bit, yeah.
Kind of sad in a weird way.
Can we just change it to Ohana, because Ohana means family?
We could, in the translated version.
Yeah.
Mr. White, you have another question?
Let me ask you a question. Is this necessary that we pass this tonight? I mean, is this a
I mean, the state law says that you
Priority.
should not have on the books anything that regulates per the various criteria that Adam stated. So right now, on the books, that law exists. So while you can make an argument that it's not enforceable due to state law, the law says that we can be essentially sued. I think prosecuted might be the better word. I'm not sure what the right terminology is there.
1567 gives a private cause of action, so this law went into effect September 1. So, I mean, somebody could say that we're violating a chapter and bringing action. Likelihood, I would think, low, but, I mean, it's there, so.
And again, if you feel that uncomfortable with it, you can also direct us to come back with other ideas, or you can workshop on, or whatever you want in the future. But I think we would recommend to get us in compliance with what the state is looking for us to do, and we're certainly under the radar that you look at this evening.
I would say
or morning.
From a legislative engagement point of view, we need to be very focused on this because we were the ground zero in this whole discussion. So we need to make some kind of change, and this is what they're proposing.
So this new definition that we have in 5.1 is referenced in all these sections that are in item 5.2. Article 1, general provisions, section 1.1, transitional provisions. that definition of family is included in all of these sections, is that correct?
And then some. So 5.2 is removing every connection in the UDO to RU, restricted occupancy overlay, and WHO. So there were various ordinances, there was zoning criterias and definitions on those things. Those aren't allowed to exist point blank, period. 5.2 is removing that from the UDO as in its entirety. Family was part of that, those different aspects for sure, but it is in a number of other places throughout the ordinance as well. But things like buffering and plantings and single-family homes and use tables and definitions of multifamily versus single-family, all of those things. But again, it's a very nuanced term, but in reality, things like multifamily and single-family still exist. Multifamily is defined as 3 units. This is 1 unit, people under a unit.
So I know the hour is late. Can we pass 5.2 without passing 5.1? Because this seems like the spirit of 1567 right here.
You could. I would recommend not. They are separate. I would recommend not, because this word, the current definition of family, still is in violation of state law.
Yeah.
But if you feel that strongly, as a council, I would recommend you pass both of them and you give us direction to come back to you with a different definition of family.
Understanding the complexities of this, still wanting to figure this out so we have a more, I won't say normal, a more acceptable definition of family. I would move that we approve both of these today and look at the definition a little bit more closely in the future, so we can come into compliance. I know we weren't happy about the change, but we do need to comply.
That's sort of similar to what my comment was earlier, right? So I made the motion. The public hearing is closed. We got 2 separate motions. We got to have one motion on this and then a separate motion on the other. So is this a motion? Are you ready to make a motion?
I would move approval of both 5.1 and 5.
Mayor, just
Yeah,
real quick, it's not item 5.1 and 5.2, it's 9.2 and 9.3.
9.2 and 9.3.
9.2, 9.3.
I would move approval of both 9.1,
9.2.
9.2, and 9.3.
We can't.
Second.
Can we do both of them the same motion?
I think they need to be separate motions. They're separate agenda items.
Oh,
Separate motion. So just make a motion on 9.2.
I move approval of 9.2.
I second.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. You
Can
got
I
on the
have
floor.
discussion?
Further question, yes.
Can you, is part of your motion that we revisit the definition? And could you put a time stamp on that within 60 days or something like that?
I was just going to ask for that as
As a future agenda
as a
item.
future
Correct. Yeah.
agenda item for us to workshop and figure out. Or
Which is sort of where I was at, that they need to go back and see what.
I just don't want this to slip through the cracks.
We got you.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? We have a motion on the floor. Any other questions down to my left? I don't see anybody excited about it, so I'll call a question on the motion that was on the floor regarding item 9.2, this definition that was proposed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Move to
So-
approve 9.4.
second.
Or, yeah, 9.3.
9.3. Sorry. That's
Item
fine.
9.3, okay, which is the list of the.
Ruse and
Can
who's.
you roll that back to that? No? Yeah.
So this
that
is
one right
removal
there.
of ruse and who's from the UDO.
So that's item 5.2 in there. It says the sections, but it's our 9.3 in our agenda. So you got a motion from Mr. Wright. Who seconded?
Second.
A second from Mr. Smith. Any further discussion?
Bill's already did, but I-
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The direction, I think, just to reiterate, is that I think we need to see how other cities are similarly situated and trying to struggle with the same thing.
There's 4 of us, so it'll be a short Zoom call, I'm sure.
Yeah, and there aren't that many that are working on it. Probably they're all ignoring it.
Do y'all all have a support group?
There's a forum, yeah.
There's a forum.
Okay, thank you very much. We got 9.2, 9.3, which leaves us with 9.4. Mr. Maldonado has come forward, presentation, discussion, possible action on a third amendment to the CMAR contract with Garney Construction Incorporated, accepting the guaranteed maximum price number 3 of $9,466,684.15 for the materials procurement packages for wells 10, 11, and 12 project, plus the city's contingency in the amount of $946,668.42 for a total appropriation of $10,413,352.57. Mr. Maldonado, you have a brief presentation, I'm sure.
Yes, sir, I do. This package covers the early purchase of key materials and equipment with long lead times, helping us stay on schedule as construction ramps up in the coming months. We've included some aerial pictures of how the project's going to date. The items in this package include pipeline material and fittings, large diameter valves, and generators and fuel tanks. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
This is not a public hearing, so any questions from staff, or for staff? Any questions? It looks to me like it's particularly you talk about long lead times. I know how important that is. So we got to deal with that tonight. If there's no questions, Chair will entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Motion made by Mr. Yancey. Second by Mr. Schaefer. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 9.4 is approved unanimously also. Items of community interest in council calendar. You have your council calendar, should be coming up on the screen, but you all have it in front of you. Here. Wanted to ask Ms. Prohaska one more time, that meeting on parking, is that within the next 2 weeks or is that after?
It is Tuesday, September 30th at 6
Okay,
PM.
so
And
it's after our next meeting.
it is, and y'all should have a calendar invite for that, and I'll have another reminder in your Friday update.
Okay, just want to make sure we didn't miss it here. Any other items of community interest that anyone wishes to make? All right, we move on to council reports on committees and boards and commissions. Anybody want to make a report there?
I'll just say that the Legislative Engagement Committee met with our representative this week and had a pretty good discussion with him wrapping up the session, and we're looking forward to working with Representative Dyson on his 90th legislative platform.
Mr. Schaefer?
We had a meeting of the Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Greenways Advisory Board on Monday. We basically had some comprehensive updates on traffic stress related to pedestrian travel, and those both, all of it applied to the new active transportation master plan that's being developed by folks in planning. That was the gist of it. We spent the whole time on those two items.
Okay, if there are no other reports from boards and commissions or committees, future agenda items. We have a list here, and since we put off 3 workshops tonight, I guess staff will have to figure out how to rework them into the next agenda, keeping in mind that in October, for both meetings in October, we're going to start at 3 p.m. with council-directed reviews of our direct employees. So it'll have to fit within that, but we'll try to get that done in an hour or a little over and get it done so you can plan the executive session and then the workshops. Any other comments on the
Should we
future
expect
agenda?
another crowd for the Pebble Creek Parkway?
I'm sorry, what?
Should we,
Yes.
plans for Pebble Creek Parkway, are we going to have another room full like this? Should we?
Well, we've got it on the agenda that's a workshop, I assume, right?
Okay.
I'm leaving it up to staff as to how we rework that, but I think that's an important one to talk about.
We'll be discussing it, and we'll figure out what's best as we move forward on that.
Okay. October 9th looks a little bit open there. Maybe we can fit some of those other ones in there.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put on a future workshop agenda item the definition of family that is in our current UDO.
You're asking for a workshop item?
Yes, sir.
Which would be brought to us through Planning Development Services, presumably through city staff.
Yes, sir.
Do we need a workshop on that? Do I see any consensus there, or can we?
Is
leave
that
it
the
for
best way
staff?
to get the family definition looked at, or is there a better path that we could go down? I'm not,
Well, I'm just asking for consensus, that's all. It's a typical.
Is that the best way?
I'm fine with it.
yes.
Yeah.
Good night, all. Good
Let's
night.
do it.
Thank you for being here. I don't see anybody else.
I'm good with it.
You're good with it, but anybody else see we need, okay.
Whatever.
Sounds like you had a consensus.
Thank you.
So,
I have one, Mayor.
yes, Ms. McElhaney, please add one to the list.
This is something that's come up a dozen times or since, November. There is continual discussion on the land use and the plans for Midtown. We've obviously got a lot of questions about the industrial zoning or light industrial zoning over in our business park. I think it might be time for us to do a land use plan or a small area plan that spans that area. I know we've kind of talked around, it's been talked about a lot. We've had a lot of different plans held up as what the city said they would do. I think it's time for us to kind of readdress it in a more public way and figure out what we want to do in that area.
Second.
I understand what you're asking for. Involved in that is ongoing discussions between the city and Mr. Murr that includes Midtown. And the business park is part of Midtown, largely speaking. Are you talking about the business park zoning specifically, which was brought
I
up
think
tonight?
that's part of it, but even tonight, Mr. Murr had a ream's worth of plans that are what he holds to be and what have been discussed at one time or another, the plans for Midtown. On the books, we don't have a plan for Midtown beyond, what was it? Help me out, Jennifer. What is currently active there? We had what we did in 2018. What was that?
The economic development plan for the business park. It's more like a development plan.
More like a
Yeah,
development.
for the property that we own.
So that's the business park, right?
Right, and the medical district master plan was the only other master plan in that area. The only other
retired last
small
year.
area plan, we retired that. So there was not a current small area plan in that area.
I would like to see something kind of comprehensive that runs from the hospital down to basically Fitch, that on that east side.
Including city-owned property, obviously.
Yes.
Both sides of Midtown Drive?
We could come back with a workshop and you could give us direction on exactly what type of plan y'all are looking for.
I think that would be wonderful if there was support for that.
I see here a couple people. Does anybody else want to hear that? Looks like,
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts and concerns about it, but I think it'd be best discussed in that workshop, not here.
okay. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yep.
5. Looks like you got a consensus, so, I mean, if staff can get some focus to that and tell us what it's going to be, that I'm okay with it. And I think there are some significant
Mayor.
questions involved.
What do you mean by tell us where it's going to be?
You want to tell us what it's going to be?
No, you mean where, as in the geographical footprint?
Well, I'm just asking, I was asking her to define it, whether it's both sides of Midtown Drive or just the east side of it where Midtown MMD and all of those. It's Midtown MMD, the hospital, and our city-owned land.
And we could talk about that in the workshop, right?
Including the park.
Well, I mean, all of that stuff works together, and there are components there that are decided. That's what's going to happen. It's going on, but I mean, they don't exist in a vacuum. Whatever we're looking at, I just want to put some fences around what kind of our plan is now. There's a lot of stuff that started and not gone forward.
I think, is that good enough direction?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
great.
All right.
Just just put financial implications and timelines on it so we can have a definite plan, so we can go back to Midtown and tell them this is kind of what
We're not gonna do a plan, we're gonna do a workshop, and y'all gonna tell us what
We're
you
gonna
want.
plan the plan.
Because it's not on the agenda tonight, so.
Yep, you can't, yep. Anyway, we're not, if you're right, the city attorney will tell us we cannot discuss pros and cons.
Mayor, could I ask a question? Mayor, could I ask
Excuse
a
me,
question?
Mr. Yes. Mr.
So I'm looking at the sheet. We've talked about this in the past, but there was the parking adjacent to campus issue, and I'm not seeing it on the future. I know we were waiting for students to get back, et cetera. I'm just wondering where that might stand, or
Which one is that?
parking adjacent to campus, which we've
Oh.
addressed several times, but I don't see it on
Yeah,
the
it's-
sheet.
So it'll come, the public meeting is on September 30th. And then there'll be a survey after that, and we will synthesize that information and get it back on the agenda. It should be in by the end of October, but it just depends on the amount of community feedback we get.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? It is 1 o'clock? Yeah, 1:02. Any other, if there's no other comments for future agenda items, we are adjourned at 1:02 PM.